Hey, it's the Pick is in draft show day 2, guys. Man, I'm excited, man. I'm telling you what, it was a fantastic day 1. I'm Keith Brugman. I'm representing the Rocky Mountain Sports Network and Denver Bronco Roundup. I have a full panel of hosts on here. I got to get over to my guest first because right up on the top side, I'll head it off to him. Kenny, kick it off and introduce your side of things. Kenny Kirkpatrick, what do you got going on over there? Who are you with?
Keith, I can't tell you how excited I am. Yesterday was a huge success, not only for our teams, but the Pick is in draft show. Myself, K&K Sports Show. Ryan Scoops Woodhams is with me. He's part of both of our shows. Amazing time. The posse, as you like to call them, our friends and family. Amazing time. I do want to give one special shout out. Everybody's good friend, Michael Ronquillo. Missed it last night, but I made sure I addressed it shortly after the show. He sent the K&K Sports Show 500 stars. So thank you very much, Michael.
There you go.
Appreciate you so much. But yeah, Keith, I'm ready to roll tonight. And day 2 is my favorite night because you get to see the former players and special people come out tonight. I love it.
Yeah, all those watching along at home, man, it's a special night. It's a lot of great introductions, a lot of former players, and we appreciate everyone that's tuning in here. Rocky Mountain Sports Network, K&K Sports Show. Yes, absolutely, Kenny. I should have started off. I was thinking about a million things coming on the show, but thank you to everybody who jumped in and was a part of our amazing, fantastic show. It's not a show without you guys, and you guys made it fantastic. We can't tell you how much we can appreciate you, but we're going to have giveaways galore, and that's one way we're going to tell you that we appreciate you. So stay tuned. But stay tuned I guess I'm going to throw it over to your co-host a lot of times, our guest. Well, and also I guess a guy that's kind of migrated right over here to Rocky Mountain Sports Network as well. Mr. Scoops, how you doing, sir? Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, y'all. Great to be back for another day with y'all. Asking how am I doing? I mean, how can you be in a bad mood after the day 1 that Philadelphia had? You know what I mean? I'm not going to belabor it because I only have a couple seconds here. But man, you start the day with an A.J. Brown extension. You end the day getting a top prospect at 22 at a position of need, and then you come back on today with all of you guys. I mean, you can't be having a bad draft when all that's in play.
Well, I agree 100%, man. A fantastic draft for your Philadelphia Eagles. You know, you can't be upset about that. A.J. Brown being extended, can't be upset about that. And the fantastic night we had with all our friends, all our family members. Man, what a great evening. And I'm ready to do it all again. I'm ready to do it with Mr. Albert, Mile High Dutchie. Albert, how are you doing, sir? How you feeling about yesterday and how you feeling about tonight?
I'm doing excellent. Maybe in a Ric Flair. Woo! But the thing is, yesterday I was a little bit, discombobulated because of the Bo Nix pick. But after realizing today, guess what? Bo Nix has a really bright future in Denver. He already worked with Forsythe as a center. He worked with Stedham. There is already so many connections in place, and now we have a secondary Bo Nix in as a backup in Zach Wilson. So how bad can it be? Not for the Broncos. I think the future is looking very bright, very, very orangey.
Yeah, exactly. A bright orange. I love it, Dutchie. A couple more comments before we I have a few questions I guess for you guys as well. So Mr. Kurt Valente coming in here. Boys, Bo Nix era, baby. Let's go. Well, let's go to you, Mr. Kurt Valente. You know, that guy over on the K&K Sports Show, it seems like everybody loves. Not just Kenny. It's Kurt as well, guys. Got Let's Go Broncos. Fantastic show over there. Check those guys out. I'm sure he's going to be sneaking into the show here in just a little bit. I want for all our friends, family, all the people that are starting to come in and starting to light up. I see the viewership starting to come up in our chat. This is what I want right before we even go on air. Let's get a giveaway in right now, guys. So in the chat, go ahead, type in giveaway right now. We're going to do this before we go live. We only have another 15 minutes or so, it looks like, before we start getting on the clock and we start talking about a little bit more of the picks. But I want giveaway in there. Kenny, you got a giveaway that you're throwing up there right now? What do you got on your side?
Yeah, this is the Rocky Mountain Sports Network and Denver Bronco Roundup. So I'm in a given mood for the Bronco fans tonight because a lot of Bronco fans are happy about Bo Nix. So type in giveaway. I'm not going to give you one Marvin Mims. We're going to get 2 Marvin Mims in a nice football card frames. And like I said, you're not going to get 1 Marvin Mims. You're going to get 2. So bright future for this young man with Bo Nix for the next few years. Nice little collection of Marvin Mims for somebody's collection.
Nicely done. Double Marvin Mims. How can you not like a double Marvin Mims? Well, I'll try to do as best as I can. You know what else? We're going to throw it all together where it's going to be one big package before we go in. I'll go ahead and I'll throw in a Greg Dulcich rookie card as well as that Nick Bonito rookie card. We're going to do it big time, boys. We're going to go ahead and we'll get this giveaway started up right. Type in giveaway right now. Get entered to win. Appreciate everyone. That includes Jeremy. What's up, fellas? Go Broncos. Bo Nix is a good things. Giveaway from Phil. Good afternoon, Phil. Good to see you. Giveaway from Miss Jen Valente coming in here, getting all registered. Everyone knows what a great giveaway this is.
Keith, I got to correct you. We know her as Jenny Hoops, so we got to give her proper nickname, Jenny Hoops.
Jenny Hoops it is. Jenny Hoops
it is. Good to see you.
Good to see everybody that's coming in the chat. Hey, we got a guy coming in from all the way on the other side of the globe. This is Mr. Aussie Wombat from Perth, Australia. Man, happy to have Nix. What is the hopes for today for each of the panelists? That's a great question because we got a few different 3 different teams represented right here. So I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to start off, and Albert's going to be your Broncos representation first and foremost. Albert, what are you looking for the Broncos tonight? What do we need to get done tonight?
So one thing that we need to get is we need to go to a really good tight end. We need to get a defensive lineman. We could use another wide receiver, a corner, a linebacker. So we have plenty of holes to fill. But what I would like to see is if we would be able, and this is hoping that we would get Tavondre Sweat as our lineman. I hope it is going to be a stretch in the 3rd round. He's probably going to be, but I would like to see him go to the Broncos as a D-line because we need to stop the run, and he can do it.
Yeah, and good point. Yeah, we know Albert was listing off all our holes, but Michael's reminding us we only have 1 pick this evening. That's the 76th pick in the draft. You know, Tavondre Sweat, maybe a little bit of issues that he had. Maybe he ends up slipping a little bit. Wouldn't rule it past maybe even trying to move up. That's a Sean Payton type of thing. Mr. Scoops had a fantastic night with his Philadelphia Eagles, and he's sitting pretty come this evening as well. You got a lot of picks lined up, sir. What are you hoping for from your Philadelphia Eagles?
Very true. Picking at 50 and 53. Intel that I got today was that they're looking to move up from 50 and down from 53. So we'll see if that happens. Looking forward to, I said back on my show a couple of weeks ago, said we need this offseason, needed to address corner, linebacker, and safety. Got that corner in round 1 with Quinyon Mitchell. There's a couple of really highly regarded safeties and linebackers who people thought could have gone at the end of round 1. I'd like to see them come away with at least one of those guys today. And if they can do that and then fill in either another position of need or an offensive lineman with the other pick, then I'm going to be a happy man at the end of tonight.
Hey, yeah, I would be too, man. I'm just so happy for you and what you were able to accomplish in the first round, man. And talk about a team that, seems like they're on the cusp, but they just need a couple more pieces. And talk about getting a piece that can go onto the field and get it taken care of. I think right now you're talking about, can you continue to stack an A grade throughout this entire draft? Because you started off on the right foot, sir.
If I can actually, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
If I can actually share a fact that I heard from somebody connected to the Eagles yesterday. So it was interesting because I said yesterday that I really liked the Quinyon Mitchell pick. But actually, I didn't realize a couple of his coaches from when he was at Toledo worked at their previous spot with current Eagles coach Nick Sirianni. They had a working relationship from a prior college that they had all worked at. So they were getting intel on Quinyon Mitchell from as early as 2 years ago. So I question whether or not there was a better spot for him to fall in terms of someone who really knows him and someone who really has as much knowledge background on him as you can. When I learned of that connection, I was only even more fired up for this pick.
Love it, buddy. Love it. Always would like to have the inside scoop from Mr. Scoops. I appreciate it very much. Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick, you can't be disappointed either, man. Talk about right guys falling in a need, and maybe, at least in my opinion, the best overall wide receiver, but that's to be debated. How did you feel about the New York Giants in round one? And what do you want in round two?
Round one is static.
2 and 3, I guess. Round 2 and 3. I forget it. This is 2 rounds.
2 rounds tonight. Yep. LSU wide receiver university, right? Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, OBJ a few years ago. Just to name a couple. Brian Thomas came out this year too. Always produced nice wide receivers over there. Like this kid's attitude. He looks like he could be a Deebo Samuel type receiver in this league. And hey, if you can get a Deebo Samuel, I'll take that against Scoops' Eagles defense with Coach Breslin's up-and-coming Commanders team, and, of course, Dallas twice a year. So we need a receiver. We're way behind these other teams, and this is a great start for the 2024 draft. As of today, Keith, I'll give you an ABC really quick. A, I want corner. I want secondary. That's my A pick. Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board. Cooper DeJean still on the board. You do like Carson's Lions did yesterday. These guys drop a few spots. You're making some calls. B, Dutchie, I'm coming after you. I want Tavondre Sweat too. And you know what? I said it a few weeks ago. If the Broncos or Giants draft him, I'll share Tavondre Sweat's sack dance tonight on the air. I got one for both of us. I may just have to do that later on anyway, just to show you his sack dance that I have. I have one for the Broncos and I have one for the Giants. And then last but not least, hey, if they want a quarterback, there's one out there, Keith, that I want, and he's your guy, Spencer Rattler.
Wow. That's a surprising one. I wouldn't have expected a Spencer Rattler there. I'm like kind of like I didn't expect Scoops to jump off the screen there. So we'll throw him in the background there for a second.
I scared him away with the sack dance, Keith. I scared him away with my sack dance.
I guess. Hey guys, we got we better do a T-5 on the giveaway, the pre-show giveaway, guys. So again, Nick Benito, Greg Dulcich, both rookie cards. You got that parallel Nick Benito. It looks fancy. How about you, Kenny? What do you got there?
I got a double dose of Marvin Mims, who could become your star wide receiver for the next years with Bo Nix. And we're going to give not one, but we're going to give you 2 Marvin Mims.
Nix to Mims. That has a nice little ring to it, buddy. I like that, man. I hadn't put those together, man. And Scoops is back as well, man. I appreciate everyone that's jumping in here. Hey, a lot of these people that have come in and were with us last night, you're coming in again tonight. Thank you so much. Again, we're building up. We got some the viewership keeps building, so I know I missed a lot of thank yous early on in the show. I know Kenny missed a lot of his thank yous, maybe to you. You guys are amazing. We appreciate you so much. We're getting that giveaway again. Nick Benito, Greg Dulcich, rookie cards. We got a pair of Marvin Mims coming in from the East Coast. We're going to be sending it out to somebody here, and you guys are tearing it up with all your giveaway entering. Pearl's coming in, fantastic supporter of the show. Coming in and saying she wants an edge. I'll give my quick one as well, and then I'm going to get to Michael's question as well. But edge, yes, absolutely. I think edge is something place that we can absolutely go. I look at where we're at and the draft picks or capital, what have you, that we have, where we're picking at 76. We should be looking at the value being in a linebacker, looking at a value being in a tight end. I think that's two opportunities that we'll have that we can still get good quality athletes that can come on the field. These cornerbacks are going to be gone. The offensive linemen are going to be gone. A lot of the top wide receivers are going to be gone. There might be a few that slip through at this point. You'll just have to see how your board stacks. But as far as overall value, I'm looking tight end, I'm looking linebacker, and those are two places that I think the Broncos have needs and that we might be able to see that all at the same time. So Michael Ronquillo's like, where's Trevor? Yeah, I feel the same way when Trevor's not here, Michael. I agree. Well, he's going to be in here. He's going to be hopefully just a few minutes after the 5 o'clock hour, hopefully before that first pick actually goes off the board. But we'll see. He's going to be in here as soon as he possibly can. You know how the life is, how world is, guys. We're running behind, man. We're running behind. So it's a dash, guys, and we appreciate you knowing that Trevor is a big part of our show, and he'll be here shortly. So,
Keith, if you don't mind, I'd like to
answer
one of our followers, Eddie Murphy. When I mentioned Rattler, he wants to know if he'd be there in the 3rd round, Keith. I'd love for you to answer that because you are a Spencer Rattler fan.
You know, this is the thing, is Spencer Rattler is, in my opinion, the best quarterback left in this draft. I think there's a very good possibility that he's not sitting there in the 3rd round. I think there is a good possibility that someone tries to jump up into the late 2nd and grab a Spencer Rattler. So right now, I think Spencer Rattler is like kind of like in that tier all by himself because he's that question mark. He's that guy that was once projected to be maybe one of the top 2 guys taken in the NFL draft. Now all of a sudden we're talking about him being in the 3rd round. There's reasons for that, but there's also reasons for him to possibly be taken in that 2nd round. So is it possible he'll last all the way into the 3rd round? And where are you guys picking in the 3rd round?
3rd would be early in the 3rd round.
Early in the 3rd. Yeah, you're the 6th pick in the. Ooh, that's going to be dangerously close. It's going to be dangerously close, man. We'll see. I think there is a possibility, but I'm not going to guarantee it, guys. I'm not going to guarantee it.
Keith, I want to go off script real quick because Eddie's a great follower of ours. I'm going to do this just for Eddie. Eddie, type in giveaway. If you win, I'll give you a double dose of Kayvon Thibodeau.
Oh, there you go.
Win. I see Eddie in the chat there. I'd love to give you something, Ed. So a double dose of Kayvon Thibodeau for a Giant fan. And then the Bronco fans, we got Marvin Mims. And Nick Mobito and Nick Dulcich. So,
don't you destroy his name like that again, Nick Mobito? Nick Mobito, no, Nick Bonito. Bonito. That was great.
I thought I heard that correctly.
I'm gonna have to run that back and get that on a loop, or I'm gonna send it to you later, Kenny. That was fantastic. We'll throw a Greg Dulcich in, guys. We're talking about that tight end. Maybe he can be that guy that steps up if we don't get him in the 3rd round. But
unfortunately. Hey, Aussie, if you want to read Aussie's comment, Aussie, let's tell them about the big giveaway, Keith, so Aussie can be part of the big giveaway.
Very good. So the big giveaway, this is what we're going to be doing, guys. Aussie
has to leave in 5 minutes, so I think it's rightfully so that we get him involved in the giveaway.
Yeah, Aussie, you're getting involved in this one. The big giveaway, we're going to put your name in already, so make sure that happens, Albert. Albert's doing it in all Italian for us. We'll get this all wrapped up, and then we'll get all into the draft here in just a second, guys, and go live there as well. So this is it, guys. We have 2 big giveaways. Albert Mile High Dutchie has donated a Terrell Davis autographed football, guys, and what a great prize to get if you're a Broncos fan. Kenny, he's thrown in what, Kenny?
New York Giants game-used Super Bowl turf from Super Bowl 36.
Nicely done.
I'll put a little Eli Manning framed card with that because of Eli Manning's performance in that Super Bowl. So just a little added bonus, but the main prize there is the Super Bowl turf. Put that in your collection, a nice collecting piece for a Giants fan or anybody, any fan.
Absolutely. Anybody can enter this. Anybody can enter on both sides, but this is how it works. Type in Giants if you really want that Giants prize. Type in Broncos if you really want that Broncos prize. If you want them both, type in Broncos, then type in Giants. See how that works? That's all perfect. When the Giants make their pick, when the Giants get their fantastic 2nd round pick, they're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do that giveaway. We're going to give away that piece. Type in Giants if you want to get in on that one. Broncos, when the Broncos pick, maybe in the third, maybe they trade up. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to give away that Broncos giveaway. Everybody who entered yesterday was entered today, but get in there again. We'll make sure your name is in there. Broncos for the Terrell Davis autographed, signed ball heading to your house. Giants, if you want that Super Bowl turf and an Eli Manning framed card, guys, get in. And man, now you did it, Albert. You said you wanted to do these giveaways. Hope you're keeping up there, buddy. Whoo!
Mr. Murphy's funny.
He's a great character of ours. Eddie, I can assure you it's Giants turf. I'm not a Ravens fan. I may be an Oriole, maybe root for those Orioles a little bit, but Giants is my heart. It's truly the Giants collector piece. Go ahead and put Giants in there. Mark's got it in there. Good job, guys. Hope to give this away to one of you guys that really follow us and close friends of ours.
Hey, yeah, absolutely. I want to get you have a couple of shout outs. I just want to do this before we jump over and we get started in our draft show, guys. Again, thank you everybody that's tuning in and been a part of draft day one. Thanks to all my co-hosts that have been on here and hosts and the guys who have taken over and ran this show like nobody's business. But before we go live, I just want to give a couple of shout outs. Patrick Wiltsey is a phenom for us over at Rocky Mountain Sports Network. I know for you guys over at K&K Sports Show as well. I told him a little while ago I was going to give him a special shout out because he's such an amazing guy, and he certainly is. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Patrick. We gave that special shout out to Michael Ronquillo earlier, dropping stars over at K&K. We appreciate that so much. That brings me right over to Phil McLaughlin. We're having a hard time always trying to watch all of these stars come in, guys. So if you're dropping stars, we appreciate you. But Phil's been dropping them left and right. Pearl over at Morgan Trinkets, your headquarters for Southwest Jewelry, Pottery, and Estate Gold at wholesale prices, guys. I'm telling you what, head on over to Morgan Trinkets today. They have beautiful stuff, all gold, 10, 14, 18 karat real gold, all silver, sterling silver, anywhere from $10 to $2,000. Morgan Trinkets over on Facebook. Pearl, we appreciate you so much. I want to leave out people because I know that we're getting right near it. Roy's been a fantastic supporter. Thank you so much, Roy, for being in here. And guys, giveaway. It looks like Albert needs to make his pick. Everyone's got them all in. Hopefully it's all in. It's all said and done. Albert, what do you got for the big giveaway? Not the big giveaway, the pre-show giveaway, sir.
You saw that I couldn't see anything, right?
Oh, don't do it again. Michelle Knoppers.
Go ahead and draw another name. We'll give Michelle. I'm going to give Michelle the Mims, but I'm going to do something else for someone else because you can win numerous times. So pick another name. I got something else here, Keith. I'll put together real quick.
I'm going to add one more name in there.
Is it yours? Is it your name?
I got a good one for the fans. I got a Terrell Davis rock out that I'll frame for you guys.
Bear Dan Martinez is asking how he can get in the drawing.
I'll get into that. I'll get into it. Go ahead and pull your name, buddy.
Yep. Here's the next pro. I'm going to throw this one in extra.
Okay. It is for Aussie.
All right. Aussie gets the
Aussie
Terrell Davis. I'm going to have to go and make sure I save my send this out on payday, sending it out to Australia. Let's go. But I'm happy. Oh, I'm kidding, Aussie. But this is going to be framed for you. I'm going to get some frames. Got a little Terrell Davis rock out card there for you, my friend.
Got a little Patrick Surtain card I'll send your way as well, Aussie. All right, buddy? Awesome. Appreciate everyone getting in the giveaway earlier. We're going to have to get over to, the beginning of day two. For those of you who are wanting to know how to get into the big drawing, if you want to get in for the Terrell Davis Broncos signed football, you just type in Broncos. If you want to get in for the Giants piece of turf as well, Super Bowl turf, as well as the Eli Manning card. I'm sorry. Trying to get that all in there. Go ahead and type in Giants. Eli Manning, Super Bowl turf, type in Giants, Broncos. You get Terrell Davis, signed football. Go ahead and get it in there, guys. You're
welcome, Michelle. Michelle's just saying thank you.
Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
absolutely. Michelle, win 5 more times. I got plenty of giveaways. I want to give everybody something today. So I don't care if people win 5 times. A lot of people are going to win stuff tonight.
Yeah. Lots of giveaways planned, guys. We appreciate everyone that's jumping in, being a part of this. This is going to be an amazing show. We're going to go ahead. We're going to be out of here for just a few minutes. You'll see the background for a little bit. We'll have a little bit of kickoff live, and then we'll be right back, guys. See you guys in just a moment. Well, good evening, everybody, man. The panel got even bigger in just a few minutes, man. Welcome to the Pick Is In draft show. Yeah, clap it up. Absolutely. Scoops is trying to clap it up. Let's clap it on up. I mean, cool. It's a K&K Rocky Mountain Sports Network mashup, and that's how they do it over on the K&K Sports Show. So we got to take on some of these personalities and these properties as we mesh with each other, man. Tell you what, guys, if you're just joining in, we had a great little pre-draft show. We're coming in now live for the draft. Can't wait to get it started. We got Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick from the K&K Sports Show. We have Mr. Ryan Scoops Woodhams from the K&K and Rocky Mountain Sports Network. We have Mr. Albert Mile High Dutchy. If you caught our pre-draft show, you seen all of us. You probably heard from all of us, but you didn't get to say hello, and hello to everybody. Mr. Trevor Rocket Man Salzman. How we doing, sir?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for holding down the fort. I was a little bit later today, so thanks for holding down the fort, and can't wait to get started. Day 2, man. Day 2. This is where you build teams.
Absolutely, man. Another way that you can absolutely get started. Yeah, I mean, it's one way you can absolutely get started. It's one way you can start a show. It's Michael Ronquillo dropping 5,000 stars. Man, I tell you what, there They are chiseling his face out of granite right now as he is on the Mount Rushmore. He is the royalty. We're making statues in the Bay of Michael Ronquillo. Thank you so much, Michael. We're going to have a hard time trying to keep up with all the stars, but we want you to know we're going to go back through. We'll go through and we'll read every comment. We'll answer every question that is dropping stars, and know that we absolutely love and appreciate every single one of you that are going out of your way to do something, anything like that. And even jumping on here, being part of our show and being part of this fantastic community that we have built. So again, I can't thank you guys enough for what we do and the community that we're building. And Michael's just one representation of that. I guess that's the best way to put it, guys. So, man, I'm telling you what, where are we at? I know that Kenny is my on the clock guy, so he's going to tell us where we're at throughout the process. Do we have even a timer up as of yet?
No, it's just a nice intro that they're doing. I don't have the volume on.
Appreciate
Keith,
it.
I do want to, while we're thanking Michael, and he has been a great supporter of ours at K and K as well. I want to do something nice for Michael. I'm going to put together a 3-4 for him. I'm going to put together in a nice 3-frame football case for you, Michael. Pat Surtain, Javonte Williams, and in the middle we'll put Cortland Sutton in his orange uniform. So 1 in an orange, 2 in the white for you, for all the support you've given us along with Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Can't thank you enough. We told you we do this for all of you. So I hope to give away all of our fans out there. I hope you all get something tonight. So I'm in a giving mood, and Michael, you are truly appreciated, my friend. So thank you, Michael. So that's that I'm going to send your way. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Kenny is in a given mood. I saw him a little bit earlier. He was wading through all his cards. He was about armpit deep. No, I'm just kidding. He is giving away a lot of fantastic prizes. Thank you, Kenny, and thank you, Michael, for being a part of it. I'm going to ask. I'm going to go around the horn. We all had some different position groups, but we all followed the draft. And I want to get a few thoughts and ideas. I'll go ahead and I'll start with Trevor. I'll go back around counterclockwise as I see it on my screen here. Trevor, what was the most surprising position group for you in round 1?
I would say I think some of the wide receivers dropping in the second round. I think Adonai Mitchell for me is a first round pick. I had him in my mock draft as a first round pick. Trey Franklin's another guy that's interesting to me. Ladd McConkey too. I mean, and you can make a case that there's 3 first round receivers right now sitting there at the top of the second round. So very interesting. Also cornerback. I mean, some of these guys as well that are dropping. I mean, I'll let some of these other guys, some of our guys kind of go over that, but I'm not going to take 2 positions. But cornerback is also really falling too. So just a lot of players falling that I did not expect to be here in round 2. So very interesting.
I'm going to throw a different one over to Albert Mile High Dutchy, and I might throw the different ones back and forth around to everybody. But Albert, Xavier Worthy, wide receiver, going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Joe Alt going to the Chargers. And your good buddy Brock Bowers going to the Raiders. What's the one that's going to be the most scary in 2024? You can project these guys out to be something much bigger a few years down the road, but what's the one that's going to hit the ground running and be scary this next year for you? I don't think we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. For me, it would be Brock Bowers. The Broncos have had a problem with tight ends for a long, long time. And if they don't do something about the linebackers position, it's going to be a struggle all the time again. Yeah, the Chiefs might have a really speedy guy, but we have a PS2. And you can double team a guy like that. We had Tyreek Hill in the past, so that's not going to be too big of a problem. And if they shore up the defensive linemen, I think Joe Alt will be taken care of as well. But yeah, that Brock Bowers, I think that is the scary one.
Gotta feel that that's maybe the case when people are talking about him being a generational talent at his position. So I guess that's easy serve up, but got to tell you, a guy like a Xavier Worthy running wild like a Tyreek Hill used to, or even just shoring up that left tackle position, that can be big, running game, pass defending, trying to get to that quarterback, trying to get to that running back. But I agree, man. I'd have to probably go Brock Bowers myself. I'll head up to Scoops. Scoops, I'm going to have the same question for both you and Kenny. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you an A for round 1 last night in your Philadelphia Eagles. We talked about that, man. How do you continue to get an A with what you've had, 3 picks so right now, I think, over the next 3 or over the next 2 rounds? Is that right?
No, as of right now, we don't have a pick in 3. We've got 2 picks in 2. We've got 50 and 53.
Okay,
we don't own. Pardon?
Sorry, go right ahead, sir.
No, I didn't want to be cutting you off. But yeah, we don't currently own our 3rd rounder. Our next pick is after that is Los Angeles 4th rounder at 120 overall. But yeah, and that's why I think this is where you start to see Howie Roseman be Howie Roseman. I think you start to see if one of these guys, particularly at linebacker or safety, starts to fall, who is considered a top guy who could have gone in round 1. I think you see maybe we sneak up from 50, and then to compensate for that, I think you see us jump down from 53 to recoup some of that draft capital. And I know coming into today, I had intel that they were trying to move up. So I'd say look for Philly to be a team potentially active here with both of their selections.
Very good, man. It'll be interesting to see, man, moving up, moving down. It makes sense when you're having that close together, try to get value in both directions. You never know what can possibly happen and what the players you can get there. So, Kenny, I'm going to jump over to you. I'm going to have the exact same question.
Perfect timing because the pick is in, but I think I have time to answer. So I don't see it coming up yet. So that's good. Got time to answer. Hey, Scoops knows Kool-Aid. Neighbors versus Mitchell is going to be fun for the next 10 years, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
But I will tell you this. We need a second corner opposite of our last year's rookie, Deontay Banks. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean is still on this list, who I had going in the 1st round. The Giants can somehow sneak in there, and my good friend Mark Calderio, and also a Giant fan, wants Cooper DeJean also. What a steal it would be to get him in the 2nd round. D tackle would be my backup, Keith, maybe 3rd round. But the selection's coming in, Keith, so I'm going to put it in the private chat for you so you can make the announcement, my friend.
All right.
They're talking, the players there, forget who it was, but they put it up so fast I didn't see. And hopefully it doesn't take 5 minutes like some players like to do.
Yeah, I know, right? They get these guys coming up and making the big
is in, Keith. There you go.
All right, so there you guys go, man. For those of you who didn't know, Buffaloes are on the clock. They had the 1st pick in the draft in the 2nd round, and they try to get that replacement for maybe a lost weapon that they saw walk out the door, Mr. Keon Coleman, wide receiver. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to head over to Trevor first. He was our wide receiver expert. Trevor, what do you think about Keon Coleman? What does he bring to the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, Keon Coleman's a guy that brings speed and he brings length to them, height as well. Again, not a little surprised that he went this high. I think there's more other talents on the board that are a little bit higher than I had Coleman going here. Again, Donovan Mitchell continues to go down the board, and this is a 1st-round guy. But I mean, like with Coleman, it just I think he's got great hands, but his route tree is not the greatest, in my opinion. I just don't think that he's got the upside as a Mitchell and a Franklin would have, even McConkey. It's a solid pick. It's just you trade all this far down, and you gave Worthy to the Chiefs to take Coleman. I mean, it's just like I don't know that I can confidently say that's a great pickup for the Bills. But I mean, they get their wide receiver, the deep threat wide receiver for Josh Allen. So I'm not surprised they took receiver here. Just a little surprised who they took here, per se.
Very good. Scoops has a little bit of news. I'll go to him next. It looks like the pick has already been traded for the 2nd pick in the 2nd round. New England has traded out of that pick, and it's going to be going to the Chargers. The Chargers will be on the clock. I think I'm going to go to Dutchie on that in just a second, but I want to get Scoop's reaction. I know that he knows his wide receivers quite a bit as well. What do you think of the Keon Coleman going to the Buffalo Bills? How does that matchup work for a Josh Allen up there in Upper New York? Western New York, right? Western New York.
Western
Don't let
New
me get
York.
that wrong. Don't let me get that wrong. The mafia will be after me.
Trust me, I know that. I live about 45 minutes from there. So, but no, I think that, I agree with a lot of what Trevor said. I think that was, I'm not surprised by the selection there being a wide receiver, especially since they moved back twice. I'm a little surprised at who it was. I kind of would have thought that it might have been a Donnie Mitchell there. I thought that I'm surprised he's a little bit that he's still on the board. So I kind of thought that might be the play there. But in terms of Keon Coleman, he's got great hands. He's got solid ability to get the yards after the catch. He can break through contact. He's physical as wide receiver. So I think that a place like Buffalo, where the cold weather and the steam that they play, I think a lot of those physical traits are obviously regarded very highly there. So I think if you're looking at some of those elements, I could see why he might have been someone that they were targeting more based on those attributes that he possesses.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's it, man. Is it? We do have a confirmed pick. I'm sorry, Kenny. Are we
just showing the war room?
They
haven't showed the player yet. I'm gonna try and let you know the player too that's making the pick. I'll try and do that as much as
very good. I'll get quickly over to Dutchie then. Dutchie, we saw the Chargers who have traded up. Joe Alt was the selection for them yesterday. They solidified that offensive line. We just got done talking about it. I think they need weapons here. Are you in agreement there? And do you have an idea of which way they want to go there?
I think they need another wide receiver. That's what they need. They need to give Herbert some weapons. And so, give him a wide receiver. It's good.
Go ahead.
AFC West is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, we've said that for years, but now we've added Harbaugh in. Now we're starting to see, some pieces come together for them. Now we see, the Raiders get their tight end, and they're starting to put together a nice little core nucleus as well. That being said, that I had the Chargers not going Joe Alt the very first. I had the Chargers going, Malik Neighbors, a guy that went very close to the Chargers at number 5, going number 6 to Kenny's New York Giants. So from the very get, I thought, this was a need for the Chargers. There's a way that we can possibly go. They could possibly go. So, do we have any confirmation yet on the pick?
I sent something in the private chat, guys. If you want to look at that for me, please.
I've gotten it from multiple places, but nothing from Goodell yet.
Okay, very good. Looks like it's a slow walk from Goodell. We're trying to keep track, and we're all trying to keep on the exact same pace as everyone else. So we're not trying to jump Twitter or anything like that, and trying to hopefully not get any bots that lead us the wrong direction.
But it's gonna have to be receiver. You think if you're the Chargers, you got to trade up wide receiver. You didn't take one in the first round, so they have to go in receiver here and being aggressive to get their guy. So I fully expect this to be wide receiver here for the Chargers.
We're going to try to get that confirmed as quickly as possible, but I'll do a quick hitter to my Bronco friends down here. Ernie Mays came in a little bit earlier and said Broncos get an A2 on his draft card for round 1. Trevor, where do you sit on a draft 1 grade so far?
For the Broncos? Ooh,
yes, sir.
I say B, solid B right now. I've seen people that have given them a C- and a C. I think it's a little harsh, but Bo Nix, it just doesn't sound like they had a lot of room to kind of trade down. I think if they really wanted, Bo Nix, they had to take him at 12. I think the Raiders would have possibly taken him at 13. I think the Rams were certainly looking at Bo Nix. Also the Seattle was another team that was in on Penix, so I'm sure they were looking at Bo Nix as well. I just don't think that the Broncos had a lot of flexibility to be able to move back comfortably and still get Bo Nix. So at 12 for the pick where they're at, I give it a solid B, and because let's just see what Bo Nix can do in Denver.
Very good. Before I get over to Dutchie, we need to get this pick in really quick, so I'm going to go ahead and announce it. Ladd McConkey is the pick for the Chargers. Wide receiver. I want to go quickly back to Trevor just because, again, this is his position group. And then I'm going to get back over to Albert and around the horn as we get more and more teams on the clock. It looks like next will be Arizona. But Ladd McConkey, what do you think, Trevor?
Yeah, again, not a guy that I'm super high on, but I understand the pick here. I understand they wanted to go wide receiver. You needed someone in that wide receiver room after getting rid of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. So, I understand the pick. The guy, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of McConkey. I'm not surprised he jumped out of the first round. His hands for me aren't the greatest. To me, I think he's got a nice upside as far as the route tree, but not great hands for me. So it's just like, I think the inconsistency catching the football is going to be a problem with him. I could see going forward. Also, not the longest wide receiver in the world. So he's really a guy's got to have to rely on his speed. He doesn't have a lot of length to him. More of a speedy guy. Catching is a problem. Blocking is going to be a problem. So his guy's going to have to rely on also his route tree getting open. So understand the pick, but not sure this would be the wide receiver that I would be taking this high and trading up for this high.
Wow. Kind of down on Mr. Ladd McConkey. A lot of people were really high on him, I think, especially coming in off of some Senior Bowl, if I remember, performances as well. But Ladd McConkey ends up going to the Chargers. Really quickly, the Falcons have traded into the 35 spot. I realized I didn't have my ticker going on at the bottom. I don't know how I'd even keep up with all the trades and maneuvers and updates as it is. So I think I'm going to throw that out the window, guys. I'll see if I can get that updated as I trade off here in just a pick or so. But I wanted to get quickly over to Albert on his grade and what he thought the Broncos graded out in round one.
Initially, I thought it would be a C plus. Because I rather would have had Brock Bowers. But after hearing and listening today to the press conference and that stuff, there were already so many connections with the Broncos for Bo Nix, the center for Alex Forsythe. He worked with Stidham before and that stuff. And yeah, I think it is a B plus for me.
B plus, nice. I'm glad that it's amazing. A little bit of sleep. You sleep on the little sleep that we all got as we've been preparing for this draft, I feel, but get a little bit of sleep and you think about the pick and you rest on it. You get a little bit of research done and, things don't look as bad as maybe it seemed. Even our good friend Jody Moncrief, one of the four horsemen over on the Denver Bronco Roundup, he came in and he said, you know what, I'm getting behind Bo Nix, and I'm going to support Sean Payton, which is something I didn't know if I'd necessarily see. We saw Kurt Valente do the same thing. I know he was a big J.J. McCarthy fan as well. So Scoops is coming in with a little bit of behind the scenes, I believe, information. Not quite announced yet, but it looks like, again, the Falcons will be walking up here soon with their pick. If you didn't look in the private chat, Kenny, have you looked in the private chat as of yet?
I'm looking now.
Oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look. Look away. Look away.
Look away.
All right. Atlanta's trading up. I wanted to get your thoughts on maybe who you think they would be trading up for. We've seen just a plethora of talent at the skill position so far. So what are your thoughts as we head on to Atlanta, who's traded up with Arizona?
Good question. If I had to pick one of two defensive positions, I'm going to go defensive tackle Jerzon Newton going here.
Yeah.
The pick is in, but nobody has mentioned anything. The Falcons Cardinal trade from earlier was a second and a sixth going to Arizona. Arizona sent the Falcons a second, 43, and third round pick to Atlanta.
There you go. People, it's been a wild draft. I thought it was pretty wild in the first round, man. It's continued to be wild as we just kick off the second round. Of course, all these GMs, all these coaches, guess what they had? That 3 hours of sleep that me and you all had as well, and they wake up and they think, man, let's I've had some time to sleep on this. This is the guy I really want. And it seems like they come out sometimes in day two and they're wheeling and dealing all over the place. I threw that up. I threw a comment up on the screen. Pearl said she was really impressed with Bo Nix's press conference. I was as well. Held himself really well. he's a pro. He's been, of course, he's been coached up a lot as of lately as well in that regard too. So,
and Keith, you're going to enjoy the. I just saw that I was wrong. I'm in the chat now, but I saw Scoops made the announcement there. But here's the player. You can announce who the player is announcing the pick.
Oh, very good. Andre Rison up on the stage, huh? Andre Rison has taken the stage to announce the Atlanta Falcons pick. Man, you gotta love yourself some Andre Rison from at least I did. I had Bad Moon Rison back in the day. Phil McLaughlin's coming in. He's in a wait and see mood on the Bo Nix season so far. So Phil, I can understand. It'll take some. I'm hoping I'll be able to get down there once again for training camp and get to see it firsthand. Get to see it for myself. See if I can see the Bo Nix magic. So, guys. Gals out there listening, watching, we appreciate you so much. I just got to give that reminder once again. When the Giants pick, we're going to be giving away a piece of Super Bowl turf as well as an Eli Manning card. And all you have to do to enter is type in Giants now. Type in Giants, and when the Giants pick, we're going to be giving that away. For Broncos, Terrell Davis, autographed football. That's going to go to a Broncos fan or a Giants fan, but all you have to do is type in Broncos. Type in Broncos to get entered to win the Broncos one. You can enter both, and when the Broncos pick, we'll be giving that away as well. I'm checking my private chat over here because he did announce the pick. Is the pick that we thought?
No.
Wow. We got fooled somehow in the private chat. The actual pick confirmed, right, Mr. Scoops? Or are we ahead?
No, 36 pick that I put in is not official announced. 35 is.
35 is Ruka Rohoro is going to where are we at now? The Atlanta Falcons. I'm sorry, trying to keep track of all these picks. So Ruka Rohoro to the Atlanta Falcons. That is a defensive lineman, and I'm going to head on over to Albert Mile High Dutchy first and get his thoughts on Ruka Rohoro.
I'm a little surprised that he ended up so high in the second round. He was scheduled more later second round, early third round. In 2023, he recorded 25 tackles, 5 sacks, and a pass defended. He was a pretty solid defender for Clemson. He has great speed, and he worked very well. He worked out very well in the combine. So he is a solid rotational defender for the Tigers as well.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm a little bit surprised at the pick. I like the athlete, but I'm surprised at the round. Trevor, I know that you put a lot of work in on the D line as well. What are your thoughts over there? What do you think of Ruka Rohoro?
Yeah, I like the player, Keith. I just, I'm a little surprised, like Dutchy. I'm a little surprised he went this high. Atlanta must have really been in love with him to trade up for him this high and take him this high. I thought he was more of a late second round pick, in my opinion. But I mean, I like the player. I think he's very solid in the passing game and the running game. Can play nose tackle, 6'4", 294 pounds. Ran a really good 40. Again, he's very athletic. This is a guy that I really actually wanted the Broncos to possibly go after. If that was defensive line was going to be one of their biggest needs. But talk about a team in Atlanta though they need to help that defense out. I mean, we talked about. I mean, last night. I mean, what a pick! Michael Penix Jr. pick 8. So it's just. That was such a surprising pick. So this is a team that needed to make up for that a little bit in round 2 and go defense. And Ruka Rojo ends up being the guy that they take here. And that defensive line needs help. That's something that they've been targeting for a while now. So I'm glad they see that they addressed that here in the second round after the biggest shocker of the draft last night, taking quarterback Michael Penix.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed this. They absolutely needed. They need a guy. That defense is by far the weak spot for the Atlanta Falcons. They need to get stronger. They lost guys like Calais Campbell, and Ruka Rohoro might be that guy that can come in and get it taken care of. As Washington is about ready to come in with their pick, I wanted to go ahead and I'll head over to Scoops first. Washington is in this division. Where do you think Washington is going to be going with this pick, sir?
I think the fact that there's a couple of D linemen there that some people, including myself, are surprised are still there. I think that would make a lot of sense for them. I know that they just went out and they obviously brought in Jaden Daniels in the first round, which as a rival, I was not excited to see that. I think that was a fantastic pick for them, and congrats again to Coach Brislin. But I think his guys are going to make a serious impact on defense here with this selection.
Very good. I'll head over to Kenny. Same question, man. Here are the Commanders, man. A team that you guys seems like the Giants tend to struggle with for some reason from time to time. Where is Washington going to go? Are they going to make it a struggle for you to continue?
I think it's got to be defense, and I think Coach Breslin, I know if he's going to listen later on or now, I think he's going to be very happy with this pick. My Commander fans are going to be happy with this pick as well. I think they need defense, whether it's defensive line or secondary. There's a lot of good ones on the board, and see what happens. Goodell is on the stage. I'll let you know who the player is in a second, and then
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
is. Yeah, and then we know who the pick is, so I'll just put it in there again for you, Keith. And anybody who's watching, you don't have to do this, but it'd make it more fun, guys, if we all watch on the same network. We're watching on NFL Network, so everybody gets the excitement at the same time. It could be more fun. You don't have to do it, ladies and gentlemen, but we're on NFL Network, so it may make it a little more fun if we're all on the same page at the same time.
I'm going to try and find.
By the way, Darryl Green making the pick.
Very good. And Kenny, I'll let you announce it because you gave me a last name only. I believe I know the first name, but I'll let you announce it.
Okay, he hasn't officially announced it yet.
Oh, it's not official.
So
I missed it.
am going to let you take care of it, my friend. I don't want to butcher the name.
You give me the full name. I appreciate it. It's like, you can. Yeah, that's what I thought. Very good. Let me know when he's officially let it slip through his lips. How's that, sir?
Sure. And I may be a couple seconds behind. I'm watching it on a stream, everybody. So
all right,
please, you do what you're doing. We appreciate all the comments. Just thought it might be more fun if we all watch on the same network, same channel.
Yeah. There you go. Well, I think if you're just a couple of seconds behind, maybe Phil's on that exact same stream because it looks like he's coming in with some picks, and it's the same one that you're coming on with. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll announce it. It's pretty dang close. Jarazon Newton. Here we are, guys. That's exactly what you were thinking, that defensive lineman. I feel like I'm going to exhaust Trevor here, man, because I keep going to the well, man. But Trevor, Jarazon Newton, what are you thinking there? And I'm going to get Albert's thoughts as well because he's my defensive line expert. So you two, take it away.
Yeah, with Jarazon Newton, this is a guy, in my opinion, again, I think he's got solid tools as far as getting after the quarterback and stopping the run. Biggest problem with him is tackling, in my opinion. Also, he's a little small, 6'2", 304. So I think I think they'll play my defensive tackle, but I'm not sure. Didn't test out great athletically either. His hands are a little small. They're not the greatest. So just, again, this is going to be a guy on some boards. I think some people had him higher than others. I didn't have him as high. I didn't have him as a late first-round pick. I didn't expect him to slide all the way down to the second round. This is certainly, I think, a solid player for the Commanders, and I'm not surprised Dan Quinn went defense here. This is a team that's got a lot of picks here in day two, so they really got to make a count for taking an offensive player in the first round and getting their franchise quarterback. Not surprised they went defensive line here, and there's absolutely a chance they continue to go defense, I think, going here into day two.
Yeah, it could continue to stack. I agree. It continue to stack. I'm going to get Albert. He did work on the defensive line as well. What are your thoughts on Jarazon Newton?
They had him, a lot of polls had him at first rounder, second rounder. It looks like he needs some more consistency. If he had more consistency, then he would definitely have been a first rounder. That he goes here. I think it is a pretty good pick.
I would agree, man. I'll be honest. I have my mock draft that we put up for round one off to the side, guys. I had Jarazon Newton going way, way higher. I had him going 18th overall to Cincinnati. I thought he was an amazing talent, and for them to pick him up here is fantastic. I do need to get a programming update, I guess, right now. I imagine the Chargers probably traded this pick. Who's on the clock right now?
Patriots.
Patriots have traded it. That's right. The New England Patriots that swapped picks here. So the Patriots are on the clock. New England. Let's head up to a New England type of guy. Let's head over to Scoops. Who do you think the Patriots need to target here? Well, hey, you used to live up in that area, didn't you?
I live in New York.
Well, that's a lot closer than Montana, I'll tell you that.
In Colorado.
Can you please repeat the question, though? I only heard New England.
No, it's all right. I just want to know who you think New England could possibly go with here.
Okay. I still think they need to add up that, build up that offensive side of the ball. I think that they definitely had a dearth of weapons over there. And now if you're going to bring in Drake May, you got to give him a puncher's chance. So I would say either go with a pass receiving option for him or a lineman to protect him in the pocket.
Very good. All new regime up there in New England. Kenny, do you have any thoughts on which way the New England Patriots should go here?
I'm not going to cheat. I already know. I'm giving you a pick as we speak. Michael Onwenu is making the announcement.
Very good.
And I'm going to send that to you in a second.
Very good.
Make sure it's accurate.
I appreciate that, man. As we get confirmation coming through, guys, just another quick reminder. We've seen it time and time again. As every time I mention this, we get more entries. We're giving away a Terrell Davis autographed football when the Broncos make the pick. There it is, right there. Terrell. We got Dutchie gripping it like he's Terrell Davis himself, running through the line, man, one-handed. Just no worries at all. That's a Terrell Davis signed football. To enter to win that, all you have to do is type Broncos in the chat. We'll give that away when the Broncos make their pick. Similarly, Giants, all you have to do is for that, type in Giants. We got that Super Bowl turf as well as an Eli Manning Super Bowl 36 turf, official 36 turf. And an Eli Manning frame card as well. So yeah, absolutely get in there. You never know when these guys are going to jump up in the draft, guys. I don't want you to miss out. And we got these waiting on hold to send out to you. Looks like I'm just making sure. Do we have Kenny? We have a confirmed pick now.
Yep.
Official pick. The Patriots select Jalen Polk. So that being said, let's head over to our wide receiver guy. Who's my wide receiver guy?
You know who he is.
Yeah, I know who he is. The guy that seems like he's always on the mic right now. I promise other positions will go off, but let's learn a little bit about Jalen Polk from Trevor. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, Jalen Polk, 6'2", 190 pounds, from the receiver from Washington. Again, I like him as far as athletically. This is a guy, to me, he's just a little bit high, and right now I have him going late second round. So again, Donnie Mitchell, and he continues to get passed on down the board. Shows me that health wise, he's kind of just maybe not checking out medically. But Jalen Polk had 1,159 yards last year, 9 touchdowns, and 69 receptions last year for Washington. Again, I think this is a solid pick for New England. They got to get a wide receiver, so I don't think you can go wrong here positional wise. Just again, the quality of the players going off the board ahead of some of these other guys. Something medically, I think, is not checking out with Adonai Mitchell. And even in Troy Franklin, some of these guys that just continue to fall down the board, and some of these other guys you have late in round 2 or early round 3 are starting to really rise up the board. So a little surprising here, but not surprised the position that they went. Just a player.
There you go. Anybody else? I'll go up to Scoops really quick. Jalen Polk. I know that you have you've done a lot of research in this draft. I just want to get some thoughts in here as we're steamrolling through some of these picks, and we'll have to pick and choose guys to talk. So your thought on Polk here?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Excuse me. His hands are highly graded. It was considered very reliable, catching through contact. He's able to provide serviceably on running plays as a blocker. His not have the highest sort of number 4 gear, if you want to call it that. And his, there's some belief that he could stand to improve his stance and his route running, but it seems like there's a lot to work with here. And there's been a lot of solid production and grading on his going up against single coverage and his ability to rack up yards as well.
Very good. Kenny, did you say you know the Tennessee pick already?
I do.
No?
It was announced in the chats, but I will get confirmation when it comes up on the stream.
Very
We'll do
good.
it, especially when it comes up on our stream, guys. Feel free to do that. It's fine. Again, we're watching on NFL Network. I want to go back real quick, Keith, to Jersey and Newton. Lindy, Lindy Sports Pro Football Guide. I love them for fantasy football. Love them for college football.
Yeah.
I got an NFL draft book here. They are comparing Jerzan Newton size and the way he plays to Aaron Donald. Washington got a good one. I'm going to give that pick an A+, Coach Breslin. Coach Breslin was in the chat, by the way. I did acknowledge that he was there. I think he got a good one, Coach. And, I don't know how we're going to block with our offensive line a good one. So that's a heck of a comparison.
As we await this pick real quick, guys, Scoops has announced that the Rams have traded into the 39th pick, previously held by the Carolina Panthers. So,
we're
that
still
being
on 37 on TV here, so we're jumping way ahead, guys.
My apologies.
It's okay.
I couldn't get NFL Network to work, so I'm only going off of what I'm being told.
No, that's okay, man. That's okay. So we're at the number 37th overall pick. And how much time do we have on the clock?
We're at commercial right now.
We're at commercial. That's one thing I didn't take into
that's part of the problem, I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely.
We're back. The pick is in, so we'll see what happens.
Very good.
Should be coming up soon.
Very good. I appreciate it very much. I'll ask this really quick. Kenny, just in general, Titans. Where do you think the Titans need to be going here? What holes do you think that do you know what? I know Tennessee's way outside your wheelhouse.
Yeah, they addressed offensive. They got to go defense here. If it's the pick I said, I just got confirmation on a text message. A couple of us aren't going to be happy with this pick. The announcement's coming. I think it looks like Eddie. Is that Eddie George or is that somebody else for Tennessee? Warren Moon. I'm watching on my phone, so far away. Warren Moon making the selection. I'm going to put it in the chat for you right now, Keith.
All right, sir. I appreciate it, man. Tennessee, one of those interesting teams. They're kind of on the rebuild right now. They're trying to make things happen. At one point, flying really high with Ryan Tannehill. AJ Brown had the running back of their dreams. But now it's a new era, and a new era begins with second round pick. I'm gonna let Dutchie take over on this one because the pick is in for the Titans, and it's one T'Vondre Sweat. You're hoping he'd last all the way to the third, and the Tennessee Titans said absolutely not. Albert, what do the Tennessee Titans get in T'Vondre Sweat?
And a massive nose tackle. Let's see. He is 366 pounds at 6'4". It is a beast, and especially at the point of attack, in the ground game, he had a really good. His best year so far was in 22. He is very, very big, powerful, strong, and like I said, he will disrupt at the point of attack and also generate a lot of push in the pass rush. He has some problems off the field. Sweat is a good kid, but he is still a kid, and he likes to party. And with the right coaching, I think they have a really, really good tackle there. I would really have liked it to see him go to the Broncos, but Titans, you got a great, great player there.
There you go. So we are. Looks like. Is there any confirmation on the next pick? By the way, guys, I'm getting a little bit of messages.
Just so you know where I am, so where everybody else is. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the stream I'm watching. So
okay, very good.
I'm probably a little behind everybody because I'm watching on the stream. I'm watching on a phone, but that's where we are.
Carolina on the clock with 5 minutes to go.
It still says Rams.
So the Rams have traded into that pick. That's what I was trying to get a little bit of confirmation. Carolina and the Rams have traded picks. Go ahead, Mr. Scoops. I see your finger being raised. You got something
Well,
for us?
I put it in the chat. Do you want me to say it or no?
Yeah, no, we'll hold off on that for just a second. We'll hold on
Okay.
off on that for just a second, and then I'll get to it. But I think it is very interesting that the Carolina traded up into this position, right? To get this.
Carolina traded it to them.
The Rams traded up into this pick with the Carolina Panthers. Where do you? I'm going to just get some general thoughts. Trevor, where do you think the Rams could be going here?
I think they got to go defensive line. I think they got to continue to get that defense up. Again, this is a team that they kind of need a little bit of everything right now. I know they were on the verge. Last year they had a really good team to put together, but Aaron Donald's loss. I mean, it's just it's something that's really hurt this team. So I think they got to continue to try to book up that defensive line, and that's where I think they go here.
There you go. A defensive line could definitely be a spot here. I agree, man. This is a team that's in need of a lot of different picks. Behind the scenes, guys, and I'm going to announce this because we're going to be going pretty quickly over to Scoops here in a second. He has announced that there has been a trade, and Philly now owns the 40th overall pick. So we'll get that in just a second. So you excited for that, Scoops?
I won't say who it is because I know who it is now. But
all right, very good. Well, we're getting ahead of the stream really quick, but
I apologize. It's hard for me to tell.
No, it's okay. I appreciate your reaction. I appreciate that you're. I think that it looks like he's building on his A report card over there is from his reaction. But hey, the Rams. Sean McVay continues to go out there. He continues to build a team. Just when you thought it was falling all apart, it seems like he's starting to build things back together. Kenny, talk about what Sean McVay is, what he's done, and what he can continue to do if he wants to stay in the game out there in LA.
Real quick, why don't you make the announcement on the pick, and then I'll take over.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, and he continues to do it with Braden Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. What do you think about Braden Fisk helping Sean McVay in that journey, sir?
Pitch position they needed. Aaron Donald retired. They're going off the board left and right. Jerzon Newton, T'Vondre Sweat. Now Braden Fisk. He's going to be kind of like an edge rusher. Could play inside as well. I think it's a great pick for the Rams. Moved up a lot of people's boards. I think it's a smart move by them because it was a position that was starting to get hit hard early in this second round.
I agree. I'm going to get over to Scoops because he's got those edge rushers, and that's really where I see Braden Fisk kind of maybe being put into the NFL. What do you think about Braden Fisk being a more of an edge type of guy for the team here?
I think he's his explosiveness is definitely one of his best traits. Shooting the gap, he was very strong. He's considered pretty well-rounded. There's a thought that his game in the most ways that translate to the NFL in terms of success, pass rushing grade in true pass sets, his win percentage, and both also his ability to stop the run. He graded out very well in all of that analytically wise. So I would expect him to have a good transition to the NFL.
All right. And really quickly, I'll get Trevor because he can play inside too. What do you think about Braden Fisk on the inside?
Yeah, I think he'll play inside because if you remember, they ended up taking Jared Verse last night. So so I think he could absolutely play inside. And that's really, bolstering your defensive line right there and bolstering your defense just in general. Nothing like really helping out that defense. And I don't know, I'm a little surprised that McVay would go that route. I would think he would go a little bit more offense as well because they do need more weapons. Yeah, got Puka Nacua, but they're not completely set as far as as offensive weapons. So no, but I think this is a solid pick for them. Again, you're not replacing Aaron Donald. So that's the thing is you're trying to, but you're never going to really. So you can tell where the Rams' head is at as far as they're really trying to bolster that defense and really try to make up for the loss of Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I think you caught me in a mix-up between Jared Verse and now I'm forgetting the pick that just came through. Verse. And what? I'm sorry. And Fisk. I'm sorry. And Fisk. Thank you very much. Again, to head swimming with names, it seems like, guys, as we've been trying to get prepared with three full rounds. I know that we're kind of waiting for the pick to come through for Philadelphia. So I'm going to actually go back over to Kenny, because Kenny, what do you think? What do you know the Philadelphia Eagles quite well, being a Giants guy? What are your thoughts? Where do you want to? Maybe don't want to see the Philadelphia Eagles go, I guess is the best way to put it. Where do you see them going though here with
Yes,
this pick?
Scoops, no facial expressions here because I don't know who it is, so I'm totally guessing. So I don't want to see expressions. Try and keep a straight face. I'm going to say more secondary help with this, but in the safety range. The top safety's on the board yet. In my opinion, it's Tyler Nubin. He's. I think that would be a great addition for the Eagles if that's the pick. I think he played out of Minnesota. That's my position I'm covering. I think he'd be a great addition for Scoops' Eagles. Top safety on my board as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I that's would be a fantastic pick, a fantastic athlete. I like the mesh, and what Cooper DeJean can do is he can be a multi-use player. You know what I mean? He can be used in multiple roles. He can be that cornerback. He can be that safety. Heck, even if you need to start him off slow, can you imagine Cooper DeJean on special teams? That would be he's going to be an amazing athlete here in the NFL. Maybe it's for the Philadelphia Eagles. And Michael Ronquillo is coming in here and saying Cooper DeJean from Iowa is still available as well. He's also saying the NFL draft picks are coming in fast. So that's why you're behind. Wait, they're coming in fast. We're behind. I guess we're just trying to catch up, guys. Go real fast. That helps remind me of a couple different things. Over here at Rocky Mountain Sports Network, we have a fantastic sponsor, and that's Morgan Trinkets. Morgan Trinkets is your headquarters for Southwest jewelry, pottery, and estate gold at wholesale prices. Head on over to Morgan Trinkets on Facebook today, guys. They have amazing shows that they do in Southern Wyoming, Northern Colorado, but they also transact on Facebook all day long. So whether you're looking for that Southwest jewelry or pottery, whether you're looking for that estate gold that's all real gold, 10, 14, 18 karat gold, or whether you're looking at silver that's all sterling silver that starts at $10 up all the way up to $2,000. I'll tell you what, it's free shipping if you spend over $50 on Facebook. And if you catch them out of their shows, they take all major credit cards as well. So check out Morgan Trinkets today. Maybe I'll throw up our banner here in just a second. I got to get back over and see where we're at, because we have a confirmed by Mile High Dutchie. So walk across the stage. Then Mr.
The players coming on to make the pick. Let's tell you who it is first, and then I know it was been mentioned in the chat. Brandon Graham's making the announcement. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah.
Make the announcement.
Very good. Yeah. Hey, really quick, talk about Brandon Graham as he's making the pick, and then we'll let you talk about the pick as well as it goes all the way over. Scoops, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, Brandon Graham is definitely one of those major leaders who's still left on the team after losing both Kelsey and Fletcher Cox. He's really there with Lane Johnson. Is kind of like that last sort of like core four, if you want to call it that. Not to disrespect the core four in baseball, but that's just kind of, what they were. He's known as being a huge fan favorite, but he's also he loves to, talk, on the field. He's definitely somebody who you would get probably the description of players love to play with him and players hate to play against him. So I love the fact that he's announcing 40 in this case. He was going to be announcing 50 and 53. I don't know what changes or how that changes now based on moving up to 40, but I was really excited to see him on the list for that.
Very good. Has it came across as of yet on your end, Kenny?
Yes. You can make the announcement, Scoops.
Go right ahead, sir.
With the 40th pick, the Eagles have traded up and selected Iowa cornerback Cooper DeJean. And
awesome. Talk about it, buddy.
I don't know how Howie Roseman keeps getting away with this. I don't know how other GMs let him get away with this. This is a guy that I thought they could have traded up for in round 1, and they get him in round 2. I think an absolute just amazing addition to line up alongside of, or I guess opposite Quinyon Mitchell. They've still got Darius Slay there, a former All-Pro who is now perhaps their third best defensive back. Just incredible, and you can tell how fired up I was when I first heard of it. So incredible way to start day 2 for the Eagles.
Absolutely. I'm going to head on over to Kenny. He had cornerbacks and safety. He's been doing
Home
a
run.
ton of work, man. What do you think
Mm.
about Cooper DeJean?
My second-ranked corner behind Trevor Arnold. You get in the second round, Scoops. Like you just said, Harry Roseman doing it all. I was talking to Paul, and Mark would have loved DeJean today. Cooper DeJean reminds me of an old Giant great, Jason Sehorn. If he pans out to be Jason Sehorn, Scoops, you're going to be a very happy Eagle fan because Jason Sehorn was great until he unfortunately got hurt because Jim Fossil, rest in peace, made a bad decision, putting him back to kick return, and he ended up getting hurt. I will say this, as a Giant fan, Mark and my fellow Giant fans are listening, this is where I want the Giants to move up now. One of the corners is gone. Kool-Aid McKinstry still on that board. Let's go get him, Joe. Let's go get him.
There you go, man. They're going to start going. We start seeing things happen where guys start going in groups and start going through. By the way, it looks like the Saints have traded up to this pick. They just keep coming. I'm glad I'm not keeping up with this ticker all the way across. So this would be the the Green
Saints
Bay
and
pick.
Players on the board. Players making the announcement. So as soon as
Very
he does,
good.
Keith, you can make the pick.
They're very good. Appreciate it.
It is. I'm trying to figure out who to put. Taysom Hill making the pick.
Taysom Hill making the pick. Oh my goodness. So I wasn't expecting necessarily Taysom Hill to be the face of the franchise walking out there for the New Orleans Saints. But that being said, they've got a guy out there on their current team go ahead and making the pick. I'm getting confirmation from a Dutchie that he might have an NFL source that might be a little bit closer to what our chat might be, and might have to have him even take over for you, Kenny. But
he could definitely take over for me for sure because I'm definitely behind. So
all right,
if you're
very
watching
good.
Dutchie, that's great. So
Dutchie, can you take over those responsibilities, and we'll be a little bit more, I think, aligned with what our chat is, because as of right now, it looks like the pick is in for the Saints, and that is Mr. Kool-Aid McKinstry. So the gentleman that you wanted, Kenny, is now gone off the board.
Now I got to look. Now I'm going to go through my book and see who's still up there for the Giants. Remember my C plan in the pre-draft show, Keith? Spencer Rattler.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But I wanted you to be talking about this pick, Kool-Aid McKinstry. You were my cornerback safety guy, so talk all about it and the player that they're getting here.
Hey, out of Alabama, before of he was projected in some mock drafts top 10. So, his stock went down. A lot of teams stock down when you get hurt. So they're getting a good one. Alabama, on opposite side of Terry and Arnold, played for Nick Saban. Scoops is an Alabama fan. He knows, runs around a 4.4, 4.5, 40. I would compare him to Jair Alexander. That's the comparison I've been getting on Kool-Aid. Nothing wrong with that. He's got rare instincts, I believe. He's all over. He's got that it factor. And I think playing in New Orleans, he'll have less pressure on him as it would be like in a LA or a New York or a Philadelphia. Playing in New Orleans, gets a defensive-minded head coach, Dennis Allen. I think it's a great home run pick, and nice pickup there for New Orleans. Congratulations.
Yeah, you might be on watch as we continue to go back to this position group. You having both cornerbacks and safeties. I think we're getting this run, but I'm in 100% agreement with you. Kool-Aid McKinstry was one of my favorites. The injury, I think, hurt him a ton in this whole process, and I think they're getting a fantastic player. I'm getting a little bit of messaging that the pick is in for the Texans, and right now it's just in commercial, and we're waiting for things to come around. So that being said, I'll go around. Albert, it doesn't seem like I've heard from you in a little bit, so I'm going to go back to you. Kool-Aid McKinstry, what are your thoughts on getting a big old sip of Kool-Aid? Right now, I think I'm a little bit dry myself. I'll need to get a sip down the throat myself. But Kool-Aid McKinstry, what do you think about him?
So here's the thing: if you would have played 4 in a row, you would have won because there are 4 cornerbacks in a row being picked, and so I think it is just who do you like at this point? Who do you like and what is available? Because the Texans Can I announce the Texans one?
Well, you should put it in the chat, and I'll go ahead and I'll announce it. We'll go around the horn. How's that?
I already did.
You already did. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it. Texans pick is in. I apologize. Kamari Lassiter. Go ahead and talk about Kamari Lassiter then. I'll hand it over to you, Albert. I missed it. I'm sorry.
See, I didn't do my research on the cornerbacks. Who has the cornerbacks?
I guess I'll take it again, right? I'm on fire here. Like Michael said, 4 straight corners taken. This was the top one of my second tier guys. I figured he would go in the second round. Another SEC guy, runs around a 4.5, kind of small, 180, 6 foot, 180. He's got, the it factor, I guess, but, he played for Georgia, played against top talent. So that's a positive. If I had to give him a negative, it'd be his size. Again, 180. He better pick up some pounds there because he's not going to be a tackling machine there. So who's this for? The Texans? He's going to need to cover a lot of good wide receivers over there in the AFC South. So good pickup for them. I give it a B. Top guy, and picked about right where I would have had him, I guess, in the middle of the second rounds, guys.
Yeah. Well, good analysis. Texans are, I think, are a team that can continue to get better. I'll go back over to Trevor. We're trying to pass it around. What do you think about him, Lassiter, going to the Texans here?
Yeah, I actually had Lassiter as a first round pick. I believe one of my maybe in the last mock draft or one of my mock drafts, I had him as a first round pick. I actually think he's a really nice cover corner, and just in general, run defense isn't the greatest. Isn't exactly his strongest suit, but I think he's a very good cover corner. Probably more, he's probably best in zone. Really solid tackler in my opinion. Ran the 3-cone drill really well as well. So this is a guy that's athletic. Very good cover corner. I actually really like the pick. I think it's really good value here, just in general.
Very good. Like I said, a great guy. I think that will make a big impact for a team that made huge leaps and bounds last year, and they'll continue to try to build off of that. One thing that through all of this, I know that we've probably lost track a little bit, and I've lost a little bit of track of who I should be talking about as far as co-hosts. And I think I'm well into Trevor, kind of taking over as a host here. So I'm going to go ahead and let you announce the pick. It looks like Dutchie has announced it, and you may have that as well. I'm going to let you take over here, buddy, and I'm going to take a little bit back seat and let you take the lead here. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you've been doing a good job, Keith. You did 2 hours tonight.
Ooh, boy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead. Take on over. Let us know who the Cardinals took here.
So we have the pick is in for the Cardinals. I don't have it in front of me, so that's why I ask. I have who it is, but I don't know if Goodell's announced it yet or whoever's announced it.
We're going off of Dutchie's, and I think that's a little bit more in line with what we have going on here in the comments. So
so cornerback Max Melton to the Cardinals is a pick here. Scoops, I'll get you your reaction here. I know Kenny. This is a guy that Kenny really liked. Scoops, I'll get you your reaction here first.
Okay, sounds good. So you're talking about the Melton pick, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just didn't want to misguide. So, like you said, Arizona's taken defensive back Max Melton. He was kind of split as to some people having him. He's coming out of Rutgers. Some people had him split as to coming out of late 1 or somewhere in the second. His feet are considered one of his best attributes. He's got good anticipation, good technique and spacing. He's got a little bit of room to improve on his coverage and slot. And his coverage and single coverage as well was kind of his second, rated as his second place where he could most improved. Very solid outside grades. And he was pretty solid as well at forcing incompletions. And hopefully at the next level, they believe his slot should be his best role in the NFL as well.
Kenny, your thoughts on Max Melton?
Yeah, Coach Breslin, Rutgers fan, high on him, wanted him for the Commanders. I wanted him on the Giants when talking to Coach Breslin in chat and everything in the last couple of weeks. this guy I read, Coach, on Walter Football. Last year, Walter Football had him ranked as the second guy coming off the board at corner. Went back his senior year, and you get him in the second round now. So this guy's got a ceiling that could be top 2 in this year's draft. So home run for the Cardinals. They're getting a good one. And at this pick here, we're, like I said, we just saw the 5th one off the board in a row. I don't know what the Giants are going to do now, but maybe we go safety. We're coming up in a few minutes, but this run of corners has me worried.
Right. No, I mean, we're definitely seeing a run of defensive linemen and a decent run of corners. So teams are definitely valuing these premium positions here. Are we caught up with the draft so far, or where we at? I know we had the pick 44 coming up. Has anybody announced it yet?
Yep, it's already done.
Okay, so with the 44th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders are selecting center Jackson Power Johnson out of Oregon. This is the guy, honestly, guys, I really like. I think he's one of the better offensive linemen in this class. I think this is a heck of a pick for the Raiders. Talk about a draft for the Raiders. Brock Bowers in the first round, Jackson Power Johnson here in the second round. I think what a steal here. Dutchie, I'll go to you. What's your opinion on Jackson Power Johnson here for the Raiders?
They needed support there in the center, and I think this is a really, really good call to get one there. It seems like he's a very powerful guy. He's fast, good hands. So yeah, good pick.
Keith, what's your opinion, Jackson Power Johnson to the Raiders?
They're gonna build that offensive lineup. They're gonna make it really tough on the Broncos. You look at a tight end that they've already added. He can block, but he's also a fantastic receiving threat. Now you bring in probably the top center out there on most people's boards, and you're solidifying this. It's a new regime. It's a different type of Raiders that we're starting to see pick and make picks there for the for the team and the direction of the team. So hats off to AP.
Yeah, that's a heck of a pick there for the Raiders. And again, I think that they are having a fantastic draft up to this point. If I'm a Broncos, I mean, just in general, Broncos fan, I'm a little worried about the Raiders going forward. So will we have pick with the Packers pick here?
Pearl's saying Giants are on. Was there a trade? Or are we just way behind?
It's the Packers.
Okay.
Have they announced it yet, or no? It's still picking in.
It's about to happen.
Okay.
Real quick, because I got the offensive line. I had Jackson Powers Johnson as my highest rated interior lineman, not just center.
Yeah.
And he could play guard too there, Trevor. He can only thing I've been reading on him, his build is kind of sloppy, but that can, in the NFL, that you can overcome that and hit the weight rooms and the programs they got there and get in football shape. So I think he's the best interior lineman, not just center in this draft.
And again, Kenny, I believe in our last mock draft, I had Jackson Power Johnson go as a first round, as a first rounder in general. So, okay, so I guess we got the Packers picking here right now. What's that? Are we 45 right now with the Packers?
Yes.
Okay. So with the 45th pick in the NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers are taking linebacker Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M. Scoops, your thoughts on Edgerrin Cooper going to the Packers here?
This is a little bit further than I expected him to fall. He's an aggressive player downhill. He's good at blitzing. He's a little bit of a reactionary player at times, sometimes loses control a little bit in terms of his overcommitting to a specific motion and then not being able to course correct if necessary. But I was very surprised that he was available here. I thought that he would go earlier in this or perhaps even sneak into the bottom of the first. And he definitely came on production-wise this past season. Had by far his best year, graded well in coverage, pass rushing, run defense. A lot to work with at this next level, and I think this was a solid pick here.
Dutchie, did you have edge rushers, or did you have edge rushers?
No, but
this
being confirmed because Keith's not with us. The Giants is an important pick because we got the Grand Giants prize coming up. Did they trade it to Carolina? Can that be confirmed?
52,
okay, so
52.
Still got time, everybody, for the Giants giveaway.
Yeah. So has the Panthers, Dutchy, since you're up to par, is Panthers, have they picked, is the pick in yet? I'm seeing
it's about to happen.
Okay. So thoughts here, guys. What's your who are the Panthers trading up for here? Kenny, we'll go to you.
I think it could be wide receiver.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, they picked Leggett. I'm sorry. Let me go off that. We had a run on corner. Man, that's tough. Could be anybody here. I mean, it could be another corner. There might be somebody else they got their eye on. Nubin, the top safety's on the board yet, so it could be secondary for them. Build that defense.
Yeah, Scoops, your opinion on what do you think the Panthers are trading up here for? Again, I mean, they got Leggett in the first round, but honestly, they could use more weapons, honestly, too. So anything wouldn't surprise me with the Panthers.
I mean, we haven't seen a running back come off the board yet. This could be a spot for John Brooks. I don't know in what order things came down. But there was a lot of talk about the Cowboys for John Brooks. So if they're trying to get up ahead, I don't know where Dallas picks next. But that could be a pick there because obviously, after you lose McCaffrey, it's not really been something. I know that they had Chuba Hubbard, but you definitely want to replace that production as best as you can to support Bryce Young.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any weapon they can get on that offense to support Bryce Young would be it. So it looks like we got the Carolinas pick is in. They are taking running back Jonathan Brooks out of Texas. First thoughts, Dutchy. Are you surprised by this pick at all?
Who can be surprised by the Carolina Panthers? And so right now they are desperate and they don't want to be at the bottom anymore. So yeah.
Can somebody give me when the Carolina Panthers are up, when the Giants are up? Because I just got a side message saying the Giants are up. So I'm wondering if they're still behind. Because it seems like a lot of people are way ahead.
Yeah.
What was the pick the Giants got from Carolina? Does anybody know?
47.
Oh, so that was the Giants pick was 47. What pick are the Giants getting?
I'm confused because the Giants made the pick at 47 from what I can see.
And
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Somebody said traded Carolina pick is okay. Never mind. Giants pick is in now. All right. Keith's not with us, so going to hold off on the giveaway until Keith comes back. But the Giants are on the clock, right?
Yep.
I think I got to go safety here, guys. It's got to be Tyler Nubin be my top choice. All the corners went off. Maybe Ennis Rickstraw would be my backup here, or Spencer Rattler would be my C plan here. But I'm gonna hope it's Tyler Nubin. We get the top safety off the board.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised Nubin is actually still there. I thought the Eagles would be a team that could go for him as well. Dutchy, I mean, I guess I'll go to Scoops. I haven't went to Scoops in a while. What's your thoughts here for the Giants? I mean, I know this is a division rival for you, so what do you think that they're going to target here? Is it quarterback? Is it safety? Is it your thoughts?
No, I think when a position of need lines up with best player available, you got to pounce on it. I agree. I think that Philly really could have gone Nubin had DeJean not been on the board, which, by the way, I confirmed it is DeJean, not DeJean. And then the Giants right now, I think, are going to take advantage of the fact that he's still there and take Tyler Nubin.
Yeah, and Kenny, I mean, this is your team. Is this would you be surprised if they took a wide receiver here as well? I mean, I know that they took Neighbors, but if you wanted to double up, Adonai Mitchell's falling down the board.
I would be surprised because we do have some young wide receivers. We still got Wan'Dale Robinson, Speedster, Jalen Hyatt. I would be surprised 100% if it was a wide receiver here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, some of these receivers, Franklin and Mitchell, are continuing to fall down the board here. A lot of defensive guys are starting to get taken, and something that we haven't seen, that we didn't see in the first round too much. So definitely be interesting to see here. Keith, you just joined us. What do you think the Giants are going to do at 47? I mean, they got a lot of needs.
Yeah, I'm getting back in, and thanks for letting me step away for a second. I agree. I think they still need to go out there. They've got that weapon on the wide receiver side. Going out there and trying to secure something on the defensive side, would be fantastic for them. It'd be a great position for them to go up and, again, try to solidify, try to lock down, some defensive help for them. I would go defense all day long here.
Yeah,
and real quick, Trevor, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keith, after this, I want to make the announcement. We're going to have the Giants giveaway. So anybody, you don't have to be a Giant fan. This is the grand prize for the Giants. It's Super Bowl used turf from Super Bowl 36. There's the NFL stamp of approval. Game used turf, Super Bowl 36. I'm going to frame this Eli Manning card with it. We're going to send it to a winner right after this Giants pick. We're going to make the announcement. So we will see what happens.
It looks like we are at commercial break as of right now. So we'll just I mean, guys, what's your biggest surprise at this point in the draft? Well, I mean, just second round so far. What's your guys' biggest surprise? I'll go with Dutchie. Dutchie, what are you most surprised about in the second round?
Most surprised about the second round. Yeah, some of the defensive tackles that they are picked here. There's 6 cornerbacks in a row. That's a big surprise. Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting, and the biggest thing is, why are there so many commercials? But that is the whole thing that the whole NFL is all about. Money, money, money. It's a poor man's or whatever.
Okay. Real quick, my good friend Jimmy Eisenman, follower K&K. Type in the chat there, Jimmy. Giants. Tiki Barber making the pick, by the way. It's coming up. Jimmy, type in Giants. I got a nice Giants giveaway I'm giving away after this pick. Super Bowl used turf, Super Bowl 36. So get in that giveaway, my friend.
Yeah, and Keith, what's your biggest surprises of the draft so far in the second round? Some of these wide receivers, some of these bigger wide receivers are really falling.
Yeah, some of the wide receivers are falling. I'm still surprised. We all had our own positional groups. I'm still waiting for that middle linebacker to really come off the board and be that and start that run there. We have yet to see the middle linebacker. I know it's a devalued running back as well. Running back has to be starting to sneak into a lot of people's mindsets. So we'll see how those positions play out.
Keith, I'm putting in the pick, and I'm going to go off my phone now because I know Dutchie's following.
So the pick is in for the Giants here. What pick we are at? Pick 47. Yep. 47th pick overall.
Yep.
New York Giants select safety Tyler Nubin out of Minnesota. Kenny, your first thoughts?
I'm happy. I would have liked the corners, but my backup, we did lose Xavier McKinney. We needed to replace him as well. So you know what? Would you rather pick the Kurt Valenti says this all the time. I don't want the 5th best quarterback, 5th best offensive tackle. I want the best, linebacker. So you know what? Corners were going off the board hot and heavy. So I can get my top ranked safety and the first one off the board. I think it's a great pick by the Giants. I'll give it a solid A. I mean, we needed secondary help. We got a good one. My quick thoughts on him. He's 6'1", 212, projected first, second round. He's got the instincts of he can be like linebacker instincts. So he's going to be that strong safety, free safety type of player. If I had a weakness on him, maybe his shiftiness. I watched some video on him. Shifting from side to side might be a weakness, but you can teach that in the NFL. Home run pick for the Giants. We need it. We got to worry about A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. We got to worry about the Cowboys wide receivers. We got to worry about Coach Breslin's new quarterback. We needed a safety. Let's go Giants.
Yeah, Kenny, I mean, honestly, what a sneaky great draft for your Giants. Got Malik Neighbors and Tyler Nubin now. Both guys, I mean, just very talented players and fills needs for the New York Giants. And Nubin's a guy that I've been high on for a while. I think one of my first mock drafts, I had him as a first-round pick, and he slips to your Giants here in the second round. What a heck of a pick with Tyler Nubin going to the New York Giants here. Scoops, I mean, this is your, again, division rival. What's your opinion? Tyler Nubin to the Giants.
Yeah, congrats to Kenny, Paul, and all the Giants fans in our chat. That's all I can say. I mean, that was a heck of a pick for y'all. It was probably, obviously, as an Eagle fan, it was probably the pick I least wanted them to make when I saw that they were on the clock. And that's how you know it was a great pick. These Eagles Giants games are about to get really exciting really fast, and I'm looking forward to it.
Trevor, we got to make that big Giants giveaway time. Keith, Dutchy's shaking that hat up for everybody who typed in the Giants. I'm going to do one last call. One last call. Whoever hasn't put it in, come on, honor system, guys. If you're ready, put it in. We don't want you to have 5 entries. But Graham, go ahead, type Giants. I know you're not a Giant fan, but I got a nice giveaway. Maybe you know a Giant fan. Anybody else there? Phil, I see you're in the chat. Type in Giants if you haven't done it already. Got a nice Giant giveaway going away in about 30 seconds.
That's great, Kenny. We want to do that giveaway before we do the next pick.
Oh,
yeah.
We're doing it at the pick. What do you got, Dutchy?
Here
Grand
are all
prize winner for the New York Giants giveaway. Super Bowl turf. Eli Manning is going to.
Oh, one more name.
What do you mean one more name? There's only one name.
Okay, this is all the names we have.
Oh, gotcha. One more name to put in. I thought you were like pulling out like multiple names. I'm like, no.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us and being part of this giveaway. I'm happy to give this away to someone.
Here is the Bronco winner.
We're doing the Giants winner.
Awesome. The Giant winner, Dutchy. You're jumping ahead. It's the Giants giveaway.
Okay.
Sorry, Aussie.
Sorry, Aussie.
What?
And this is also a Bronco one.
Oh, no. There could be in the Bronco and Giant. Is this the Giant giveaway?
Yeah.
Then Aussie's the winner.
Yeah.
All right, Aussie.
All right.
Good. Congrats. I put that together with the other prize you won. Aussie, you won the Terrell Davis card. Be wild if Aussie wins the football. He'll be cleaning up all the grand prizes tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The Eli Manning card and the turf is what he won, right?
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations to Aussie. Yeah, clap it up to him. Absolutely, man. Giveaway is in. Jacksonville looks like they're on the clock. I'll pass it back over to Trevor, sir.
Yeah, so with the 48th pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars will be taking defensive tackle Mason Smith out of LSU. First off, Dutchy.
Yeah, I'm also prepping the next pick. Okay, so let's see. What was it again? Mason Smith. I have it. He was supposed to go a little bit earlier, but let's see. Where do I have him? I had him. Good grief! I have him on. Where is? There he is. Yeah, he was predicted to be about second round, third round. He had a pretty decent year last year, even although he was suspended. But he still collected 27 tackles, 2.5 sacks, and some passes defended for 23. He was very good as a freshman. He is 6'5", 306 pounds. His 40 time is pretty decent. And so, he has suffered a torn ACL in the 22 season, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks like a very, very decent player, and I hope he's going to have a breakout season next year, because I think he could do better than what he is predicted.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dutchy. This is a guy that I think also, quickly, this is a guy who I think can get after the quarterback a lot. His run defense, I think he can work on that a little bit. This might be why he also fell a little bit. But I want to get thoughts on the next pick here. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, and they picked with the 49th pick overall, Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Keith, your thoughts on Chris Jenkins here?
Yeah, just an absolute beast. I think they got a great pick. This is a guy that I really thought as the Broncos contingent went up to Michigan and they were taking a look at a lot of different players, including J.J. McCarthy. I really thought they had a good look at Chris Jenkins, and I liked what he would be able to bring to the table. Massive guy, great hands, works really well. I think that the Bengals are getting a fantastic pick, and it will help solidify that defensive line, something they've had issue with. This is a team that needs trenches, right? Offensive line, defensive line. They filled a great need here, and congratulations to the Bengals. They'll be a contender with Jenkins in the middle.
Yeah, that's a great point, Keith. I do like that. Do like that pick of Jenkins as well. That's Cincinnati's a team that needs to really help that defensive line out of themselves. They went offense in the first round of the draft. Are we doing every 5 picks and then switching hosts, or are we?
You can go a little bit longer because I kind of had to run over with Kenny a little bit. So if you want to continue to go, we'll throw it over to Scoops here in just a little bit, and we can wrap it around to Kenny.
Okay. So here we have the Commanders. The pick is in yet, or okay? There we go. Thank you, Dutchy. So with the 50th pick overall, in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select cornerback Mikey Saint-Still. Scoops, I mean, I'll go to you. What's your thoughts on this pick here for the Commanders? Go defense again.
Yeah, so I mentioned him yesterday as somebody who I said some things about him critically when I was asked about him going in the middle of the first round, but getting him in the middle of the second round is a much different story. I was surprised that he did last this long. He's got great anticipation. His ball skills and his feet are very strong suits. It's not got the most long speed in the world. He was exposed a little bit in that Ohio State game about a year or two ago. Can be a little bit overly aggressive in run defense, but his coverage grades are very high, and some of the other stuff is definitely things that I think he can continue to grow with and continue to improve upon. And he was considered somebody who would fit in pretty much any NFL defense.
Dutchy, your opinion on the Washington Commanders pick here? I mean, again, they continue to go defense. What's your opinion on Saint-Still? You got anything on him?
On Chris Jenkins or the other one?
No, Saint-Still, the cornerback that just got taken. Yeah. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't have any info on him. I had some on Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins was predicted to be early second round and late first round. So the Bengals have really a steal here.
Yeah. Keith, you have any thoughts on Saint-Still really quick? I know our guy Kenny had corners. That was his position, so he left right now on Saint-Still. So he had the most info probably on him. But what's your opinion, just quickly?
Just really quick, I think the biggest thing is that they obviously liked the pick. They liked the athlete. They liked the guy that they brought in. Not necessarily a position of need that was ranked really, really high for me for the Commanders. I think they still need the tackle. They need the edge rusher. Obviously, they go out, they get the quarterback. I know that the secondary, you're always looking to add guys into the secondary. You need a 5-man rotation plus. So I think this is a great, fantastic pick. Just a little, I guess, perplexed on maybe the direction that they were going, with this particular pick. But great athlete. It's not going to hurt them at all. I think they'll be set. But maybe just the mix, why they decided to bring that particular athlete in. Like I said, they must have loved him.
Yeah, absolutely. They must love him for taking him here in the second round. Kenny, we have the Pittsburgh Steelers coming up at pick 51. Your thoughts on where they might go here?
Keep me up to date. What did I miss? I missed probably like 2 picks after the Giants pick. Who was picked? And then what was your question? I'm sorry, I just had to step away for a few minutes.
No, all good. Where we leave off with you? The Giants pick was the last time you were here?
Giants was the last thing I said. Yep.
Oh, so Jacksonville took defensive tackle Mason Smith out of LSU. The Bengals took defensive tackle Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. And then the Commanders just took cornerback Mikey Saint-Still with the 50th pick, and now we're at the Steelers.
We saw him in the in the playoffs, right? National championship. He was defensive captain over there. Hey, I think he's another tier 2 guy, but upside for sure. I think it's a nice. Dan Quinn's building a nice little defense there with Jerzon Newton and now Sainristil in this second round. I think Coach Breslin, big defensive high school coach, guru, the best around. If he's very happy, he's probably going to come in and give us his thoughts again in the chat. He's probably a very happy man. Mike Sainristil, I think, is a solid B+ pick for the Commanders here in the second round.
Yeah, exactly. And again,
you're welcome, Aussie. Aussie's just saying thank you guys for the prizes. Hey, you still got a chance for the big Denver one too, Aussie. So you're on fire right now. So you know what? Go play the lottery, my friend.
Hey, since you were talking, how do they get entered for that Broncos one?
How are we entering the Broncos?
Yeah.
Yeah, Broncos, everybody. Big Terrell Davis signed football. I'll add a little something to it, just a small little. I'll find it and I'll show you guys in a second. It's here somewhere. I'll add a nice little Hall of Fame Terrell Davis card to it, Keith Dutchie. So that'll be a little added bonus to the Terrell Davis signed football. So we'll put that together for the grand prize winner for the Broncos.
Very good. Be picking that winner right when the Broncos pick. Well, we got a 3rd round pick maybe sooner.
Dutchie,
you take back over, Trevor.
Yeah. Before that, Keith, I'm going to give in mood. Can I give away something?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it again, guys. This time we're going to give away. We did Mims earlier. Broncos or Giants in the chat. Broncos, we're going to do Cortland Sutton this time. And for the Giants, we just picked up a safety, right? So we're going to go with our rookie last year, Deontay Banks, for anybody out there who wants to do Broncos or Giants. If it's a Giant fan, we'll give you the Giant one. If it's a Bronco, we'll give you the Sutton one. So I'm going to give in mood. I'm happy we had a good 2nd round pick. Let's go. And got people doing Broncos and Giants in there. We'll do a 5-minute clock, Dutchie, and then we'll get a winner out for that. Sorry there, Trevor.
No, all good. All good. I appreciate the giveaways, guys, and appreciate all of our fans and everybody being here in the group chat or being in the comments, not group chat, comments. My bad. 51st pick. So we have the 51st pick. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and they have taken center Zach Frazier out of West Virginia. To me, again, guys, this is probably the 2nd best center off the board. I'm sure the Steelers were hoping for Jackson Powers-Johnson here. Unfortunately, he did not slip down. My quick thoughts on Frazier real quick before I hand it off over to Scoops. I think this is a really solid offensive lineman overall. I think he's very good in the pass blocking game and run blocking. I think this is a very solid pick for Pittsburgh. They need to help out Russell Wilson as much as possible. Certainly seems like they're really trying to do that here. Continue on in day 2. So what a heck of a pick for the Steelers here at pick 51. Scoops, I'll hand it over to you. Pick 51, Steelers here. What do you think of Frazier going here?
I think this is a really good pick for them. I literally in my head, like I didn't put it anywhere, but in my head right before they picked, I was like, I hope Frazier falls to Philly's next pick. And evidently he went about 27 picks too early, but great pick for them. I really like what they're doing around Russ right now. I think that, sorry, not to be picking scabs for anybody, but I think that they're going to have a really productive offense this year, and they might be shaping up to become I don't know if you can call them a sleeper team after adding Russell Wilson, but they're definitely a team that I would say you need to keep an eye out for in the AFC this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Russell Wilson, we all know how he is. He's one of those guys one of those quarterbacks that holds the ball a lot in the pocket. Which again, and it's just one of the fallbacks of Russell Wilson here. So we got Frazier here, Keith, Steelers. I mean, again, former Denver Bronco quarterback is their starting quarterback. Does this fit what the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to want to do around Russell Wilson with the Frazier pick here?
They continue to do what they need to do around that offensive line. They just keep going back to the well and back to the well and back to the well. So they got a 1-track mind right now. And yeah, I'm right with you. He may not have been the first pick as far as center, but he certainly was the second in my opinion as well. Great pickup. They can continue to build around whoever the quarterback may be for this year, next year, and beyond. They're putting some great pieces together up there. They'll be competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Frazier, he's a guy that I think, again, just really solved that offensive line as well. So we have the Indianapolis Colts pick here. One of my favorite wide receivers is off the board. He did not fall to Denver with the 52nd pick overall in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select wide receiver Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas, man. First thoughts, I just can't believe he fell this late into the draft. And, I would think that the medicals are probably a part of this. I kind of heard a little discussion on that earlier today that he might fall. But this is a guy for me. He's just one of my top rated wide receivers. This is a guy that just doesn't drop a lot of footballs, guys. This is a guy that 1.9% drop rate this season, had 845 yards, 55 receptions, and 11 touchdowns. 6'2", 205. I think he's very athletic. He could be a number 1 wide receiver for somebody. This is a Colts team that continues to add to their offense, continues to add to Anthony Richardson here, and continues to help him out here. What a heck of a pick here. I think Mitchell will be here. I'm sure the Colts are just absolutely stunned and absolutely surprised here. Anani Mitchell here. Kenny, what's your thoughts here? Him going to the Colts as another weapon for Anthony Richardson here.
Yeah, real quick, if you don't mind, I want to just say about Zach Frazier. I'm not on board with Zach Frazier like everybody else is. I did my homework on the offensive line. I saw that he can struggle maybe in space with linebackers and possibly second level rushers. So we'll see. But Adonai Mitchell dropping to where he dropped, man, that shocked me. I thought he was going to be early second round at the latest, but this far to the Colts in the second round. Like you said, that now they got somebody to pair with Pittman over there, of course, with their rookie quarter. I call him rookie because he got hurt last year with their rookie quarterback. I think they got a home run here in the second round, that wide receiver. I'm surprised a lot of wide receivers went ahead of him, and hats off to the Colts. Anthony Richardson going to have a nice little weapon for the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. Adonai Mitchell, just again, one of the top wide receiver prospects in this class. And Colts, we've seen them go a lot to first round. Now they're going offense with Adonai Mitchell here, wide receiver. Keith, your thoughts on Mitchell here? I know we talked about him a little bit on DVR as far as that maybe a target for Denver Broncos to possibly a guy that could fall to them. Your thoughts on Mitchell going to the Colts here? What a heck of a pick, in my opinion.
This is a guy that I've been watching since the very beginning of the season, and maybe even before, maybe even back. I think I remember watching him a little bit in 2022 as well. This is just a guy that, I thought was going to be a top tier talent, and I understand medicals might be an issue. The one thing I would say with that, hey, some teams are going to look at medicals and have an issue. Some teams are not. It's really going to depend on that medical group, right? That medical group is going to give you the check, and they're going to say yes or no. I've heard people come in and say that guy's only going to last 12 games. 12 games is all we really expect as far as the medical staff. And then you have to need to make a decision from there. Is this guy worth only having for 12 games because of the injuries he's had? Obviously, they liked him enough. I liked him enough as well. I'm surprised he slipped this far. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick, and for what the value you get him at, even if injuries are concerned here for him, his upside is absolutely amazing. That's one of my favorite picks here. So is Washington pick is in, or is it still? Is they still at commercial, or where we at in the draft so far?
I still have commercial.
Okay.
Let's do the giveaway real quick before commercial comes.
Oh yeah,
back.
we got that giveaway. I forgot about that. Thanks,
little random giveaway for somebody, either Cortland Sutton for the Broncos or Deontay Banks for the Giants. Good luck, everybody.
I got only 4 names in here because this was and here we are. Phil McLaughlin.
Phil McLaughlin. Give it a big old clap up for Phil, man.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to help. I'm going to do something for Phil too. We're going to put in a Javonte Williams and a Marvin Mims in there because I know he's a big supporter of you guys. So
yeah,
he's going to get a 3 for the price of 1. Phil, I'll give you obviously the Cortland Sutton. We're going to frame that for you. We're going to frame a Javonte Williams for you, and then last but not least, I'm going to frame a Marvin Mims for you. So you got a 3 for the price of 1 there, Phil. Thank you for all your support, my friends at the Denver Bronco Roundup and us as well, K&K.
Yeah. Phil's been a fantastic supporter. He's been dropping stars as of lately. He's just been in there with comments, questions, and he's been hanging with us for 2 nights. So congratulations, Phil. That's all I got to say. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the host here.
Yeah, so I just really want to thank Phil. Phil, your ops and you drop stars, your just support, just you being there. Honestly, it's more than enough, and we really love having you a part of the great DBR royalty here, Roundup royalty. It's absolutely fantastic. So big congratulations to one of our biggest supporters, Phil McLaughlin. Really appreciate you being here and continue to support us on day 2 of the draft. All right, guys,
Absolutely.
we have the Commanders up here. Again, is this a team that could possibly take defense, or do we think that this team is leaning towards more of the offense side of the ball? Scoops, I'll go towards you right here. What do you think the Commanders are going to do here?
If I'm, in their position, I'm just trying to build up whatever I can around their new pick in Jaden Daniels. We see top picks all the time go to situations where either they go into places that don't have a lot of support, or the team fails to surround them with the right support after drafting them. I don't think that Washington, I think that they have a seemingly a pretty competent new regime up in there, and I don't think they want to make the same mistake they've made so many times. So I expect them to go and get some help here for him and get him another weapon.
Yeah, Kenny. I mean, again, this is a division rival for you. What do you think?
Yeah, no,
I'm Daniels.
I'm not going to cheat, and because I seen the pick, but yeah, I mean they got to do that. So, get your quarterback some much needed weapons. You got Eckler, you got McLaurin, you got Dotson. Okay, you still need a couple more pieces. So, a lot of picks here in the second round, important round. We said drafts are won in the second and third round.
Mm-hmm.
Commanders might be winning it, boys.
Yeah, I mean, and the Commanders just. Oh, go ahead, Keith. Sorry.
Oh, I don't. No, you're good.
No, I thought you had something to say.
So you can make the announcement for the pick. By the way, it's announced.
Okay, so with the 53rd pick overall in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Washington. Quick thoughts, guys. I mean, again, this is a guy that we've talked about for a while now on DBR. This is a guy that I really like. Really, really great hands. And this is a guy that's not the most athletic tight end in the world, but he just fights for every single yard. I'm not surprised at all that he jumped here. His vertical is very good. Just a solid athlete overall wise, and just fantastic hands. His route running is great. He really knows. I mean, he really buys into blocking. He's all run blocking, pass blocking. He really buys into that. So I really like this pick for the Commanders. They get the chance to give Jaden Daniels another weapon here. Just what a heck of a pick from Washington. What a heck of a draft from Washington so far. Really taking advantage of the extra draft picks they have here. Quick thoughts, Keith. I mean, Ben Sinnott, this is a guy that we've been talking about for a while here.
Yeah, guy that we've been wanting to fall to us. I mean, it's not my position group. I know it's more your wheelhouse here, buddy. But Ben Sinnott was just a guy that stood out for me. Could do everything. It didn't matter if it was the blocking needs. Didn't matter if it was running the short routes. Didn't matter if it was running the seam routes. I thought this guy was capable on all three levels. Again, kind of surprised here. Commanders still need that offensive tackle. At some point they're going to have to pull the trigger here, but they get a great tight end, a guy that I know I loved. I think you were the same way there, Trevor. So,
yeah, Ben Sinnott, just heck of a pick here. And real quick, we just have.
Oh, the Browns are up. Yep, Browns are up. They're making a special pick here.
Okay. I was gonna address Lawrence Rivera's comment here. He just said what happened. Ben Sinnott ended up going to the Washington Commanders at pick 53. The tight end out of Washington, Kansas State. My bad. That was a pick here. I just wanted to kind of clear that up for any of our new viewers that just joined up here. All right, Dutchie, do you have any thoughts on Ben Sinnott? We talked about him a little bit on DBR. I don't know if you did any more extended research on him, but this is a guy that me and Keith are pretty high on.
I just saw a little highlight of him. He can catch balls also in the snow, and that is a big thing.
Yeah. That's your extra research, huh?
Dug deep. He's a snowball guy. Trevor, I know that you done a ton of research on him, and he's a fantastic prospect. I was still taken aback. I was hoping that we would have that chance. So,
are you a little surprised that Ja'Tavion Sanders is? And I'll get to the Browns pick first. Kenny, if you will type that in the chat, because I don't have it.
I got you. Yeah, and I'm a little behind, but we're good.
Okay, Dutchie just did it. Okay. With the 54th pick overall, the Cleveland Browns are taking defensive tackle Michael Hall. First thoughts, Kenny, I'll roll it over to you.
I think it's a little reach. I mean, this wasn't my position that I covered, but I had him a little further down the road here, maybe in like the third round. But I guess with Jerzon Newton and Tavondre Sweat and a couple other guys going off the board, I guess it was their biggest need. So, you know what? You can't find a trade partner. You go with your biggest needs. So a little reach, in my opinion. We'll see. I'm not a big fan of the pick. I'll give it maybe a C minus.
Yeah, this certainly seemed like a little bit of a reach here. Maybe a round, maybe too early for me. I had him going in the third round. But again, we're seeing a little bit of a run of defensive tackles and defensive linemen in general coming off the board. And one of Michael Hall Jr., a defensive tackle out of Ohio State, going to Cleveland Browns here. Keith, I'll go to you. What's your thoughts on here? Another defensive tackle off the board goes to Cleveland here.
Yeah, this just goes to show, man. Runs. You're going to see him in groups and in patches like this. So
Scoops is on TV, by the way. That's why he had to step away.
Oh wow, there you go.
There he is,
hanging out in the background in the Dolphins war room. Appreciate it.
For those who don't know, we have a little inside joke that Scoops, when he comes back on, everybody in the chat, let me try and get that up really. We say Scoops looks like Mike McDaniel, so that's why he had to step away. He's actually Mike McDaniel, alias Scoops Woodhams.
He changed really quickly. I thought you said you didn't want to put a suit on anymore.
Love the joke, and guys love it. You know,
Love
having a great time with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the next. It's Miami, the next team on the clock.
Yes.
So thoughts here at 55, guys. Overall, what do you think? Scoops. I mean, Mike McDaniel's actually going to be doing here. Kenny, I'll go to you since you made that great Scoops joke here with Mike McDaniel.
Oh man, I think Scoops looked happy, so I think it's going to be offense. Kind of fits. I'm going to throw a little long shot pick here. Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. That could definitely be a guy that definitely in. And Mike McDaniel's head is he's taken here at pick 55.
Richmond Webb making the pick, by the way. Here it comes. I'll put it in the chat for you in a second. He's talking. Again, the chat might be a little ahead of me. I was way off. It was offense, but this was the guy.
Patrick Paul.
I got to dig through my notes here on this.
Yeah, man, this is an off the board one for me too.
That's a name that I am not
all right
familiar with.
So I'm going to go actually because I figured this was going to be maybe a later pick today. I went and cheated a little bit off some of these later picks. Patrick Paul's ranked number 12 offensive tackle going in the second round out of Houston. So played in Big 12. He's 6'7", 312, ran a 5'3" at the combine, but the offensive guards, they don't run less than 5. It's very hard to find. They had him projected in the 4th round here, so definitely a little reach. He's the younger brother of 7th round pick Chris Paul last year for Commanders. He's got 36-inch arms, it looks like, and they're saying that will make him a nightmare to get around in pass protection. So got to protect Tua. That might be a good reason why they went with a big arm guy like this. Weaknesses, they're pretty much saying, he's weak in the run blocking. So I think this is pure pass protection pick here. And, they got to protect Tua. He's their franchise guy. So, a little reach, but hey, you reach sometimes in these middle rounds, go get your guy.
Yeah, you're definitely reaching here in the second round. Keith, do you have any thoughts on Patrick Paul?
Big, massive man. Is 6'8", 331, 86 and a quarter inch wingspan. This is a guy that is going to be tough to get around. And 40-yard dash of 5.13 for a guy that's 6'8" and 331 is a moving. I think they got a great athlete, maybe a little bit higher than a lot of people would expect. But you know what? You need to take some chances if you're going to make sure that you keep a guy like Tua upright. It's a guy that can't take another injury. So they're taking their chance. They're going here, with Patrick Paul, and we'll see if that works out for him.
Yeah, so again, I forgot, I didn't get the chance to say his position. So it's tackle Patrick Paul. Out of Houston. So, yeah, this is a guy, for me, very athletic. 6'8", 331 pounds, like you mentioned, Keith. Pretty long tackle in general. Tested out actually pretty well. Looks like he's actually more of a pass blocker than anything, like Kenny mentioned. The run blocking kind of seems like it's a problem for him. This, to me, looks like more of a developmental tackle, in my opinion. Maybe they do throw him in there a little bit, but it has high potential, maybe a lower floor type tackle, in my opinion. But maybe certainly worth a guy taking a shot at, just where his potential's at overall as far as the tackle goes. So we have the Cowboys coming up at pick 56. Dutchie, what are you thinking the Dallas Cowboys go here? Pick 56 is a team that needs a lot of help. Hasn't done a lot this offseason in general. And maybe I know that there's another another member of that DVR crew that really wants Dak Prescott in Denver.
Yeah, I know Jody wants Dak to coming to Denver, but I think that is out of the question now. I think they would go wide receiver because they can use a little bit more help for Dak Prescott if he still plays with the Cowboys. And so, yeah, I think they might go to wide receiver.
Yeah, they went Tyler Guyton in the first round, so they definitely address that offensive line, and there's maybe the possibility they do go offensive line again. I know that they do need a center, so this would be a team that I think could use a multiple of different things here. Kenny, your thoughts on Dallas Cowboys here, pick 56? What in your mind do you think they still need? They address tackle in the first round.
Yeah, they addressed offensive line need for sure. By the way, they showed Jerry Jones and them in the war room. They didn't seem happy. They didn't seem mad. I'm going to go running back here. They really need running back help. The top one, in my opinion, is off the board, Jonathan Brooks. But there's another good one on the board, and that's Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. I think that would be a nice pickup there for them. They need running back help. Their pick is coming in about less than a minute, according to my screen here. Well, it's saying the pick is in, but they still got to put the player up there. We'll see who Scoops ain't on. But you remember, guys, Philadelphia a couple of years ago when the draft was there, and they were going with Drew Pearson was getting booed on stage by the Eagle fans. Rightfully, I love the Eagle fans for doing that. So, hey, Mike McDaniel's back. Congratulations on the Patrick Paul pick, by the way.
Thank
a
you.
little reach there in our opinions, though. But explain why you went with Patrick Paul over something else there, Mike.
I mean, I think you said it pretty well. I think anytime you got someone like Tua who's been knocked around a little bit, I think you want to protect him as best you can, and make sure he's got the ability to get the ball to the playmakers who can go and help him out.
Absolutely, and he does change really fast. He's back into the incognito Eagle uniform, by the way.
Right.
It would not be a K&K sports show mashup without a little joking around. So got
to protect the true identity.
I thought you did not want to wear any more suits, though. I thought you said you were excited to be in Jersey. You lied.
I'm wearing off on Trevor. I'm teaching him well. When he joins us on K&K, he's definitely got getting that personality over.
That's why I changed fast, buddy.
All joking aside, I'm going to put myself on mute. They got special guests coming in here. Three guys in wheelchairs. So I'm going to listen to see what this is so I can tell you guys what it is.
Appreciate you, sir.
So, Scoops, what are you thinking here with Dallas here, 56? You just came back. What do you think they go here? Kenny just said running back. Then I would not be surprised if it's running back. Offensive lineman could also be in play here. This is a team that just hasn't done a lot this offseason. And for a team that really is a playoff team, a team really trying to push for that Super Bowl, doesn't really sound like this is a team that's been real aggressive this offseason. Where do you think they go here at pick 56?
No, I think that they went Guyton earlier. I think that I could really see them go with an edge rusher here to hit the other side of the ball and get a position of high value. I know that you and I had disagreements on Nealon, but I know that he was considered somebody who could go around this time. I think that would be a fantastic pick for them. He was my guy, so I'd hate to see him in Dallas, but I think that Nealon could be a really strong pick here.
Oh, no. I wanted Nealon. I like Nealon. I just didn't like Nealon as high as you liked him. I liked him, and I like him here. If the Broncos, if he can fall to the Broncos at pick 76, I would love to pick.
I'd rather have him in Denver than have him in Dallas.
Okay, Keith, what's your thoughts here on Dallas here? Again, this is a team that hasn't been very aggressive this offseason yet.
Yeah, here's a team that for me, I'm gonna echo a point from earlier. Running back needs to kind of start running at some point, and they're definitely in need. I like Albert's thoughts. Albert, I think they're absolutely right as far as that wide receiver and in the depth that they have there. If you start looking down their depth chart, yeah, they have CeeDee Lamb, but you start looking back behind there. At some point, they need to address that room as well. Outside of that, offensive line for them always can be a little bit of help. You never know how long you're going to be able to keep that group around. I know they keep trying to let's face it, offseason was about trying to keep guys around. So that will come to an end at some point.
Trevor, you mind if I take over for 1 second here?
Go right ahead.
So before I announce the Cowboys pick, these were, and I want to, and all of us are going to definitely want to, these were disabled veterans in our armed forces. I want to personally thank everybody who has served for us in this country, and give you all a round of applause out there, and thank you for everything you do for us and protecting our country. These were disabled vets, and they created a wheelchair all-star football league, and these were 3 guys that played for them. And the pick was Marshawn Nealand, Trevor, so I'll let you take over.
Yeah, I mean, just the guy that Scoops just mentioned. This is a guy that I really like. I think he's a really solid run stuffer and a really solid guy who can get after the quarterback. Another edge rusher, possible / defensive lineman. I'm a little surprised he's still on the board, and surprised the team didn't try to pick him up. I think he's got relatively good size. For me, this is a guy that I would love to see fall to Denver. Unfortunately, fell nowhere near Denver's spot here at 76. So, Marshawn Nealand's a guy that I like, and I think he's definitely got some upside, and really a guy that's caught fire, I think, over these past couple of weeks. Dutchie, what do you think, Marshawn Nealand here to the Cowboys?
Yeah, they could use something across Micah Parsons, because Micah Parsons is probably doing a terrific job there, and he needs help on the other side. So I think this is a well sought out pick.
Yeah, I think it is too. Scoops, I'm going to let you take over here and host, but we'll give your thoughts on Marshawn Nealand. You just named him as a guy that Dallas may be possibly looking at to take here. They address that defensive line once and for all.
Yeah, no. I mean, his motor is fantastic. He got, and I really don't like this, but he got nicked way too much, in my opinion, for playing for Western Michigan. I mean, you play where you play. It's the same mentality in college as it is in the NFL. You play where you play. He was a very physical player. He's got basically everything I think that you kind of consider a quote unquote. If you want to, I don't know if I don't like using the word prototype, but basically what you want in an edge rusher. He will power through somebody. He's not just gonna use a swim move or whatnot. He's gonna run right down your throat. He could be a little more flexible. He could be a little more controlled in his play style. But sometimes his directional changes could use some more work. But holy smokes, I think this is like I told you, he was perhaps my favorite edge rusher that could be taken, and I think that Dallas made a fantastic pick here. Nikki, my Dallas fan friend, if you're watching, congratulations, this is a heck of a pick for y'all.
Okay, so Scoops, you want to take over hosting now? I think your next
real quick, Pearl was just announcing that Jason Rainey was the veteran's name that played in that all-star football game. Thank you, Ms. Pearl.
All right, cool. So the one question I will ask is, so you guys are at number, you guys are at number 57 right now with Tampa Bay?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm in the situation where I'm not on the NFL Network right now, so I also didn't want to just, as I took over, I didn't want to start, jumping the gun on any picks. But no, so I'll go around right now and ask just a couple questions. Keith, there you go. Keith, so looking at these last few picks here, is there any pick that's sort of really surprised you so far in the second, not the second round necessarily, because we already talked about that, but these last few picks, is there any sort of major surprises for you, or is there anybody that you're surprised is still on the board right now?
I still think, the surprise for me, I guess one would be probably Benson not going to the Commanders. I think that, starting that run a little bit early, or thinking there might be starting a run, I really expected him to be able to slip a little bit further. I think that was, a great athlete. I love the athlete. I just didn't think that was going to be a place that he would end up being picked. And I'll agree. I'll echo a little bit, even though I like the athlete. Michael Hall Jr. is a guy that I thought might have been picked a little bit early as well.
Okay, appreciate it. And also, if someone could please just tip me as to when Goodell's up, because I'm about 3 picks ahead here. I've already got Green Bay's pick.
Yep.
Yeah, if you just watch the private chat off on the side, buddy, we'll announce it when that pick comes in. Okay?
Beautiful, thank you. Excuse me. Kenny, I'm going to kick it over to you so far. So we just saw Dallas take Marshawn Nealon. Obviously, you and I are both, NFC East fans of obviously different teams. Right now, who do you think is, I'll take Philadelphia out of it just because of, where they were this past season. But between Dallas or Washington, who do you think is a bigger threat to New York this coming season?
Wow, I'm gonna say Dallas is gonna regress a little bit. I'm gonna make that bold prediction right now, guys. And Scoops, I know you'll be happy about that. I think Washington's gonna be a surprise team this year. I'm not saying they're gonna go to the Super Bowl, but could be a surprise team fighting for a wild card game there in Week 17. And the way the schedule comes out, we're either playing Philadelphia, Dallas, or Washington. So it'd be fun if it was Giants-Washington fighting for a wild card spot Week 17.
Yeah, it would be. And I saw that they're expanding to, I think they said 18 games. Is that in effect for this season, or is that?
Buccaneers are picking. I don't know who put that in. Or is that? I got to pick Scoops 57. Are we on 57, by the way?
I mean, yes. I already have. I'm at pick 60, so I'm not. I don't want to.
You're way ahead. There's 57.
Okay, so pick 57. One of my Alabama guys, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select edge rusher Chris Braswell. PFF had him ranked as the number 7 edge rusher. He was power outside linebacker. He's not the most more explosive compared to someone like Dallas Turner, who he also played with. But he led the SEC in pressures this season, and he's a solid anchor on the edge in the run game. Likely can slide in and start right away in that Todd Bowles defense. I think a really solid pick for where they're at and about where was projected to have gone. A lot of people thought this pick could be running back Blake Corum, but they go edge rusher instead. So with that, and that's the only pick we have in so far, correct?
Yeah, and Green Bay's on the clock. Pick is in. When I tell you Goodell is on the stage, it's already in the chat. It was announced a couple seconds earlier.
All right, sounds good. Okay, Trevor. So looking at where we're at right now, in terms of just the players who are left on the board, I'm looking at some of these guys. We've got some linemen. Still haven't seen, and I know you were high on this guy, still haven't seen your guy Peyton Wilson come off the board at linebacker. I imagine you're surprised by that. What do you think is keeping him on the board this long?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that these some of these teams are not valuing linebacker as high as maybe I am. I think Peyton Wilson, I just love his size and his elite athletic ability. I think some of these medicals, are also scaring some of these teams away from some of these guys. And yeah, I mean, linebackers in general, they doesn't sound like teams are really prioritizing that too much. And just so it's a little surprising, but I think we'll hear pretty soon. I do expect linebackers to start going off the board. But I think the case with Peyton Wilson, I think is his medicals. And I think some teams are just kind of overthink it a little bit with the medicals, and the medicals can get in their way of taking some of these guys a little higher, and we'll push some of these higher guys, higher potential guys down the board, and some of these guys that their medicals check out clearly start pushing them up the board. I think that's what we're seeing just overall here in the second round.
That makes sense. I saw some things earlier that said his age. I guess he's 24 now, so I saw that might be a factor that worked against him as well. And I know he's another small school guy playing for NC State, so I do wonder if that was a factor as well. But that makes sense what you've been saying about his medicals, and I agree with you. I doubt we've seen him going for too long. So Kenny, I can announce number 58.
Yes.
All right, beautiful. So number 58 overall with the 58th pick in 2024, we have the Green Bay Packers going with Georgia safety Javon, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Bullard was rated as the number 2 safety on this board. Obviously played for the very dominant Georgia defense the last couple years. Not considered to be an elite athlete, but he's got experience defending in the slot and doing so well, tackles well, and he's got high marks on his competition and his competitive ability and ability to be versatile in different roles. Could stand to have another gear of speed and develop that, and sometimes gets a little over aggressive in pursuit and sort of lose control of his plays at times. There's belief that he could stand to branch out a little bit more from just playing in the slot and developing his comfort at other levels as well. So that's what I've got on number 58. But I think this is a good pick for Green Bay. They needed to add somebody beyond just Xavier McKinney and Anthony Johnson Jr., and they do so in somebody who is, no pun intended, believed to be considered to be quite a bulldog. So
I want to interrupt for 1 second because I did have the secondary. I'm not a fan of this pick, and I'll tell you why. He's more of a cornerback build than a safety build. He's 5'10", 197. He's running a 4.5. I had him in like the 4th round, so this I thought was a reach. I just wanted to throw that out there. In my opinion, I did the secondary work. I think his size is going to be small for a safety, in my opinion.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, and I think that, excuse me, I appreciate, because obviously, like you said, you covered defensive backs a lot more than I did. So I'll be curious if that is how it works out, and if it is, I'll be curious if his game.
Yeah, no, I don't want to take your time. Jaden Hicks and Cam Kitchens, I thought were way better than Javon Bullard, in my opinion. Just my opinion. I'm not the experts that are making these picks and scouting these guys, so we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, and 59 is in according to what I'm seeing in the chat, so I'll go ahead with that. Paul, if you're listening, your guy from Notre Dame, tackle Blake Fisher, goes here to the Houston Texans, ranked according to this as the number 13 offensive tackle in this draft. A lot of people thought this pick could be wide receiver Troy Franklin, who I'm surprised is still on the board, frankly, no pun intended. But who was the offensive line guy here?
I'm up again. Okay. I got to get my
two
pick. Solid pick, Scoops. Okay. I think opposite of Joe Alt, great run blocker from what I've read and did my research on. Texans building that offense. I think he could be a starter day one if needed. I think he develops. I think they're okay, and I think he could develop into a good pass and run blocker. And you know what? I'm okay with this, even though I'm here in 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th round. I'm okay with this because we just saw Patrick Paul go off the list. So the tackles are getting highly rated here and maybe picked a little sooner. But I got no problem with teams taking offensive line to protect their quarterback. So I'm happy with this pick, Blake Fisher. Our friend
Jody says Blake Fisher came out a year early, and Mr. Dutchy says that he thought that he would, or he says most likely a right tackle. So if that is the case, then obviously a solid potential get there at that position. So, and that's all we have so far, right? You guys are not past 60 yet?
Yeah, we're on commercial right now. So
okay,
good time to throw a question out of Scoops or whatever you want to do, my friend.
All right, sounds good.
Hold off. They just came back, so a short, maybe rapid fire, right, Keith? Maybe a rapid fire question.
Sure.
Okay, sounds good. Excuse me. I've got a question here. He's obviously not on, but our buddy Carson's Lions are picking here in a second here. After what they did yesterday with Terry and Arnold and what they've done so far, knowing what you do know about where Detroit's at, where do you think they are going to go with that selection? Just curious, the Jets in Detroit, and obviously our buddy Carson was on last night. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we haven't seen is a true guard, a true guard go here, and that's a place that they could actually, pick up some help. So I think if you go out there, not looking for that tackle, not looking for that center, go out there and get the best true guard. I think that's a place that the Detroit Lions could absolutely rack up.
Be curious to see if that's how it pans out. All right, Mr. Dutchy, I'll same question to you while I wait for this pick to go public.
Dutchy, your mic, you're muted.
Oh, what was the question again?
Oh, just the Lions are picking next here at 61. And I was curious what you thought they might do since the draft's in Detroit and since Carson was on last night. Just thought that'd be a fun question to ask.
What is their need? I would say they could use maybe a nice tight end. I think that's what is lacking for them.
That makes good sense.
Tight end.
All right. Trevor.
Go ahead, Scoops. Make the announcement.
Okay. I'll jump with the pick and then I'll ask you guys that question again. But we've got number 60, the Buffalo Bills, my somewhat hometown team. We've got safety from Utah, Nicole Bishop at number 60. And who had defensive backs over here?
Getting a run. I'm getting a run. Not my top choice here, guys. Again, little better size. I had this maybe a third day talk about. I did some research on him. Utah played in the Pac-12, so he played against a lot of high power offenses, I should say. So I'm happy, Cole Bishop played against a lot of Pac-12 offenses. Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Colorado, Penix in Washington. So he played against a lot of good offenses. So he's seen the best. But, sometimes he strides too easily and closes. I'm looking at my notes here. He closes rapidly coming down. Those are some of his strengths. But he's got short arms, and I don't know if I like that with a safety this early, but not always a bad thing having short arms. But he sometimes has problems finishing tackles also, Scoops. So that would be my weaknesses on him.
Yeah, that's not great when you're playing.
My second-ranked corner is still on the board. Safety is still on the board. Jaden Hicks, man, I think he's going to be good. I think he's a good one. And the Lions are picking, by the way, right now. Mr. Barry Sanders is making the pick. I will announce it in a sec. Or if you know what it is, Scoops, you can make the announcement.
Yeah, I'm at pick like 63 at this point. But let me pull this back up. So they are going with Missouri Tiger cornerback. Excuse me.
Double it up.
Ennis Rakestraw Jr. Is going to the Detroit Lions at number 61 overall. And as another defensive back, Kenny, back to you.
I love it. He was ranked number 5. I would have taken him with the Giants when we picked a little earlier with that run of corners. This guy played in the SEC Scoops against the Alabamas, against the Georgias, against Mississippi. He played against the best. I think he was a 3-star recruit coming out of college, but Alabama and Texas both highly recruited him. He's got a nice sturdy frame, 6 foot, little light, 185. So he's going to be like that. He can build on that a little bit. I'm looking at my other notes here. He's very physical, strong enough in run support. So, I think Carson got a nice double dip. Scoops, Trevor, Keith, Dutchie. I think our friend Carson in Detroit's going to be very happy with Terrion Arnold and now Ennis Rakestraw doubling up that corner, bolster their defense.
Very nice. I just got a message from somebody who's watching who said that he didn't look too happy when he was announced for Detroit, but hopefully that's not the case. But am I still going here, or are we passing this off for now?
Whatever you'd like to do.
So can I give a little thought on cornerbacks?
Please.
Yeah, Kenny says they're light, but I would like to see their 40-yard dash times, because how fast are they? Because the world of receivers is going to speed, and I think if you are a little lighter, you have more speed, and I think that is what is needed to keep up with the wide receivers nowadays.
Good point.
To answer your question, Rakestraw ran a 4.51.
Yeah. You don't want him to get heavier. That's a good point, Dutchie.
4.51. Don't put on a pound, sir. I love that.
Yeah. So that that particular For him specifically, yeah, it was 4.51 according to what I was able to just pull up. But
why don't you take over? Why don't you do the whole? We've got a couple more picks in the second round, so why don't you just go through the second, and then we'll let somebody else take over in the third. Everybody cool with that?
Sounds great, sir.
Sounds good to me.
And the Ravens are
and-
picking right now, by the way.
By the time we get
Hang on.
Kenny on the mic.
Hang on. What pick are y'all at? Because
62.
Okay, so we're actually in line right now. All right, that's a nice change. All right,
61, cool. Aren't we? Or are we at 62?
62.
No, 61 was Detroit.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I have
notes are
62,
bad.
but 62 is the most recent pick I have, so we're good.
Go ahead and announce it, my friend.
Sounds good. So we've got the tackle from the Washington Huskies. We've got Roger Rosengarten going to the Baltimore Ravens. Number 14th tackle according to the PFF board, 99th overall, so a little bit high according to them. But who had offensive line?
You keep asking and keep getting.
Dog.
All right.
Okay.
This guy I did some research on. He struggled in the national championship, guys. You go watch the national championship. This guy struggled a little bit. But hey, everybody has a bad game. Just like Scoop said, he had him as 14. So did I. 6'6", 300 pounds. I had him, again, later on in the third, fourth round, but we're getting a high run on tackles here. He's got good closing speed from my notes here when working to linebackers. So that's a good thing that the Ravens are going to want to be a run team with Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson. So that's a good trait you're looking for in a tackle. Not much weakness on him, I wrote down. He's going to need time basically to fill out his frame and build up his strength would be the only weakness that I wrote down on my notes for him. So I think
good
for the Ravens from what they want to do with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson there. So I think this is a nice pickup for them. And the Chiefs.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Kenny. And I did not want to interrupt you there, but I will say we have a trade coming in, and we had the Kansas City Chiefs move up into this slot. They jumped up only one slot.
Let's let the Denver Bronco Roundup guys take over, Scoops.
Yeah.
Sure. I can jump in here. Obviously, we saw the wide receiver go off the board for the Kansas City Chiefs. Kind of crazy. They could continue to trade around in the back end of the draft as they traded in just last night they were trading around, traded up to the number 28th pick to get Xavier Worthy. I'll go over to you, Trevor. Any thoughts on which way the Chiefs might be heading now that they've tried to trade up again and get this pick? Just one spot.
Is it possible they double up on wide receiver here?
Troy
Franklin? That's what I'm thinking right here. I think it's absolutely possible they do that. That I don't know. That's my guess to be a wide receiver here. I think, again, I don't have my big board in front of me, but I think that would be Troy Franklin. He's fallen. I think if the Chiefs, you get a chance to trade up again for another wide receiver, add another threat to Patrick Mahomes, a wide receiver room. I mean, that would be something I would think I would be pushing for.
Dutchy, Chiefs, they tend to just keep getting better and better every single year. They certainly make it life tough on us. Where do you think they've gone?
I have an idea that they go tackle. I'm not quite sure, but I think they go tackle.
Very good. Very good. Offensive tackle, edge rusher, wide receiver were my top three needs for this team. So it certainly has that possibility of maybe going that way. Scoops, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back over to you. And I'm just hoping it's somebody that is not good. It's not good. That's all we're hoping for. At some point, the Kansas City Chiefs need to start, getting some swings and some misses, and that's what we're hoping for over here on the Denver Bronco Roundup.
That's funny. Do you guys have the pick, or do you want me to talk about it?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So they traded up with offensive tackle out of BYU, Kingsley Sumataya. This is pretty much about where he was expected to go, sort of mid to late 60s, 11th ranked offensive tackle on this board. So they must have had a pretty strong inkling that San Francisco was going to take him to only jump up one spot for him. And offensive, I think that was Kenny. So.
Yep.
I love this pick. I had this guy ranked number 5 on my list, and you get him at the end of the second round. 6'6", 325 build, man. He's running under 5 as an offensive lineman. freakishly athletic for his size. I wrote down. He cruises easily through space for each of his targets, and that's scary if you're an opponent, right? If I had any weaknesses, sometimes his footwork. If you watch his footwork, maybe that's why he dropped a little bit, Trevor, right? His footwork ain't always nimble. So, but all in all, home run in the second round, unfortunately, guys, in my opinion. I'm giving this pick an A for the Chiefs. Yeah.
I think that's one of those upside picks. I think that he needs some more polishing, especially in run blocking. I think his run blocking is where he really struggles. But I think this guy is a really solid upside as far as a pass blocking tackle. Was 5-star recruit according to some sites out there. So yeah, I mean the upside's definitely there. The size is there, 6'5" 326. Like his hands, his 40 time was good, 504 40 time at the combine. But again, I think his run blocking where he truly struggles a lot. Probably not the most well-rounded player in general, but definitely has high upside and something for the Chiefs to work with going forward. So I'm not surprised they take tackle here. They do need to protect Patrick Mahomes going forward in the future. Even if that's not a pick right now, if he plays right now, even down the line in the future, I think that's a tackle at least you can develop going forward.
Back to you, Scoops.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Before I'm back on again, because we know it's going to be another lineman or a safety.
It seems like
it. Excuse me. Yeah. You guys don't have 64 up yet, right?
No, they're on commercial right now, but
okay. So we've got one pick left in this round. And then we're coming up close on your Giants, Kenny. So I'll kick it back to you. And obviously, I know we still have a few picks, but since it's my last pick for right now, what do you think from the guys who are still on the board? Like, who would your top be at 70, or is there somebody that you don't want them to take at 70?
73rd round, seeing this high end of tackles and guards. I don't want a third round offensive lineman just to go in there and get our quarterback killed. I would like to see running back possibly, but only one off the board. There's some good ones out there, and third round is where you may see that run of running back, Scoops. Or somebody on the defensive side of the board. I'm just looking for my on who may be left, like defensive tackles, if anybody's worth taking. Adisa Isaac from Penn State.
That would be
end could be some depth play there for sure, in my opinion.
I think Blake Corum is probably the best running back available, so that could be the fit for you to put up with Saquon. I mean, with Devin Singletary. Sorry, I forgot you guys don't have Saquon anymore. But you've been messing with me all week. I got to give it to you.
That was nice, though.
Touche.
But yeah. So you guys are still waiting on 64.
Yep.
Yeah, they just came back from commercial, so we still got a little time.
Kenny, go ahead, Dutchie.
Sorry, go ahead, Trevor.
So this is what I would like to see. Graham asked a question in the chat. Who do you guys see being a Broncos pick at 76?
Oh, wow.
Now, that might be a good question now because things have changed a little bit with the Chiefs. I think defensive lineman would be now more of a priority now. What do you think?
Defensive. Is there someone in particular you have your eye on, or just that position in general?
Position in general. The best guys are already gone, but
I got one for you, Dutchie. And this is third round is where you start looking for sleepers, in my opinion. And my two guys would be Jaden Hicks from Washington State safety, or my deep sleeper is a corner to watch out for, TCU's Josh Newton. Team captain on TCU, smothering man. He's older, 24, and I think he could be a sleeper pick here for the Broncos in a position I think you may need. Maybe the next run of corners off the board. I like his upside. 49ers selections coming in. You can make the announcement there, bud.
Sounds great. With the final pick in the second round, the San Francisco 49ers, after trading down with Kansas City, select Florida State cornerback, another for Kenny, Renardo Green. So that's Florida State Seminoles cornerback Renardo Green, was ranked 89th overall on this board, 13th cornerback. Kenny, once again, I go back to you as your evaluation on corners. What's your take on this selection?
Reach. I had him way down on my board doing my research. I had him just making and this is going, I thought this was going to be a third day one, so that's why I'm flipping pages. Bernardo Green I had as a third day pick here, like in the 5th round. He was a senior. He played 53 games with Florida State. Positives I'll give him. He plays a lot of press coverage and is good in press coverage. He's versatile with his reps, multiple positions he could play. Negatives, and I mean this like in a way, he plays bigger than his size. So a lot of times that's a positive, but when you're at corner, do you want somebody playing bigger than his size? Because that's going to make you possibly slower. So he ran a 4.45. I don't know how it's going to pan out against the speedsters in this year's draft. The one's running 4.3 and 4.2 as Xavier Worthy, but he's not great at hands neither. So a lot of corners aren't, but I don't think he's very good at making catches. So he might knock balls down, but he's not going to make many interceptions, in my opinion.
Got it.
Jets pick is in. So the Jets made a trade?
Let me double check, Aroni. Yep, they traded in with Carolina. And do you have a pick yet or no?
No. Are we switching? I don't. We can do whatever you guys want to do.
I'm fine to switch off. I had the pick, so I didn't want to pass off if I had it and you didn't want me to say it.
If you guys don't mind, I'll just read off my phone when the pick comes in.
Sounds great, sir.
End. But the Jets are in. Trevor, what do you think could be this trade up?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's so many different ways you can go here. I think we got to start seeing these linebackers go off the board at some point in time. I kind of wonder if this might be a linebacker here for the Jets. I mean, there's clearly somebody that they like to be and they want to be aggressive for. I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be wide receiver. So I think it would be linebacker here, in my opinion. Maybe, yeah, probably linebackers, in my opinion, would be here, but the pick here for the Jets.
I slightly disagree with you, my friend. I might see this as a wide receiver tight end pick here. Looking, Carolina can use tight end help. Jatavion Sanders is still on the board. Brevin Spanford is still on the board. Or wide receiver, Troy Franklin on the board still. Devontae Walker, Malachi Corley, right there, Trevor. They're still on the board.
Yeah, Roman
Aaron
Wilson.
Rodgers. This is Aaron Rodgers' pick, guys. I think this is going to be offense here. We're going to see in a second when the pick comes in. Jody, if Scoops, is that accurate from Jody?
I don't see anything from. Let me look.
Yeah, let's not worry about it. Oh, it is.
Wait. No, that's not correct.
Just wait.
He's just giving us a projection. Okay. Just trying to catch up on the chat through three things.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have the comments open, so I checked. It's correct that the pick is in. It's not correct that it's a tight end from Texas.
We're doing more with the military, so hats off to the NFL for doing that. Keith, do you think this is an Aaron Rodgers pick, or do you agree with Trevor, maybe defense here?
I'm going to keep you on the mic. I think they could end up going safety here. We've seen this run on the secondary. I think that they could use some help in that secondary, and I want to hear your wonderful voice, Kenny. You've been doing a fantastic job getting us all caught up on all these secondary picks and these offensive line picks as of lately. So I'm gonna go safety here. I think they could end up taking a safety off the board.
Dutchy, you with me, or are you going with your Denver Bronco roundup counterparts?
I think they go offense, and Aaron Rodgers will have some weapons.
I agree. And Scoops, last but not least, unless don't give it away.
Then I will not answer the question.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll ask you a different question. Washington's coming up. They had a hot second round, Scoops. Who do you think? What else do you think they can do to improve their team with pick coming up in 2 picks from now?
Well, I did think they had a lot of needs still. After getting Daniels, I thought they needed tight end and a lot of positions on defense. This I think would be a good place for assuming he's not the selection here. This I think would be a great place for Adesir Isaac to go.
Nice. Jets player is coming out right now. I think it's Bart Scott, right?
Oh, used to love.
No,
some Bart Scott.
Braylon Edwards. I told you.
Oh,
I'm looking at in a distance there. Braylon Edwards, Jets receiver, 2009 to 2010, and then back in 2012. And he's getting ready to make the selection, guys. So there'll be a little drum roll.
there you go.
We go 2 for the offense, 2 for defense. Who's going to win this one? Let's see. It is. He's still chatting away. Getting his airtime. Malachi Corley, wide receiver. Aaron Rodgers pick.
There you go.
Trevor, take it away. I absolutely love this pick, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is a heck of a pick for the Jets. I did not think they'd go wide receiver here. I thought if they're going to go anything offensively, they'd go tight end. But yeah, Malachi Corley at 5'11", 215. I ain't gonna lie, guys. I'm not overly high on Malachi Corey. I think his hands are kind of an issue. I think drops have been an issue for him. I don't think he's the best route runner out there as far as wide receiver goes. I think Trey Franklin. I think I would have picked him in front of Corley here, or even Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson's on the board as well. I'm not a fan of his blocking. I think his blocking is not the greatest. A little bit of questionable pick for me as far as the Jets. I mean, slot receiver here. I thought Roman Wilson was a better. I think he's a better slot receiver. The Jets and Malachi Corley, little not surprising position, and again, I certainly understand it, but the player, I don't know. I think it's a little high for him here.
Aaron Rodgers given the I hashtag. He thinks he likes the pick there. I told you it's Aaron Rodgers pick. 101 receptions it just showed that he had in 2022, or 2023 with Western Kentucky. But we all know Bailey Zappi a couple years ago. That's an air raid offense, so there could be some elevated stats there. Anybody else love the pick? Trevor was the wide receiver guy, so if not, I'll move on. The Cardinals pick is in, but we just talked Troy Franklin before that. The Denver Bronco Roundup guys, are you a fan, because you're getting close, that he's still on the board? Are you a fan of maybe pairing Troy Franklin up with Bo Nix and double dipping? Because I absolutely love that. Keith, would you love a double dip of Oregon offense there and Nix and Franklin for your Broncos?
You could always look at it as that Nix and Franklin, but I think just in general, Kenny, we need to start looking at wide receivers. We don't have a really good core, and certainly not a lot of depth there. And to add to the talent to that room, and we still don't know if Cortland Sutton is a long-term solution. So, absolutely, man. I think at some point you just need to start looking at Troy Franklin. You need to start looking at a wide receiver to help out these the Denver Bronco team. So yeah, why not Troy Franklin?
Yep, I'll get Dutchie and Trevor real quick because the pick is in for the Cardinals. Dutchie, you fan of pairing teammates up in college?
Absolutely, because they already have a chemistry, and so why not? If you want weapons on the offense, and why not already have a built-in chemistry?
And Trevor, I'm sure you agree with your counterpart.
I do agree, but I think the Broncos pick, if the board currently stands where it's at, I think they'll have options at pick 76. I don't think they have to take wide receiver. I think the tight end's also on the board. Jatavion Sanders is still there. Theo Johnson's still there. Linebacker Peyton Wilson is still there. Colston's still there. So I think there's a lot of different options that the Broncos can go with there, and then hopefully so. And maybe this is the reason why they're standing pat here. There'll be plenty of options on the board for them here at 76. I think this is great, actually, where the board's at here for Denver.
Funny, Giants fan Mark and our good friend Michael both saying Theo Johnson for the Broncos, the tight end from Penn State. Pick is in, by the way, for the Cardinals, and it's Trey Benson, running back out of Florida State. Finally, I'm going to get a little break from doing some analysis, so I'm going to pass it off to, I believe, Scoops, right?
Yep.
Running backs?
Yeah, that was me. So I really like this pick here. This is a guy who has a comparison to Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook went, I believe, 41st overall. So to get someone with that comp at 66 is definitely a strong value get for them. He's got high big play speed. He's got strong balance, and he's got the ability to get some yards through contact, through physicality, and pick up a couple of extra yards, breaking tackles. Yet he also is strong marks on his footwork and his elusiveness, powerful build, strength in his legs. is a little stiff sometimes when asked to be sort of more of a shifty back. And he's got a bit of a tendency to get tripped up, and sometimes does not strongly get the open cutback lane. But there's a lot of things that a team who wants a physical back has a lot to work with here, and so he makes a lot of sense here.
And with that being said, I got to make the next pick, Washington Commanders. Keith, you mentioned it a few picks ago. We're going to start seeing a run on guards possibly. Well, the Commanders have selected Brandon Coleman. So guess who's back on the board for their analysis out of TCU, 6'4", 320. Projected him right around here, late second, early third. So Washington, again, hitting home runs in this draft. And Coach Breslin and my friends down here in Maryland going to be very happy when I talk to them. So far, they got an A in this draft. Day 2, they're the winners, in my opinion, so far. He's got outstanding length. He's got 35-inch arms. He's a violent finisher is what I wrote down, run and pass games. So that's very important that you can get both in the third round. I said second-round talent in the third round because of the position. If I had, sometimes he looks stiff. That's the only weakness I put on him. He has some stiffness in his lower body, but an excellent pick for the Commanders. Hats off to the Commanders for being my winners so far in the draft. They're at commercial, Keith. So I'm going to pass it to you for a second. Do you want to mention the sponsor for tonight's show again?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not talk about an amazing sponsor like Morgan Trinkets? Morgan Trinkets has been paired up with Rocky Mountain Sports Network and Denver Bronco Roundup now for a few months, and I'm telling you what, rave reviews. Southwest Jewelry, Pottery, and Estate Gold at wholesale prices. This is the place to be, guys. Morgan Trinkets has 33 years experience, now headquartered in northern Colorado, where they do shows, as well as shows in southern Wyoming. They have 33 years experience. But if you're looking for estate gold, it's all real gold, 10, 14, 18 karat gold, sterling silver from $10 up to $2,000. All your shipping is free as long as it's $50 or more. How do you buy from Morgan Trinkets? You head over to their Facebook, Morgan Trinkets on Facebook, do all their transactions through PayPal there. And by the way, guys, that's where they announce where they're going to be at for all their shows. So catch up with them live, northern Colorado, southern Wyoming. You can also use credit card purchases there. I'm telling you, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Check out Morgan Trinkets today.
And Keith, I want to make an announcement that we didn't do at the beginning of our show.
Oh, no.
A prize that was given by Morgan Trinkets, a little side contest for all of us on our mock draft. I want to congratulate Ryan Scoops Woodhams of winning our contest that Morgan Trinkets, kindly supported and donated a prize for us. So thank you to Morgan Trinkets, and congratulations, Scoops. Trevor, the pick is in, but we're still at commercial. I personally think it's wide receiver, Trevor. They got to get a weapon for their new quarterback, Drake May. There's still some good ones. Give me your top 3 wide receivers on the board if the Patriots were to pick wide receiver here.
Yeah, so I have Trey Franklin. I have Roman Wilson. And let me pull up my board here. In a minute. I have my board pull up when you ask me.
No, I put you on the spot like spur of the moment. You weren't expecting it. No,
and Jermaine Burton. Jermaine Burton's another guy that I really like, and I talked about on DBR for a while. Those 3 guys, to me, are just stand out as wide receivers on the board, and I some of them I can't believe it. Roman Wilson, I thought he was going to be a second-round pick. Had a second-round grade upon. And then, obviously, Trey Franklin's a guy that I had late in the first round. So some of these wide receivers are really dropping, and I think if you're the Denver Broncos, you're pretty excited if you're thinking taking a wide receiver here. And a lot of options on the board, a lot of options. Also Coleman and Peyton Wilson still here on the board as well at linebacker. So a lot of needs for the Broncos and a lot of really talented players still on the board here in the third round.
Well said. And another one I like is Jalen McMillan, but we'll see when he gets picked. Washington, I was high on that Washington team. We're back from commercials. Pick isn't in yet. But to fit the Patriots, what they got right now, who would you say it was? I'll go to Trevor again because he's the wide receiver guy. If you had to pick one of those 3 for the Patriots, who would it be?
I'm gonna go Roman Wilson here. I think they need a slot receiver. I think this is a guy that JJ McCarthy could trust. The fast wide receiver, got great hands. I love his route tree. I'm a little surprised that he's still here and there's other slot receivers taken ahead of him. Roman Wilson here for me here would be huge. I think for a guy like Drake May, a guy that really loves to throw the deep ball. So I think would fit very well with the New England Patriots offense.
Keith, I'm putting you on the spot real quick. I'll change positions. You think we could see any linebackers go off the board soon, as early as this pick? You're coming up with the Broncos. Could that be a position of need, inside linebacker?
That is definitely a position of need. As far as the teams that are coming up right now, sorry, I get my mic all in position here. As far as teams coming up, I don't see a whole lot of linebacker need until you get to the Denver Broncos. That's one of the first places I have. So if they are waiting, if they're holding out, they're going to be able to hold out and wait and probably get one of the best to come off the board.
Okay, and the announcement should be getting made any second now for the pick. A couple special people on stage, so it may be a couple seconds. Who is your top-rated out linebacker, Keith? That for anybody, but necessarily for the Broncos, for your Broncos, who would be your top linebacker?
A lot of different ways you can go. I'm going to get all my notes here really quick, get them all sparsed out. I'm a big fan of Peyton Wilson out of North Carolina State. I think he's a phenomenal athlete, and I would love to see him be able to come in here. 6'4", 233 pounds, ran a 4.43 40 time, and a 6.85 cone in the 3 cone. He's an amazing athlete. 138 total tackles, 6 sacks, 3 interceptions. Guy's just all over the place. So Peyton Wilson, NC State, that's my top guy.
Love Ernie May's comment. The Patriots pick the water boy. All right, so the young man is making the pick right now. Stand up to all hate. So hashtag stand up to all hate. People are wearing shirts on stage. So nice little special organization there. And racism, absolutely. And the hate. Let's see who they pick. Caden Wallace, tackle out of Penn State. Guess who's back up on? I got to go to my day 3 pages here.
This is the Kenny Kirkpatrick show right now, man.
Yeah, really.
Caden Wallace. Where did I have him?
So in the meantime, while you're looking, I'm not very happy with Peyton Wilson. You're gonna confuse the heck of all Bronco fans. Peyton, Wilson.
Oh, that's I never. You got it, bud. I never thought about that, man. I just thought about the player, but yeah, the names and Broncos. Yeah, I really like Wilson's play on Sunday. Peyton needs to go out there and play better, or make better decisions. Yeah, we've been in big trouble. Go ahead, Kenny.
My quick notes, because the Chargers picks already in, and we'll go back to you guys because you're the AFC West guys. 6'5", 328. I had him as a third-day pick. He looks like an offensive lineman. Played against Big Ten competition. Pretty much versatile. Weaknesses, I got him as he's heavy-footed and against high-end pass rushers. So that fast edge rushers may take advantage of that, and he may struggle early in his career with that. So he may be a developmental pick, may not be a day 1 starter. But shocked that they went that route that early with him. Chargers are up. Rolf Bernierski, I'll probably butchered that name, Keith. Kicker in the mid-70s for the Chargers.
Well, there you have it.
Is making the pick. And we'll get your thoughts on the pick because he's just chatting away right now. So I think he may be wanting to hang out with Dutchie over there. He's doing like a Ricola commercial.
Ricola.
You did that much better than I did.
We'll get the pick in a second, and then we're just going to pass it off to Keith, Trevor, and Dutchie about the pick. Because this is Jim Harbaugh, and he's already had a successful draft so far, in my opinion.
Couple guys on the board, though, from Michigan. Colson, linebacker, and Roman Wilson, the wide receiver. Both needs for them.
And Blake Corum, running back.
Yeah, Blake Corum, yeah.
Junior Colson, Michigan.
Yep.
Linebacker, Mr. Keith Brugman, take it away.
Wow. Take that, man. We were wondering when this is going to start. We were wondering when that linebacker room or those linebackers were going to start to fly off the board. And here's a guy from the national championships team. A lot of people probably saw him flying around all throughout the playoff run and towards that national championship. A 6'2", 238-pound, 4.58 40-time guy, 32.5-inch arms, 95 total tackles, with 44 of them are solos. Didn't really show up in the sacks and the interceptions, but at only 21 and a half years old, this is a guy that is young, and you can go ahead and continue to develop this player. I think it's a good pick. It's kind of a little bit of a projection type of pick. We'll see how he plays out. Didn't have him as high as some of the other guys on my board. Maybe a little bit of a stretch, but hey, it's a guy he knows, right? It's a guy he knows. Harbaugh gets his Michigan guy. That's my first thoughts. Dutchie, I'll head over to you on Junior Colson, Michigan linebacker, heading back and pairing up with Harbaugh and with the LA Chargers.
And they probably have some familiarity with Bo Nix as well, so it might be in their huge benefit to have a linebacker like that, because if they know how to play the QBs, guess what? There's no longer surprise waiting to happen. There are dangers there in the defense.
Trevor, your thoughts on Peyton Wilson, NC State product? Or I'm sorry, why am
Junior
I at?
Colson.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at all my notes. Junior Colson, Michigan product, heading to Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, one of the better linebackers on the board still. Harbaugh gets his guy. I love Junior Colson as far as tackling. I think he's a very good tackler for Harbaugh. Very good cover linebacker. I think that's a great pick for Harbaugh. I think his 40 time again. I think he was great. Athletic linebacker. This is a need, for the Chargers here. I'm not surprised Harbaugh stayed in house and chose his former linebacker, now current linebacker, Junior Colson, out of Michigan.
There you go. I got to get it back over to Kenny, man. The Giants are on the clock. Pick is coming in.
One of the greatest running backs. Yeah, one of the greatest running backs Giants history. Tiki Barber making the pick. If Mark is correct, I'm ecstatic about this. Let's see. I told you guys there was a need, and we're going to see. I might be clapping in a second. I'm getting ready because I think it's going to be who I think it is.
Giants are continuing
to
get
Madison.
Madison.
Alexander
There's
Madison.
A trade for taking Alexander Madison.
Hey, you've been trying to get that A report card. You're trying to get it to continue, Kenny. I'm hoping that your Giants do well here, buddy.
Pick I got to look at. It's corner, so we got secondary, but it's Andrew Phillips cornerback out of Kentucky. Not one of my higher ranked ones. Day 2 pick. I know I got to go back to my secondary page now. I lost the secondary page I had. Let's see. Where do I have Mr. Phillips? A little down my board here. Yeah, Andrew Phillips, 5'10", 191. He left after 16 career starts, so he's an early they're showing him leaping over cars, by the way. That's smart.
There you go.
Played in the SEC last season. He's got speed. He runs about a 4.45. I think it was a reach for the Giants. I do, but the Giants last year found their secondary. They found Wan'Dale Robinson, from Kentucky. So I like Wan'Dale Robinson, wide receiver, opposite side of the ball. So they probably got some good ties in there with Kentucky, and somebody definitely told them some things they liked about this kid, because to me this was a day 3 pick. So I'm going to see if I was wrong. I hope I'm wrong. The books I followed had him as a day 3 pick too. So a little reach, but we'll see what happens.
Quick question for you, Kenny. If you didn't take that corner, if you didn't end up taking Andrew Phillips, who would you have wanted to go instead?
For corner, I would have taken this kid, Josh Newton. Kyrie Jackson's out there still. TJ Tampa. There's still day 2 corners I have on my board on here still. Kalen King out of Penn State, another name I forgot. I may have to pass these positions off to somebody else. The next pick is in. Cardinals select Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois. All right, let me see where Isaiah Adams is on my list, guys.
Next time, maybe next time we should spread it out a little bit.
Well, you never know when these runs are going to happen. That's the crazy thing.
Oh, my run's going to end. Don't worry. Tomorrow, later on, you guys are going to get the run. Isaiah Adams, number 3 ranked guard on my list. Strengths, he has outstanding length for a guard, 6'4", 318. He displayed easy knee bend against Kansas is what I wrote down. I wrote that highlight down. But he transitions easily and on time when passing off stunts. That's a good trait in a guard. I like that. For weaknesses, short legs and squatty build. Teams may try and play him outside. Late to replace his hands, and he misses coming out of the gates. So I think it's a good pick. The guards are going off the board and a lot of value with the guards. And this was my number 3 guard, which leaves my number 2 one on there, which is, by the way, probably going to get picked any minute. Layden Robinson out of Texas A&M. Dutchie wants to do a giveaway. I'm down to give me a break. See what I'm going to put up here. For those watching, I promised this. I would do this when Tavondre Sweat got picked at the end of the night. I was hoping he'd go to one of my teams, but how about another guy they call Sexy Dexy for the Giants? Dexter Lawrence. We'll throw him out there for anybody who wants a Dexter Lawrence. I do have Broncos too, Keith. If you want to, I can throw a card out there for the Bronco fans.
That's up to you, buddy. Your
giveaways
listening. Are deep.
I may not get many Bronco fans, but this one's particular for Jody. So Jody, type in the chat Broncos, and I'll give you not 1, not 2. I'll give you 3 Russell Wilson Bronco cards, my friend.
Hey, there you go. There you go. We got a lot of comments coming in too, man. We got comment for that 3rd round giveaway. That's one coming in from Albert and Michelle Knoppers over there. Guys, the Broncos pick is coming up. We have that Broncos Terrell Davis football we want to give away. The way you do it is you put in the comment Broncos. Simple as that. Broncos get entered to win a Terrell Davis signed football. Not too manhandled by Albert, but a little bit. That being said, it is a fantastic piece that any Bronco fan would love to add to their collection, add to the mantle, right? So, like Roy Osborne, go ahead and get entered in. Broncos pick is right around the corner.
Mark, go ahead and type in 3rd round for this Giants pick, or put Mark in there. Mark, we did that after Dutchie. Put Mark in there. Mark may be the only one. You guys are going for the. You know what? Everybody that's putting Broncos in, Dutchie, double dip them for the Russell Wilson burn in the fire giveaway. But I got a red one in the middle there with the 2 white ones. You get a little Russell Wilson threesome there. Wearing number 3, I'll give you 3 Russell Wilsons.
Yeah, we're having people drop out of the contest now. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
No, let's ride.
Oh boy, Jay, hey, look at this. Look at here, all our friends and family coming in here, man. Hey, just a big shout out real quick as we're waiting for some draft picks to go through. I just want to say thank you to everybody that joined us on day 1. Thank you for everybody that's joined us on day 2. Thank you for the hours and hours of coverage that you guys are tuning into. We appreciate you. We hope you enjoy it. And, I'm going to go ahead and I'll turn it back over, but I couldn't go any longer without saying how much I love our friends, our family that have joined us for now 2 full days. The posse, give it up to you, man. Love you tons.
I'll joke around with the posse because the posse send it to Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson sucks from Ernie. So you know what? This will go strictly to Jody as a special giveaway. Our good friend Jody. I got a couple Broncos. They're flying off the shelf here, guys. How about a 2 for Cortland Sutton? I'll give you guys a double. Cortland Sutton, Dutchie, is what we'll give the winner for the Broncos.
There you go.
We'll throw Cortland Sutton. Panthers selection's coming up, Dutchie, and then we'll make the pick for the giveaway. All right. Panthers selection. We'll see who they. I think it's in the chat, so I'll read it in the private chat. Trevin Wallace, linebacker from Kentucky. I get a break and I pass it off to Mr. Brugman.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I'm like all out of sorts now. I had to get all my notes. I was all excited about our giveaway. Trevin Wallace, man. Again, not who I necessarily had right at the very top. This is kind of a later pick. I had quite a few guys going before, but this 6'1", 237-pound product out of Kentucky, ran a 4.51 40 time, 32 and 5/8 inch arms, 80 tackles, 45 solo, 5.5 sacks. Though this is a guy that really gets after the quarterback quite well, and one INT to throw on there. Think about that, guys. His solo tackles are almost half of what he put up for his total tackles. It's a guy that's always around the ball. Good Kentucky product. I would have maybe taken a guy or two ahead of him, of Trevin Wallace. So they saw something they like. A young prospect, I'll give him that. 21, just barely 21 years old, so has a chance to really build in the NFL and be a great prospect. Trevin Wallace, Kentucky, great pickup, but might be a little bit of a stretch in my opinion.
Dallas is a little happy, by the way. Clayton, you didn't miss. Dutchie, put Clayton's name in the giveaway, and then we'll let you pick. Then the Cowboys are coming up with their selection. So we'll let you do that, Dutchie, and we'll see who gets the Cortland Sutton or Dexter Lawrence giveaway.
That Dexter Lawrence is sexy.
It is.
Hope your wife ain't watching, Keith.
Well, I meant the card now.
There it is.
guys.
Clayton, the late light, right at the last second buzzer beater. Clayton gets it. Love it. Clayton,
Congratulations, Clayton.
Clayton,
Congratulations,
big supporter
man.
of both our shows, and I love Clayton. He's always hanging out with us, telling us to smash that like button. Clayton, congratulations. Glad I can give you a Cortland Sutton 2 for game cards there for you. Pick is in. Back on the board, guys. I love this pick, unfortunately, for the Cowboys. Scoops. Cooper Beebe going to Dallas. Some people down on him, saying he could be a bust. The book I'm following said could disappoint Cooper Beebe. I'll read that, and I disagree with it. Isn't lacking grit and tenacity, but his poor length and limited range of motion makes him a guard-only prospect with a narrow scheme fit. But you don't need him for a tackle. You need him for a guard. This is what Dallas needed, interior lineman. I watched him at Kansas State personally. He's a leader, and he will become a leader. Bold prediction. He will become a leader sooner than later on this offensive line. Pick is in for Atlanta. We're getting close to Denver. So after this pick, Keith, I'm going to pass it back off to you because we got Chicago before Denver, but it's getting close, guys. So I'd like you guys to take over Denver Bronco Roundup style in a second. Clayton saying, let's go. Now it's a great, great night to top it off. Again, Clayton, can't thank you enough for always supporting all of us on all our shows. And glad I was able to give you away something for you, my friend.
Smash that like button on Clayton. That's what we did tonight, man. Appreciate you very much. I'm glad that you end up going with that. Being the winner of that prize that Kenny put out there. Congratulations to you, buddy. As you're getting a lot of congratulations from the posse. I know you're seeing that as well.
Rightfully so. Pick is in, and I'm going to then pass it off to edge rusher Ryan Scoops. But the pick is in. Talking about Washington, the Washington guys have been going off the board. Braylon Trice, the edge rusher out of Washington, goes. Scoops. Give us your thoughts on Braylon Trice, and then we're going to pass it off to the Denver Bronco Roundup for the next, hopefully, 15 minutes or so before they're up on the clock.
Yep. Excuse me. Sorry. So as you said, this was Braylon Trice, edge defender. He's gotten strong marks for balance, play strength, got a strong first step, very good hands, considered, quote, was fast and violent with regard to his hands. His arm length is, was talked about earlier, arm length is not his strongest suit. And those concerns show up a lot when he's trying to complete tackles. And he, excuse me, his run stopping was rated fairly weak regard to comparing to others, but his pass rush win rate and his run defense grade were all much higher, and they are expected to be his stronger suits going toward the NFL. He was labeled as a powerful edge player, but this said that he should have been picked in the top 50. So definitely a good value pick here.
Awesome. I'm going to pass it off. Chat. You guys are coming up soon. There's a lot of Bronco fans hanging out. It's getting near that time. And it's near that time. One more. Guys, Broncos, if you haven't already, type the word Broncos. Dutchie, show them what's going to come up after the Broncos pick. Terrell Davis signed ball. Turn it around. We see only the Brown side. Show that autograph. Show that autograph.
Show that beautiful bean
Terrell
footage.
Davis
There you go.
signed football. And just a little added bonus, we're going to throw a Hall of Fame Terrell Davis card in there with it. So nice little prize coming for somebody shortly. Pick is in for the Bears. Keith, do you want me to put it in the private chat when I see it?
Yes, please do. Please do.
You guys please take over because it's Denver Bronco Roundup time, everybody.
All right, I'll jump in here for a really
It's commercial, by the way. It's commercial, by the way.
No worries. I'll take over just a little bit. I had 3 needs written down for the Chicago Bears, and 2 of which they've already taken care of. So I want to get your thoughts, and maybe I'll get thoughts from, and I hate to do it to you, but offensive line guy, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. The last one I have is center. Center is a need for the Chicago Bears. Is there a center here that matches up with the pick here in the 3rd round? That would be my first question. I apologize. I'll let you thumb through for a second. I'll waste a little time on the clock here.
I do have offensive line as well, Keith, but I got guard here. I think interior line could be value here for them to protect. I know center, I think the top 2 are off the board. I think there's a drop, but Layden Robinson's my number 2 guy, and Christian Haynes is still on the board out of UConn. 2 good corners, 2 good guards that very well could come off the board here with the Bears.
Very good. If you start looking around, you start looking at these Bears picks, I'll go to Albert. Caleb Williams was there in the 1st round. Then they go ahead and they get Roma Dunze. They've been all offense. Is this the time that they switch over to defense, or am I right? They need to stay on that offensive line that I was just asking Kenny Kirkpatrick about.
Yeah, I think they should stay on offensive side because Caleb Williams, you have a number 1 draft pick. You want to give him every weapon you can get, and I think they should go tight end.
There you go, tight end. An upgrade to Cole Kmet, not a very bad idea there. I mean, Cole Kmet has been good, but I think that if you can get a standout tight end, great upgrade for the Chicago Bears there as well. I'll ask the same question right on over to Trevor. Trevor, where do you think the Bears should go? Offense, defense? Which way to go?
I think they went offense in the 1st round pretty heavily. I think they should go defense here, in my opinion. Defensive line, I think there's something they still need to address. I'm not sure that the board falls how their team needs would fall, but I do think they need to go defense here. After just double dipping in the 1st round, both getting Caleb Williams and getting Roma Dunze, I think it's time for them to go defense here. And they have a defense-minded head coach, so.
That's very true. At some point they need to flip over to the other side of the ball. It might be the place. I'll go over to Scoops. Scoops, your thoughts here, Chicago Bears. I know that you've been maybe looking ahead just a little bit, but you have edge rusher. That could be something that they could add in here, and just in general. What was that? Oh, that's somebody's phone buzzing.
It's not me.
There we go. Scoops, what are your thoughts? Offense, defense, is edge even in play here for the Chicago Bears?
It might be in play. I still think that they're going to go offense. There's a couple of guys in the offensive line who are on the board who are still highly rated. We talked a little bit about Christian Haynes out of UConn. There's the tackle from Yale, Kieran Imaga J. I don't know if I'm saying that even close to correctly. So I would look at them as potential two strong fits on the offensive line for Chicago.
Absolutely, man. I'll flip it over. I know that we're going to be getting the Chicago Bears pick in here pretty shortly, but let's get the conversation started on our Denver Broncos, guys. Albert, I'm going to go to you first, man. We've been waiting. Also, so all we've had is Bo Nix up until this point. Where do you think the the Broncos need to go here, and then I'm going to get to this pick, I believe. So
I truly believe they need to go to a defensive line, a linebacker, defensive line. They need to shore up the run because that is one of our biggest problems. Yeah, that's what I see. Defensive line.
Defensive line, like to see him go defensive line. Well, who didn't go defensive line? The Bears. The Bears did end up making their pick, and it looks like it is an offensive lineman. Kenny, get all your notes ready. Offensive tackle, Kieran Amadeje, 75th overall pick. What do you have on Kieran Amadeje? Amagadje, I believe.
Okay, good. It wasn't just me.
The Bears had him highly ranked higher than me, but I had him as my day 3 steal. Small school, Yale, Ivy League, but this guy's 6'5", 321. Just mentioned a couple minutes ago, you got to protect your franchise guy. I think it was Clayton too. Protect the king. You know, you got your franchise guy now, the number 1 draft pick. You got to get your offensive line. So this guy may sit for a year, see what their offensive line looks like, but this is a high upside pick. He's long arms, stout, 37-inch arms, makes it instantly easier to keep a clean pocket from what I'm reading and put my notes. Plays tall sometimes is about it. So that's the only weakness I had on him. But overall, they compare him to Matt Pert, who's on your Broncos there. So I like Matt Pert. I did like Matt Pert. So that's a nice little comparison. And could be a nice play for the Bears in the future. I don't know if he's a day 1 starter, but definitely a future pick for sure with upside.
Well, thank you, Kenny, man. Fantastic analysis as we've had you on the clock and spewing out tons and tons of information over all these. Trevor, Broncos are on the clock, though, man. Everyone, it's your last chance to get jumped in here, get the Broncos into the Broncos giveaway. Sorry, guys, a couple of long days. Broncos giveaway. Type in Broncos, get entered for that Terrell Davis. It looks like you might have the information. I don't know if he's been up to the podium, but feel free. I'm going to let you go ahead.
You can make the pick. Yep.
Trevor, take it away. Who do we end up getting? Who do we pair with Bo Nix as we get waited till the 3rd round?
Well, we ain't pairing. It's going to be an offensive pick. This is going to be a defensive pick. Broncos are taking with the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL draft. The Broncos are taking Jonah Ellis, defensive end / edge rusher out of Utah.
Wow. Jonah Ellis. I know that we need us a little bit of help on edge. We better get it right over to our edge specialty guy. Who's our edge specialty guy? No other than Mr. Scoops. Scoops, take it away. What do you got on Jonah Ellis for us, man?
Sounds good. I liked this pick a good amount for them. Excuse me. At edge, I think. Sorry, I thought that was thought someone was trying to speak for a second there and didn't want to cut anybody off. But it's like you said, coming out of Utah, great hands. He's got strong pass rush moves. Can be flexible. A little bit of concerns about his length and his strength in terms of his ability to play full time, but his mental ability and his shiftiness and flexibility all received high marks. Similar to what I said before about the last player, is his run stop grade did not grade out particularly highly, but his grading in pass rush in true pass sets was receiving much higher grades. They said believe he has to get stronger and hopefully add some weight, but they think that he'll be able to impact the pass rush game pretty consistently.
Awesome. I'm going to get it over to my 2 DVR guys really quick. Edge was a big concern for us. We've been talking about it all off season. Does this help solve the problem for the Broncos? I'll hit Albert first, and then I'll head over to Trevor. Albert?
It solves part of the problem because we got some free agency picks for the linemen, and if this guy can take the brunt of it on edge, then it will help with the run as well. And have you seen Michael's comment?
Not as of yet. I was just getting around to everybody, but feel free. I'll jump over to it in just a second. So
okay,
I can throw it up. It looks like I can throw it up there right now. So
yeah, he's the son of a former Broncos player that was the captain of the Broncos Super Bowl 50 championship. And do you think he is a part of the John Ellis family of Joe Ellis?
I'm not sure. I have no idea, bud. We'll have to figure out what all the relations are in the background. But I did want to get over to Trevor, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper. You know, we have all these different names at edge. All of a sudden now we add in Ellis. What does this mean for this edge room?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a solid pick. I think there is still a lot of other talent on the board. And I think that there was a linebacker that I think would have stepped in day one have been the best linebacker in the linebacker room. I thought there was a wide receiver that would have been highly up there as well. And Trey Franklin. Ellis, I'm fine with the pick. 12 sacks, 37 total tackles last year. It seems like he's more of a pass rusher type. Again, the run stopping, he doesn't seem like he's more of not much of a run stuffer. I don't know what this means. It kind of seems like, to me, Keith, and you can elaborate on this a little bit, it kind of seems like they just have a cluster edge rusher right now with Drew Sanders moving over there right now. You have Cooper. I mean, you have Baron Browning, Nick Benito. I mean, how many edge rushers do you need to put in this edge rusher room? I know it's a premium position, but you got to make sure that this guy's your Batman there. If he's not your Batman, I think this is a pick that's like, okay, so you're getting another Robin when we already have a room, a bunch of Robins. I get that Browning and Cooper's contracts are coming up next off season, but it's like, I don't know. I think there was some more talent on the board that I would have liked to see this team go to. But I don't mind the pick. I think I give it probably a B- grade. I think as of right now. Obviously, we haven't seen him on the field yet or anything, so I don't want to give him a final grade. But just right now, as we're sitting here, probably a B- grade for the Broncos picking Ellis here at 76.
Yeah, we got a friend I know. This is a friend of Scoops that's jumping in saying he has siblings in the NFL. I did look it up just really quick. Brother Caden, who also played at Idaho, now plays for the Falcons. Christian was a linebacker at Idaho, and he's played on games for the Eagles and the Patriots. And brother Noah was a defensive lineman at Idaho, and he signed with the Eagles as an undrafted free agent in 2022. So a little bit of a relationship. Maybe you know some of the Ellis boys, Scoops, as we talk about Christian and Noah as well. So
yeah.
But hey, guys, we were talking about it. Broncos giveaway, guys. It's that time,
real
right?
Quick, yep.
Yeah,
Let's
go ahead.
catch up. We're at commercial. This is perfect time. I'm not going to get into detail. Delmar Glaze was picked by the Raiders, tackle out of Maryland, over here, my end of the woods. I had him in just outside my top 10, the 11th ranked tackle. So the Raiders get a decent one here, one pick after the Broncos. But this is Broncos time to talk now, and Bronco giveaway. And I want to get more into this pick that the Broncos, where do you look for? We'll get to some questions in a few minutes, but Texans are on the clock, by the way. So we'll get that giveaway, Dutchie. Good luck to everybody. This is a big giveaway.
Okay, this is all the names that were in all the drawings. I've taken some of Michelle's names out because I wanted to go to a person outside this family.
Thank you.
Sounds great, sir.
I think there's still one in there for Michelle.
We got the drum roll, man. I'm telling you what, man, this is a fantastic giveaway, guys. I'm so excited for whoever's going to get this giant a giant package, but it's all Broncos. You guys have been with us for quite a ride over the last couple of days. This is well deserved. We appreciate you so much. And who's it going to? Oh,
one of your friends.
Fantastic.
Yes, awesome.
Roy Osborne, congratulations.
The tiny little added bonus, the Hall of Fame card of Terrell Davis as well.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that. That Terrell Davis card, that's not just a little one. Terrell Davis Hall of Fame card. Terrell Davis, a Hall of Famer, went out there, signs that football. Now it's going to be changing possession. It's going from the Albert Knopper's household, and it's heading on right on over to Roy Osborne. So, Roy, congratulations. Way to go, Roy, as it's coming in from Clayton. Let's go. Phil McLaughlin, very super excited for you as well, man. But this has been fantastic, guys. I appreciate Albert, appreciate Kenny. donating all these wonderful prizes. Hope you guys have enjoyed it a ton. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Kenny. You've been hosting here now for a while. I want you to jump back in on that one, if that's okay, and start passing around some great questions you always have for us.
Well, get a couple updates. With pick 78, the Texans took safety corner. Me back on kid safety out of USC, Kalen Bullock, my 5th ranked safety on the board. 6'2", he's got nice size. He's only 21 years old. He added significant muscle after going from a corner wide receiver from high school to a corner. So he's got some wide receiver ability too. And then he lacks NFL strength, which what the weakness says. So he added some muscle. So we'll see if that transitions. But I don't want to get too much into that because right now the Colts are on the board and they take a tackle, Matt Gonzalez. So Matt, again, I like this pick. He was in my top 15. A lot of people had him lower ranked. I think he's got some nice footwork, good pass protector, ACC, played with Pitt, but Pitt likes to play defense. So defensive-oriented team over there. I think they get a decent one, the Colts. And they're having a sneaky good draft, in my opinion, guys. So the Colts get Scoops, I know I can't catch a break is right. I'm trying my best, and I think I'm hanging in there with everybody.
You're doing fantastic, sir, man.
Bro.
I appreciate everybody hanging in there with me. So Matt Gonzalez, I had him as a late day pick. So right where he got picked would have been like the earliest I would have taken him. So, but these tackles are going off the board early, and these picks are coming flying in this 3rd round. You think today is wild? Wait till tomorrow, guys. Bengals pick is in, by the way. So we'll see who they take. Are we surprised? I keep bringing this question up, but are we surprised that these wide receivers are still on the board? Scoops.
Yeah, I mean, so Philly just traded the pick that Houston used to select that player. They jumped down to 86, and I thought staying at that position, they could have been a prime candidate to take either Troy Franklin from Oregon or Roman Wilson from Michigan. So if get to 86 overall, they're not my top 2 players that I would take, but I think that they're very much on the list depending on who's available.
Speaking of wide receivers, TJ Houshmandzadeh making this selection for the Bengals.
Oh, cool.
And let me tell you, man, he's got a huge head. And there goes a wide receiver. I get a break.
You get a break.
Just mentioned him a few minutes. Jermaine Burton, Trevor. It just seems like the Trevor and Kenny show here for the past hour.
That's all right.
Another guy that I had mentioned on DBR as well, Adonai Mitchell, Ricky Purcell, who went 1st round. Now Jermaine Burton goes here in the 3rd round to the Cincinnati Bengals. I think this is a heck of a player. I think he needs to go to a team though that has leadership. Personality problems, it does have that a little too much. That's one of my knocks on him. But the guy that plays as an edge, I mean, 6 foot, 200 pounds, very athletic wide receiver. I just again plays as an edge, needs to avoid silly taunting penalties. I've seen that a lot with this film. He's a fantastic athlete, elite athlete. He actually led Alabama's wide receivers for the past 2 seasons now. 698 yards, average 20 yards per reception, 8 touchdowns and 39 receptions total. Really love Jermaine Burton. I would love to see Denver take a chance on him. I just love how much he plays with an edge out on the field. Needs a little bit of leadership to add to his game, but I think if he can add that, I think this would be a fantastic pick here for Cincinnati. It just gives another weapon to Joe Burrow. And also, guys, does this mean T. Higgins is possibly on the move?
That's a good point. Good point. I just want to say a shout out to Miss Pearl Heater in the chat. She's going to call it a night. She's been hanging out with us 2 nights now. She's going to call it in and tell you great fun. Thank you so much, Miss Pearl. We love everything you the support you give us at K&K as well. We love you. And Roy, go hang out with Kurt on his Denver Broncos show. I know you're always hanging out here. I know you subscribe to us now, but just go hang out with Kurt. You'll get a blast. I know you've probably been there a couple times. I'm sure I've seen you there, but if you haven't, go check out Kurt Valenti. He texts, and that's who was calling me, guys. He had a little problem with his phone tonight. He's still on his way home. He go to T-Mobile and get it straightened out. So he been watching the picks on his phone and listening to it on the radio. So he didn't know. He may or may not be able to come on with us tonight. So we'll see what happens. But Mr. Valenti's having some difficulties. So we'll see what happens. But you know what? I'm going to take a little break. Who wants to take over? Does Mr. Brugman feel like taking over?
Oh boy, hey, taking a break on me already. Yeah, I could take over, buddy. Not a problem. Taking a break already. I know. I'm giving you the bad time, buddy. Giving you a bad time, man. It's just amazing, man. This round 3, man. It's been flying. It's been quick, man. It's been right after another. And when guys like Kenny Kirkpatrick jump in here and he's getting just lambasted, I guess is the best way to put it, left, right, and the otherwise.
Next year, I'm going to take kickers.
You going kickers?
Watch
Love
me a
it.
4th round kicker.
Yeah, I was going to say, watch there be a 2nd round kicker next year.
There you go. So what we're hanging out at 81, waiting for a Seattle Seahawks pick. If I'm up to speed on this,
yes.
So
we're on commercial.
Here are the Seattle Seahawks. It's a team that we've been tied to quite a bit up here in Denver. You know, they've been looking at a lot of different directions that they could possibly go. I'm going to ask Trevor first and foremost. Give me your top 2 positions that you'd think that Seattle could go, and I might go around the horn on this one real quick. Top 2 positions you think Seattle could go.
Oh man, I think that linebacker could be a situation where they go Bobby Wagner. They need to replace him. That would be where I'd go. I think Peyton Wilson's still sitting there on the board. Might be a direction they end up going to. I don't know how Peyton Wilson's still falling. Honestly, this is a guy that top of the 2nd round, in my opinion, type talent. Medicals could be a big one here, but I think that linebacker here for me for Seattle would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Go around to Dutchy. I have inside linebacker, offensive line, tight end. All could be potential needs here for the Seattle Seahawks. Which direction do you think? Inside linebacker, O-line, tight end, different direction?
I think they could even go a different direction. I know they also could use a wide receiver. They also could use a tight end. But I think they go running back. They could go running back.
Could be. I mean, Zach Charbonnet hasn't necessarily been the prospect they had hoped coming out of UCLA. Maybe they give up on him, head down that running back path. Kenny, what do you think? Where do you think the Seahawks go here?
Yeah, I'll do it rapid fire, Keith, because they're back and they've got another special group on. My 2 positions is safety and, like Trevor said, linebacker. I think this is most likely a defensive pick here.
Very good. And quickly over to Scoops as we wait for the decision to be made and the pick to be announced.
I think linemen, offensive linemen specifically. I'm surprised that Christian Haynes hasn't fallen yet. I thought he'd be taken a couple picks ago. I would look for him to potentially be the pick here.
Yeah, I think the inside linebacker. Maybe I just wanted to actually talk about one of the positions I've had since I've been hardly talking at all as of lately. I feel like it's been everybody but Keith. But really quickly, I want to say that Ernie Mays is over the moon about Jonah Ellis, defensive end. He says it's an awesome pick. And we got to say goodnight to Phil McLaughlin. Again, fantastic supporter of both of our shows. We appreciate you so much. And he's already coming in just like we'd like to hear. He's going to catch us tomorrow, but he's got to go. He's got a dinner movie with his daughter. Go have fun with the family, Phil. Love that. Love to hear that. Have a little a daddy-daughter night. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you going out there. And
go ahead,
Keith,
and absolutely. Go ahead and make the annount, Keith. Scoops is cheating, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like it.
What are you talking about?
You are.
You're 2 picks ahead of us. You're 2 picks ahead of us.
I told you.
So here it is.
I told you I caught up like 10 picks ago.
Christian Haynes is the pick. So, Scoop, since you brought it up and you're not cheating, I'll be on your side. Talk about Christian Haynes since you were thinking this is a guy that should be going off the board. Christian Haynes goes off the board right here.
Well, he should have been. Again, I thought he was somebody who could go, 15, 20 picks ago. I know a couple people mentioned him with an earlier selection. He's got an issue with some balance, but zone blocking, which is going to be big for them, I think, is going to be and is a strong positive for him. He's athletic. He's got a good first step. And he's got just a strong build for what you want in a guard, someone playing that position rather than someone playing on the outside. It's a little bit short, but he's got a strong arm length and weight, which helps position him well to play on the interior.
Perfect. Kenny, I got to go back to you. I know that you didn't have much of a break, so I'll go back to you. And what are your thoughts here, buddy?
That's okay. I'm going to go quick, and I'm going to double dip it to you because the pick is in for the Cardinals, and actually Trevor's back up on the board with the next pick. He's better go on through his pages. I'll just throw that spoiler out there.
There you go.
Into his pages. This was my number one guard off the board here. A physical, imposing blocker. He's going to be a great run blocker he's going to be awesome in the run blocking here. And, he's 6'2", 312. And I had him in the second round. So get him in the third round here. Home run.
Very good.
Home run for the Seahawks. With their running backs with Kenneth Walker II and Charbonnet there. They're going to have a nice guy to run behind.
There you go. But we'll get to this Arizona pick. Arizona obviously must have traded up or made a trade in order to trade with Indianapolis, and with that pick, they end up going with Tip Ryman, time at end. Tell me about Tip Ryman. I don't think that's been on the tip of my tongue at all, Trevor. What do you got on Tip Ryman, tight end to the Cardinals?
Yeah, this is a big boy. I mean, 6'5", 271 pounds is weight. Big dude. 44.64. What a hell of an athlete he is. Vertical 33.5. I mean, this guy, he's everything that you're looking for as far as his size and athletic wise. But he definitely needs to work on his technique. I mean, his hands aren't the greatest. His route tree is not the greatest as well. And you think for his size that he is, you think he would be great at blocking. Not the greatest blocking tight end in the world. A little early here. I have him as a sixth round pick here. So this is a big get for the Cardinals. Big jump up to get Tip Raymond here to tight end. I think that again, everything, all those tools are all his athletic wise. He's there. It's just how are they going to use him? And he's a really raw prospect in my opinion at tight end. When you have Tavion Sanders still on the board, I don't know how you pass him up for Raymond, but they must have big plans for Raymond. Hopefully he'll stick at tight end. He's a big boy, like I say, but he definitely very raw.
Yeah, it makes sense because it's not a name that we've seen a whole lot. But, man, like I said, these are going to start going really, really, really quick, guys. And so I got to get over to Scoops, and now I want to get Albert maybe involved on the same one. Rams have made their pick, and it's probably one of the more intriguing picks that I've seen. Blake Corum, Michigan running back, is headed off to the Los Angeles Rams. Give me your thoughts, Scoops, on Blake Corum, running back, Michigan.
Finally, start to see some running backs off the board. It's not, again, like you said, Michigan. So obviously that just was part of that run. Can get a little bit overwhelmed in pass protection, but he's, able to play as both a blocker and as a, obviously someone in the backfield. Strong receiver. His vision and his IQ for the position have gotten high marks. Able and willing to block, and his size helps him out in that position. Plays very controlled, so he's probably not going to be out. Someone who's out racking up yellow flags. He's got good hands for the position, and he's got particularly strong grades in zone and in the gap. There's some work that they want to see on his ability to force missed tackles, but again, I think there's a lot to work with here. I think this is a great addition and will help take away some of the pressure that I think would have been on Stafford. I think they'll allow them to balance their offense a little bit more, which is going to be helpful, I think, in a situation where people, I think, are starting to believe that there might be a decline from Stafford and that position going forward.
Makes sense. Try to transition that offense. Go take it from that high-powered passing offense. Let's get back to the ground and pound and running. Albert has two things. First, he hit me up in the comments on the side and said, hey, if you guys have won a prize and especially Kenny's been putting out a ton of prizes. Make sure you DM Kenny, get him your address, let him know, or get in contact with any one of us so that we be sure that we're all caught up on the addresses and get these prizes and packages out to you guys right away. But I did want to get your thoughts, Albert. Here's a guy, Blake Corum, sat right next to J.J. McCarthy and really made that Michigan offense go all the way up to a national championship. What do you think they're getting in a Blake Corum running back Michigan?
Yeah, I think they get a really good running back on him. Speedy, he has speed. He's so shifty, and I think as a player next to JJ McCarthy, who was the better of the two? That is sometimes the question.
Yeah,
and I think I really like both of them, but to be honest, I think the Rams got a better deal.
Yeah, I agree. I had him as one of my most intriguing picks, but talk about intriguing, things just keep on moving along. The Pittsburgh Steelers have ran up to the podium. It's something that we've been waiting for, this run to continue, this guy to go off the board. Talk about Trevor, Roman Wilson heading off to the Steel City, helping out Russell Wilson. Roman Wilson, Russell Wilson, Wilson to Wilson up there in the Steel City.
Yeah, so are we competing with Wilsons now? No, I mean, again, I think this is a really nice pick for the Steelers. We'll talk about Russell Wilson. What does he do well? The deep ball. That he has one of the better balls in the NFL still. This guy, Roman Wilson, he's an absolute athletic freak. A 40 of a 4.39, 10-yard 1.52, shuttle 4.07. I mean, this guy just very athletic, has a great route tree, in my opinion. Obviously, blocking is not on his side. This is a slot receiver, but can play multi-roles as well. 5'11", 185. I really like this pick for the Pittsburgh. This is a guy that, in my opinion, Roman Wilson, who could have went as early as at mid in the second round. So that'd be just you get a chance to take him in the third round. Another round later, I think it's absolutely insane. And what a heck of a pick for the Steelers. Absolutely fits everything that their offense is going to be running through with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson drops back to pass. He's looking for that deep ball. Roman Wilson's that guy that can run that deep ball, and it's a great fit for that offense and what they're going to do with Russell Wilson.
Very good, man. Yeah, we've been waiting for the wide receivers to go off. It finally happens, man. I think they're getting a star player just based on that alone, man. This is a high prospect that ends up falling. Roman Wilson, maybe a little bit of a run when it comes to Michigan. But Cleveland's on the board next, and Scoops wanted to talk a little bit about this pick with Cleveland. What do you got there, Scoops?
Well, actually, just a little bit. We've been doing personal notes every so often, so I just want to just give a shout out to my family, who's I know watching up and down the East Coast. My grandfather's a longtime Cleveland Browns fan, and my cousin-in-law Tyler Croft was taken 85th overall by Cincinnati in 2015. So, just thought this would be a great time to just say, I know my relatives are watching. I love you guys. I miss you guys, and thank you so much for tuning in and being part of the coverage this weekend.
Man, I love that, Scoops. Absolutely love that, man. All our friends, all our family, all the support that we need in order to come on here and do these shows for all our fans. It's a lot, and it's a lot to take on if you have a significant other sometimes, and the support that you guys all show us. Love it that you have that support, Scoops, as well. And yeah, Tyler Croft, I tell you, a guy that I absolutely loved with the Cincinnati Bengals. Hopefully, we haven't seen, I believe, the Miami Dolphins pick up a tight end, so I don't know what his options are to returning to Miami, but maybe an option there. Love to see him continue and extend his career as well. But where are we at now?
Something. We're at commercial, but I promised everybody something. So, again, I want K&K style. Mark's getting ready to go to sleep, our good friend Mark. So hang on, Mark. I said I wanted T'Vondre Sweat. I said I would have did a New York Giants sack dance. If he was on the Giants, what would his sack dance look like? I told Dutchie if the Broncos, I would have a Bronco sack dance for him. But here's my two sack dances for T'Vondre Sweat. Hopefully you can see me. I don't have too much of a background here.
Love it. This
Giants for T'Vondre Sweat. It would be the sumo wrestler. And then the body bump with Trevor Lawrence, with the Dexter Lawrence. For the Broncos, it would have been the lasso and reel the guy in with the lasso, and then give him the bump with one of the linemen as well. The belly bump was definite, but for both teams. But those were my 2 sack dances for T'Vondre Sweat.
At first, I thought
I
you were
just
doing the
wish he would have went
Macarena.
to one of our teams so I could constantly do it every week. But the sumo wrestler, belly bump, the lasso, belly bump. T'Vondre Sweat, go ahead and take one of those.
I love it. Love it, Kenny. Kenny always putting himself out there, man, like nobody else. I don't know if I'd be up there doing sack dances, buddy, but you look pretty good, man. Maybe we should get you on some green grass with some hash marks on it.
Yeah.
Get to make this for real.
I think I might video. I'll do a video and send it to everybody. Trevor did post a pic, Keith, so you can definitely mention it.
Absolutely, man. Well, we're gonna pass the love back over to you here in just a second, but I gotta talk about this guy. Browns are selecting offensive lineman Zach Zinter. This is another guy I talked about a little bit yesterday. The Broncos went up to Michigan and they were supposedly scouting JJ McCarthy. This is a guy that I thought was a possibility for the Broncos as well. I like Zach Zinter, but I'm gonna let you talk about him. This guy had to be high up on your board there. You can't be thumbing through pages there too much there.
No,
Kenny. What do you got, man?
Lost my pages doing these sack dances. Hey, another Jim Harbaugh guy. He's got to be smiling from here to New York, from LA to New York. He's got to be smiling. Again, he had an injury, that hurt him, but his stock is the upside's there. Great pass protector and run blocker from good footwork. If there's any weaknesses, it might be the injury. He's coming off that injury, but he played well in the national championship. So Zach Zinter, yeah, I'm happy with that pick for sure.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's an amazing pick. I think that I think they picked up a great one. So, let me get Trevor's thoughts. I haven't heard from Trevor in a little bit. What are your thoughts on Zach Zinter, lineman, Michigan, and 3 Michigan players go in a row, as Michael Ronquillo pointed out?
Yeah, I think it just goes to show how great these Michigan guys are. I mean, they just one goes on top of the other, right? And we're just, I'm not surprised by the pick here. I think this is probably where he would have felt for me. I really like his pass blocking skills. I think he's really balanced. I think that's what I like about this pick right here. I think it's a pretty safe pick overall. 6'6", 309, very tall offensive guard here. We're kind of starting to see a little bit of a run of our offensive guards, but really love what he can do as far as pass protecting, run blocking. I think is right up there as well. I don't think that there's anything in particular that really knocks him back too much. I think it's a very solid pick for the Browns here, and hopefully helping Deshaun Watson out a little bit, keeping them upright. I think is important for them.
Nicely done, man. Things just keep on going and keep on going, man. I'm telling you, fast and furious here. 49ers have now picked. There was a trade. Philadelphia had traded out of this pick and picked up the 94th pick and the 132nd pick. Thanks, Scoops. I appreciate you putting that in the comments. All up to speed. So the Eagles will be on a little bit later, but right now it's the 49ers. And the 49ers, and I can tell you this isn't a quarterback or a linebacker because I don't recognize the name. Dominic Puny. Dominic Puny is a offensive lineman. I mean, my guess. Yeah. Go ahead and talk to us a little bit about offensive lineman Dominic Puny.
I gotta apologize, guys. I did not write him down. I missed him, but I do know a little bit about him. Saw some video, Big 12. I remember him playing with Kansas. He looks like he's a left tackle. Could be good in the pass blocking. Gets out in the field there. Protect, running in front of the running backs to get the run blocking in as well. We're seeing a ton go off the board. So, I think these teams are highly valuing these offensive linemen. Scoops, Trevor, anybody else have anything else to say on them? I apologize about that. I missed Dominic.
I have nothing to say about him, but I could talk about the trade if that's.
Yeah, go right ahead. Talk about that trade, buddy.
Yeah. So, this is, I think, obviously that they moved down again. They had already moved down from 78 after the original trade that they made when they originally had 50 and 53. But so they got 94, 132. Two takeaways from this is, one, to move down these about 16 spots. They picked up 2 4th-rounders in making those trades. So, just got to love the value pickup there. The other thing it tells me is that there's a specific player, it seems to me like they want, and they just think it's too early to get him, or they think that the board is falling in a way where he'll still be available later. It looks to me like they got their eye on somebody specific because, I typically, if I see this happening with a team, my guess is usually that they think it's just too high to get somebody, or they think that they can get him later on. So I'm curious to see who they have their eye on when they ultimately do make a pick.
Keith, while we're at commercial, I did find Dominic Pooney's notes I had. I had him down as a guard. That's why I couldn't find them with the tackle. So I had him down as a guard. So he actually plays both positions, guard and tackle. Quick, like I said, Kansas, I saw him get out, run blocking. That's the strengths I had written for him here. Quick out of his stance. Weakness is average length for a tackle. So if he was to play tackle, he's got average length. I see him more as a guard here, guys. For who picked him? I'm sorry. 49ers made the trade.
49ers,
so I see him being more of a guard for them, but can play tackle as well. So a versatile pick there in the 3rd round. So nice pickup by the 49ers.
Nicely done, bud. Nicely done. It's amazing. The teams are going to go ahead and they're going to put value on these offensive linemen. These are guys, especially in these mid rounds, if you can pick them up and they become, that cherry on the top, become that player that you can develop and put into play, there's no better value than picking up a 3rd round offensive lineman that's going to be able to perform for you. That being said, it looks like Trevor, do we have an official announcement there?
So the pick is in. I don't think that.
But
nothing.
They're back, but they're not. The pick isn't officially in on NFL Network yet.
Okay, very good. Trying to balance all this, guys, and we're making sure that we're giving you all the best information in a timely fashion as well, guys. And appreciate it. Maybe I'll take just a quick time out, I guess you could say, just to say again, thank you to everybody that's been with us, man. I know that a lot of people are kind of bowing out and maybe getting some Z's. It's a late night. That being said, appreciate everyone that's been with us, continues to be with us. Probably have to get another giveaway on my end kind of lined up. I think that's going to happen here pretty shortly. So,
Michael's still hanging out. Ernie, lots of people in the chat still. We appreciate all you. Dutchie has a funny, Keith. Let's get Dutchie's funny in before the pick comes in.
Very good. Go right ahead. Funny it away there, buddy.
Okay, so it is about Roman Wilson. He does not like to block. Well, we had one of those in the 1st round a couple of years ago. We called him Jerry Judy. But here's a different thing. Imagine Roman Wilson playing with Russell Wilson against Peyton Wilson and Zach Wilson. Which Wilson are you going to talk about?
Oh, my goodness.
And then we have
that gave me a headache.
And then we have Peyton in the field and a Peyton on the sideline and a Peyton in the booth. Which Peyton are we talking about?
Oh,
wow. Let's not go that route. Let's not go that route. We've got enough confusion as it is, man. I'm telling you what, going deep into the day 2, it's not going to help if we start talking about Wilsons and Peytons and Wilsons, man. But
that would be truly dangerous and aggravating.
There you go.
The one and only Mile High Dutchie. We're wearing off on him too, K&K style. I love it. Pick is in for the Cowboys, Keith. You can announce it.
Pick is in for the Cowboys. Well, Cowboys went a little bit different direction. We've been on that Michigan run, but now we're going to head on over to Notre Dame as linebacker Maurice. I knew I was going to run off this. Liafu. I mess up names all the time with the 87th overall pick, and that's a pick for me, guys. So here's a Notre Dame linebacker. I like this guy a lot, actually. So 6'2", 234 pounds, 4'6", 34 1/4 inch arm length, 30-inch vertical, 108 broad, and a 7 1/4. He's a box linebacker, guys. If you guys want a guy that's going to be playing downhill, live in the box, not going to be your coverage guy. So Dallas is getting maybe that Van Der Esch type of replacement that we've been looking for quite some time. 44 tackles, 23 solo, 3 sacks. A guy that I think will actually take a little bit of time to develop and get into that role, but a guy that could absolutely be a game changer for the Cowboys, I think, at the same time. Anybody else have any thoughts on Maurice there? Trevor, I see you nodding your head. I'll head up there.
Yeah, I think this is an athletic player, 6'2", 234. I love his hands. I think, again, his technique needs work, in my opinion. A little higher than I actually had him going. I actually had him as a day 3 pick. So, I'm a little surprised that they ended up going in this direction here. I get the athletic tools are there, but needs to work on his technique more. Needs to be a little bit more polished, in my opinion. I had him as a day 3 pick. So, a little bit of a higher. We're starting to see a kind of trend. Day 2 overall, these teams are really taking these guys that were projected day 3 picks and kind of taking them higher. So you just go to show you that all these teams have these guys way different, definitely ranked than we do.
That's for sure, man. When we talk about the top tier middle linebackers, I still got a lot of guys that I would have taken in front of Maurice Luafu. Right here, and I'm going to mess that up all the time. That's okay, man. I'm going to go ahead and we got to get over to the Packers picker, right? Yeah, Packers pick
and
is
the Buccaneers are already on the podium.
Okay, man. So I'll go quickly. I got to get a quick one from Scoops on this one. Packers picked Marshawn Lloyd, running back. Scoops, hit me with what you think about Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah. So, excuse me. USC running back. He's got strong footwork. Can break tackles, got good big play speed. Was pretty all around consistent. There's not really a thing that is huge standing out about him, but there's also not really something where I look at and there's something that really concerns me at a major hole in his game. He is a little bit slower to see cutback lanes as often as he needs to in zone blocking, but he's got a good sort of foundation for pass protection, and he's got good size and strength for that as well. And he's got NFL level measurables that have this report as making players be able to miss in space after the catch as well.
Awesome. Yeah, USC product helped made that team go along with Caleb Williams in the passing game. I mean, interesting to see what happens as he goes into the NFL. Let's flip right over to Kenny, though, as these are flying in. A name that I really, really liked, safety Tyke Smith, is now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Talk about Tyke Smith and what he brings to the Tampa Bay fans.
Great pick here. Another defensive weapon for Todd Bowles. Out of Georgia, 5'10", 206. I had him in late second round going. Pretty much could West Virginia transfer, guys. This is a little side note I wrote on this. He trained for 5 positions when he was with the Mountaineers, and then he settled in for the star role with slot duties. And he's a hybrid linebacker also. He can be the Isaiah Simmons type on our Giants. Very good pick there. He's very physical. He's going to be very good in the nickel, in my opinion. Can fill in at most spots in the secondary. So I think they get a good one here. If I had any negatives on him, sometimes he can't shed blocks very well. So that's be the only negative on him. As that being said, Keith, there's another pick coming in. I'll give that to you in the chat.
All right. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to announce this pick. Tell me who it's going to really quick as well, because I'm
Cardinals.
The Cardinals? Okay, very good. And then I think I'm going to pass this over to Trevor, man. I'm going to have to use a little restroom break and maybe wet this whistle just a little bit, and I'll be right back on. But who do we have? We have Elijah Jones heading to the Cardinals. The way I see Kenny flipping through pages, it seems like it's a Kenny type of guy.
No, it's not a Kenny type of guy, and I don't know what happened here. I got to find some notes on him. I don't have any.
Oh, no. Anybody want to speak quickly on Elijah Jones as Kenny flips through his notes?
Yeah, give me some help, Scoop. Some help.
Yeah, I can real quick. So just pulling that up, he was not ranked, but he was ranked as the 29th out of top 39 cornerbacks. PFF had him at 225 overall, so that might be a reason why he didn't have.
My day 2 picks. Yeah.
That being said, coming off his best season, he played 9 games. He played over 500 defensive snaps, and about half of those were in coverage. Kept offensive quarterbacks to an 18 passer rating this season, and he had his strongest grades were against completion, and were in man coverage as well. He's got more work to do in zone coverage, but his strongest games were against Syracuse and Georgia Tech, and those were 2 of his last 3 games this season. So do think there's some to work with, but definitely not somebody who was ranked particularly high by a lot of teams, evidently. So that's a little bit about this guy coming off the board here.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of say kind of bounce off what Scoop was saying, and I just think this is another high upside pick with Elijah Jones. I think he's a really good cover corner, in my opinion. Needs to work on his tackling. Needs to work on his run defense. Not per se pretty solid in that. But again, nice athlete overall, and really nice in coverage, in my opinion. Had him ranked still as a day 3 guy, so another guy that's really starting to climb up boards. So again, we're starting to see these teams really covet these premium positions, corner, defensive line, and edge in particular, that are taking these guys higher than what they're projected to possibly go in general. And I also want to get from a Broncos perspective, I think it was Ernie Mays. He was asking about what picks the Broncos have left. Ernie, the Broncos don't have a pick in round 3. In round 4, it's pick 121, and then tomorrow, these are tomorrow picks. And then in round 5, they have 3 fifth-round picks, pick 136, pick 145, and pick 147. So unless the Broncos trade up tonight, they're not going to have another pick on the board. I just want to clear that up for Ernie Mays, our Bronco, and any of our Bronco fans out there.
Looking at this board and looking who's coming up, Spencer Rattler is going to go in round 4 somewhere. I don't see anybody even in round 4. You got Carolina. They have their quarterback. Seattle, New England, Arizona, Chargers. Those are the first 5. The Giants may be in line for Spencer Rattler tomorrow, guys.
What about the Rams?
I was going to say the Rams, and keep my eye on the Rams there.
Yeah, that would be the only one. That would be the only one. Yeah. So if the Giants like Spencer Rattler, you may see a late trade to get into that spot there above them.
Yeah, that would be.
That's Pittsburgh, who picks before the Rams.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't see any other team taking a guy like Spencer Rattler unless the Rams. And that would be interesting because the Rams were tied to Knicks quite a bit in round 1 last night. So I would not be surprised if they took a Rattler here. Maybe Michael Pratt. Is there a possibility that Michael Pratt could jump Rattler and be here in round 3? I think that's absolutely a possibility.
Do you have access to the pick, Trevor? Just asking so I know, or do I need to put it in the chat for you?
I have not seen it yet.
Do you want me to put it in the chat, or are you going to be able to read it?
Yes, if you please would just put it in the chat.
All right. Yeah, she's making the announcement now, so I'll have it in a second for you. Okay.
Linebacker.
Yep, you can make the announcement.
So with the 91st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tyron Hooper out of Missouri. So who had linebackers?
Keith, let's see if I could find info on my book here.
I swear every time we have like a position.
I got something. I'll read a couple things on him. Okay. Lindy's has him as the 5th ranked outside linebacker, 6'2", 225, ran a 4.5. He was projected in the 3rd round. He spent his first 3 years as a backup with Florida. Then he earned immediate starting reps transferring to Missouri. Some strengths, says he takes good angles in pursuit, rarely whiffs when one-on-one. He wraps up nice. Could moonlight as a safety in an emergency, so another maybe hybrid type of guy. 225 is kind of small for a linebacker. Slender frame is pretty much his weakness, and that's all. Needs to be on balance to deliver clean contact. So that's what they had on him. But 5th ranked outside linebacker.
Wow. yeah, it looks like this type of guy that could, it's the type of pick that's flexible type of pick. You can move him linebacker to safety. I wouldn't be surprised if they just move him to safety. He's just really small for a linebacker, just like you said, Kenny.
And there we go. Here we go. Talking of next pick is in Bucks again, and the Bucks got a good one. Trevor, I'll let you announce it. I'm putting it in now for you.
Okay. So with the 92nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jalen McMillan, wide receiver from Washington. I think I get to my notes really quick. I had him a little bit down the board. Again, another guy that goes before Franklin. Wow, I'm surprised Franklin's still there. I have the shocker of this round, in my opinion. Jalen McMillan. So 6'1", 197. Very good athlete. Ran a 4.47. I shuttled 4.418. I mean, wow. Again, I just don't understand. I guess the run on McMillan when Franklin's still on the board. Route tree I love, but it's just like his hands question mark for me. I think this is still around earlier. His blocking, not a blocking wide receiver, but I'm not in love with this pick. I'm a little surprised Troy Franklin's still on the board. That's a shocker for me. McMillan, again, he's very talented wide receiver and was a dependable one for Michael Penix Jr. But another team that just has this guy rated above, a guy like Trey Franklin that I had on my board. Scoops, what do you think about Jalen McMillan here?
Excuse me. So like you said, he came out of Washington. He was he was a key part of that run that they made. He's got strong change of direction, flexibility. He's got strong marks on hands and release and his route running. He's not likely to be a consistent vertical threat and create strong separation. I already mentioned his change of direction being, not bad, but not extremely impressive either. His grades need to improve against single coverage and in wide open, but his ability to get yards per route running and his receptions against zone are some of his higher marks.
Yeah, absolutely, Scoops. And we have the Baltimore Ravens that the pick is in there, pick 93. Do you guys think this is a possible chance for Troy Franklin to come off the board? He falls around 3. Kenny, I'll start with you.
I think so. I think Troy Franklin or Devontae Walker still on the board as my top 2 wide receivers still there. Absolutely think this could be a wide receiver here. We're at commercial, by the way, so we got a couple seconds.
Okay. Dutchie, what do you think about the wide receivers dropping in this class?
I don't know because we don't know where this is all going. And yeah, I'm surprised. Absolutely. I thought some of them would have gone a little bit higher. But then again, what are the needs momentarily in the NFL? There are also still some in the free agency available. Things are coming up there. It is a surprise.
Yeah. It's one also surprised Peyton Wilson still on the board. Keith, what's your thoughts? Baltimore Ravens are coming up here at pick 93. Is this where we could see Troy Franklin coming off the board here?
There's lots of different possibilities they could end up going, different directions they could end up going. Wide receiver is one of those options. Defensive line, they could still use some help. Safety, I need to get caught up on exactly what the Ravens have picked as of yet, because trying to keep up on all these different boards are tough. But those are the big needs that I see for them. So,
but Trevor, let me give you one sleeper wide receiver here in this spot. Jamari Thrash, Louisville, slot receiver. Just looking at some notes I got here. Sunbelt receiving yards leader in 2022. He had a 1-year stop at Louisville, but they're saying he's going to be a highly coveted slot receiver. Baltimore can use that. That could be a sneaky sleeper receiver maybe here.
Yeah, I just think they need to add size. Thrash absolutely could be a guy that goes here. I just think they need to add size on that team, that wide receiver room. That's why I think a guy like Troy Franklin would make a lot of sense here, or a guy with size. Maybe is there a possibility that they could possibly go tight end here too? I mean,
Yeah,
Tavion Sanders is on the board.
Looking at some of the sizes of Brendan Rice is still on the board. Jerry Rice's son, 6'3", 210. They're coming out to make the pick. We'll see who it is.
Someone talked about D-line. Could this be where Isaac falls?
He's a steal if it is.
Running back, that's another possibility here.
Behind Derrick Henry, some depth, yep. I'll put it in the chat, Trevor, for you when I see it. It's coming up. He's got his kids with him. This is nice little
Mohammed Kamara is also still available.
Yep, he is.
His kids made the selection. They look happy.
Oh.
Still haven't showed it yet, but oh no, they must have just said something. Now he's making the pick. He's really sugarcoating it. Yep, it's the two Scoops just said. I still think he's cheating over there, but I'm not going to say.
I just talked about you just said defensive line, and that was the one player that people didn't talk about.
There you go, Scoops. That's your guy.
You're Mike McDaniel. You need to know. You definitely know who's on the clock, my friend.
Is it Brendan Dorless?
What?
What happened?
Brendan Dorless is still available too.
Oh, gotcha. We were talking about Adiza Isaac though, edge rusher. Yeah, go ahead.
I got an idea. Well, I got an idea though, Keith. If you don't, Dutchie, hold that thought because the Eagles are on the clock. Why don't we throw a rapid fire question at Scoops? But he's got to answer in quick hitter, rapid fire, K&K style because these picks have been flying in. So we want to get these questions in before Scoops is up. Trevor, go ahead. You've been hosting, so why don't you start and then throw the order out how you want to ask Scoops questions.
Yeah, Scoops. Well, I mean, again, we've seen the Eagles be aggressive. What's their next position in need? I'll just keep it simple with you. You're the Eagles expert here. What's the next position of need in your mind?
They're going need. It would probably be either linebacker or safety. But you know, Howie loves the trenches. They just lost, like I mentioned, Cox and going to lose Graham after the season. I could see it be a defensive end.
Keith,
all right, we got to make it rapid fire. We got to make it rapid fire because the pick is in. So we haven't seen the come to the podium yet, but let's see if we can get 3 more questions in for Scoops before the pick comes in. Dutchie, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I need to pick something?
Yeah, question.
All right, go to Keith because we're going to do rapid fire. She's coming up. All right, mine for you, Dutch. Mine for you is who's the guy that dropped that could wait here if you had to pick somebody. Who's the pick? Before she announced it, who's the pick?
If someone who fell here, who I would take here would be Peyton.
Who they taking here is the question. Because here it comes.
Peyton Wilson would be my pick.
Small school. I like the pick here, Scoops. So
you're right about the trenches.
Yeah, you did. This is your homework, so you get to talk about them, Scoops.
Oh,
Go ahead. Make the announcement there, Trevor. Nice pickup in the 3rd round, in my opinion.
With the 91st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalix Hunk, edge from Houston Christian University. Scoops, that's your position. Let's hear your position, your team.
Yeah. So I love this pick. He's an explosive player who could play either inside or outside. He's got, his arm length is surprising for his size. He's got good pursuit ability. Doesn't have a ton of leverage as a stand-up, but like I mentioned, his length, his lateral ability, his first step. It's just there's a lot of great tools to work with here. If he can improve some of that, his usage of his hand, some of his pass rush ability, then that could be great. And if not, and if they move him to the interior, then you've got a Fletcher Cox, not replacement, but successor in the making right there.
Absolutely.
I'm going to give you the Bills pick because this lady's flying onto this stage. It's got to be past her bedtime, whoever's making these picks.
Oh, yeah.
I'll can I get a quick hitter into Scoops really quick on the Philly?
Absolutely.
The jersey that you would select from a 2024 draft pick so far is?
Oh, that's such a good question. I got to go with Dijon. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
We got the Buffalo Bills pick is in. So with the 95th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke. Is that
Am I crazy, or is Dwayne Carter the actual name of a rapper?
I don't know.
You're crazy. I'm kidding.
Little Wayne.
Yeah, I thought so.
Who wants this one? Who's D tackle? Who's taking this one? Dutchy's getting tired. Is it Dutchy's turn?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is Dutchy's turn. Go ahead, Dutchy.
He was predicted to be in around 4 or 5, so he has been a three-time team captain with undisputed leadership. He plays with energy and has active feet. He drives up to snap with force and leverage into initial contact. One of his weaknesses is he is easily beaten to the spot against lateral blocks. Let's see what his measurements. Let's see. I don't need to know his 40-yard dash. 40-yard dash is 4.99, by the way. He is 6'2", 302 pounds. Arms is 33 inches, and yeah.
I'm hearing lots of effort, and my strengths here. Lots of effort, Dutchy. Always in the play. Polished hands, balance and anchor are good enough to take on double teams without being rolled over. So that's good strengths there. Agility may be limited. That's his weakness, pretty much.
And another weakness on him, needs improvement in tackling efficiency to reduce missed opportunities and secure stops. So, to me, I don't know. That's a little bit of a reach for me if I'm Buffalo. I think tackling needs to be a priority in the NFL. I think that's a day 3 pick in my opinion. And he's Carter's athletically, he's there, but technique still needs to be, I think, tinkered with a little bit.
The way this is going, we may not have a chance to ask this question. So I'd like to ask a question for all you guys.
All right.
Day 3 tomorrow. What do you want to see out of the Broncos, Keith?
Hey, the Broncos need to concentrate on those weapons. You know what I mean? Right now, we went out, we got the edge rusher, we went out, we got the quarterback. But, if we don't start putting some pieces and parts, I don't care if it's a wide receiver, don't care if it's tight end, don't care if it's a running back for that matter, because we'll be able to see some value there. I'd like to see the Broncos get on the offensive side of the ball and give Bo Nix some help.
Dutchy, what do you want to see from your Broncos day 3 tomorrow?
I partially agree with Keith, but I think the defense needs to shore up more because last year we had too many points against us, too many open holes, especially against the run. We were not good, and now we get some tight ends in there that are very good. Let's call him Brock Bowers. So we need to have a defense that can handle that. So I would say another linebacker would be not bad. And
Trevor?
guess what? There's still one available.
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, it's multiple different positions. That's wide receiver, it's linebacker. I think that Denver has a history of taking corner in day 3. You have 3 fifth-round draft picks, and you have a 4th tomorrow, along with a 6th and 7th round pick. So I think they're going to use one of those 3 fifth-round picks and move up tomorrow. I don't think they're moving up tonight. I think that their real target is in day 3. There's a lot of great players still in day 3. I just hope a lot of these guys like Peyton Wilson and Troy Franklin will make it to day 3.
We're back from commercial, but they're not yet made the Jaguars pick. So, Scoops, as an Eagle fan, what do you want to see from the Eagles tomorrow?
I'd love to get either a linebacker or a safety. Beyond that, I think you're just building depth at wide receiver, tight end, and lineman, and offensive line at that point.
And for me, I want to see a late flyer on a quarterback, whether it's Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt. And I want to see running back issue. Let's go back to offense tomorrow and address the offense. Today we addressed defense. So just wanted to get that question in before the end because these picks are flying when they come back from commercial. I wonder what time they must be having to get off the air by 11:30 because Jaguars selection's coming in. So I will announce that in a second there, Keith, Trevor, for you. First time Jacksonville's on. James Stewart making the pick for Jacksonville.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Jacksonville's been all LSU so far. We went Mason Smith, and then of course in the first round, going with where did I just have it just here 2 seconds ago? But Brian Thomas Jr. Right. So all LSU so far. It'll be interesting to see if they continue that run. Maybe it's an all new LSU team for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
We got the pick in with the 96th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Jaron Jones, cornerback from Florida State. I believe that's you, Kenny.
Yeah, and I got to pass it to Scoops because I didn't do day 3 picks here, and this is another one I had on day 3. So I apologize, guys. I got it in the other room. Some notes written down. I know I had this guy written down, but Scoops, you got the PFF down. You want to help me out here, my friend?
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a slot corner here.
Here it is. I found it. I'm sorry. I'll let you go because I only got a little something here. He lacks length to play outside is my weakness on him. I'm not a fan of this pick. So give me what you got, Scoops.
Yeah, that's true, which is probably why he was pushed into the slot. He's got strong anticipation. His mental ability is graded higher in most ways than his physical ability, but his tackling is good. His change of direction and his feet get strong marks. His coverage ability at outside is where he's considered to have the most room to improve going to the NFL in terms of skills translation, excuse me. But his coverage grade in slot and in most other situations and in single coverage, etc., has gotten very high marks as well. And there's expectation that he'll have a strong transition of his ability to NFL from college.
Bengals pick Trevor in. I told you they're flying through these, so
yes.
Glad I was able to get that question in to tell you guys.
So with the 97th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Dutchie, you got anything on him?
I'm looking for him.
Let's see if I can help you, Dutchie, in my book here. A lot of reaches, I'd say, in this round, guys. That's what I'm noticing.
Yeah. All draft, I think it's been reaches. Well, all day 2, anyways, my opinion. A lot of
Okay, I got McKinley Jackson. Let's see what we have. He is 6'1.5". Yeah, that half is very important. 326 pounds. His arm length is 33.78. And let's see. His 40-yard dash is 5:26. Is decent. He has been a 2-time captain. Flashes out of his stance and explodes into center with an explosive pop. He has strong hips and good balance. Low center of gravity, which helps him slip off. Some of his weaknesses are he's trouble standing firm and winning battles against Alabama O-line. Doesn't have the hand usage or length for quick block discards, and below average success rate as a gap eater in the middle. Those are some of his weaknesses.
Yeah, good ones there, Joe. I couldn't find him because he's ranked number 6 as the defensive tackle from Lindy's. So a nice little value pick there in the late third round to get the 6th best defensive tackle ranked on their board.
I think this is a little bit of a reach, in my opinion. I mean, to jump in the front of everybody, but I think that, that doesn't test all well athletically, in my opinion. And tackling's a huge issue for him. I think this is another day 3 pick, but another reach, high upside type of pick here. I think this is a little bit of a reach for what's on the board, but hopefully I didn't interrupt what you were going to say, Keith. I thought you were going to say something.
Oh no, I'm good, man. Go right ahead. I have nothing on him, so don't worry.
Lance Shearline had him projected as round 6.
Yeah, I have him as a round 5 guy. So day 3 guy, in my opinion. A lot of day 3 guys going up into this draft, high risers per se. And a lot of the guys that we had in day 2 are dropping in day 3. So we got 3 picks left here. And so, I mean, we'll see what the board ends up looking like tomorrow. But I'm kind of liking this board for Denver Broncos. I don't think I'm trading up here in the round 3. What do you guys, Keith and Dutchie, do you guys think the Broncos should trade up here late in round 3? Keith, I'll go with you first.
I know. I agree with you. So far, right now for the Broncos, it's been falling very, very well. We don't have the draft capital or the draft picks to really start flying around the boards like some of these teams can. So yeah, I agree. I'd stay put unless you just absolutely love a guy and you feel like you need to jump. But right now, stay put for me.
Dutchie, do you have a guy that you have an eye on at all in this round? Do you think that the Broncos should trade up at all, or do you think you stay put and let's go into day 3 tomorrow?
I think if you want to trade up, this right now this would be a good spot to trade up and get Peyton Wilson if he is that high on your board, and you can get him for very cheap because that would be a very cheap draft pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Kenny, Scoops, you guys add anybody that you want your teams to trade up for here in round 3 as we near the end in round 3? Kenny, start with you.
Well, we didn't trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers, so that means that tells me the Giants are okay if they don't go quarterback in the next round, because we said the Rams might be taking quarterbacks. So I'm okay not trading here. I would like to address either running back or quarterback early in the 4th round tomorrow.
Scoops, anything for your Eagles in this round, or you think you should stick and pick tomorrow and wait till day 3?
I would like to see a trade up here if it's for one of 2 players, which is either Jay. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
No, go ahead. I just seen what the next pick was, and I'm not happy about it, but go ahead.
Okay. Would either be Peyton Wilson, linebacker, and what?
Go ahead.
Okay, it was either Peyton Wilson, linebacker, NC State, or Jaden Hicks, safety, Washington State would be my top 2 that I would trade up for.
Is it Kenny? Is that pick officially in? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Scoops, I hate to crush your dreams and my dreams too, and I think anybody that wanted Peyton Wilson here, but with the 98th pick overall in the 2024 NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton Wilson, linebacker.
You got to be kidding me.
No, I told you I ain't crushing your dreams, man. I hate to do it, and mine too. And everybody's, we should have traded up.
There you go.
Philly had this pick. That's what's even more annoying. Philly had this pick.
Take it easy. You got an A so far in the draft.
I know.
I'm kidding. But I'm kidding with you. Take it easy, Mike. Take it easy.
What do you think, Keith? This is linebackers, your position, man. What do you think, Peyton Wilson? We had him ranked high on our boards. He fell, man. He fell.
Yeah, absolutely. Injuries aside, this is by far probably one of the most impressive players out there at the middle linebacker position. I'll hit those stats again. 6'4", 233, ran a 4.43 as far as a 40 time. 138 tackles, 69 of them solo, 6 sacks, 3 interceptions. He's just a guy that is all over the place. It reminds me, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've been looking for a guy, I think, since Shazier went down. This is one of those guys that can kind of go in and be that middle linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Something the Steel City has been known for. They got a great, great, great pick.
Yeah. Wilson, and Wilson now. Russell, Roman, and Peyton.
Oh my!
That's true. They got the triple Wilson over there in the Steel City. That's crazy.
I think Dutchie actually was his little joke actually kind of happened. Oh man!
Oh, good stuff.
Okay, we got the next pick in. I was just going to ask you about a quarterback that you love, Keith. May go here, but it did not go here. So with the 99th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kamari Kitchens, safety out of Miami.
Yeah.
Clapping that pick as a Miami Hurricane fan.
There you go, buddy.
That's the first Hurricane off the board. And you know what? He was my number 2 ranked safety in this draft. Right ahead of Jaden Hicks. We got number 1 in Tyler Nubin. He's got excellent ball skills. He's only 5'11", but he's got nice size, 204. I'm not worried about his 5'11" frame. He's got a running back frame, and he's got low profile. He matches up well with receivers in the flat and covers short areas very well. He's going to be all over the field for the Rams. Pair him up with their other defensive player they picked earlier. This has been a nice little draft for the Rams so far. Weakness, I would say, sometimes he gets a little too eager and takes risks. I remember him in Miami, takes a lot of risks. But I like players that take risks, to be honest with you, because if sometimes those risks pan out, sometimes they don't, but I like a risk taker. So Rams, well done.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a nice pick for the Rams here. So whoever had edge rushers, Graham is joining us back here. Can we talk about Jonah Ellis again for whoever had edge rusher? Graham, chime in back in here.
That would be Mr. Scoops. Mr. Scoops had edge rushers. He wants to know a little bit more, I guess, about our pick from the Denver Broncos.
Ellis?
Ellis, yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so...
Can I interrupt for 1 second? I apologize. This is the last pick of the round. She's making the announcement. Why don't we do that, and then we can talk about that a little bit. So we don't have to rush around.
Absolutely.
You guys are going to be disappointed in this one as well. Bronco fan.
Are they taking all our good players? Is that what you're trying to tell me, buddy?
Oh, yeah, you guys are going to be disappointed in this one. Go ahead, Trevor.
Oh, boy. My computer just took a...
Oh, all right. I'll make the announcement, Keith. I'm sorry, Trevor. Washington selects wide receiver out of Rice, Luke McCaffrey, guys. Your thoughts, Keith?
Hey, this is a guy that I've been pounding the table for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, the tie McCaffrey to the Broncos, would have loved to seen that. McCaffrey's have seemed to do very well in the NFL. When it comes down to the genetics, I would have liked to see it. Would have liked to see that matchup, man. Luke McCaffrey is an absolute stud. He doesn't get enough credit because he played at a small school like Rice. They got a fantastic player in Luke McCaffrey. Undervalued, will be overappreciated in the NFL.
Keith, I got to give a shout out because we got Scoops' question from Graham. But I want to give a shout out to Kurt. He's in the chat a little earlier, not too long ago, about 2-3 minutes ago. He wanted to know if the Broncos come back into this round. But he also said, you guys think I was fired up last night? Just had to deal with fixing phone with smartwatch for 3 hours. And he missed 3 hours of the draft. He missed because of that.
Oh, man.
So,
sorry, Kurt, man.
Sorry you went through that tonight, my friend. He wants to know wide receiver or tight end next for the Bronco guys. And I promise we'll get to Graham's question. Rapid fire. Wide receiver or tight end next, Keith?
Right now, I think you got to go tight end. You're starting to see some of these wide receivers pop off the board. I know that Franklin's there, but I don't think he's going to make it all the way down to us. I think we'll see some better value in tight end, so I'd go that direction.
Dutchie, wide receiver or tight end?
It has to be tight end. We are too loose on it, and we just got rid of 2 of them, I believe. So tight end it is for me.
Michael, same wide receiver. Trevor, you back with us?
Yeah.
Okay, wide receiver, tight end. I'll just take over until we pass it off to Keith in a second because I want to get Graham's question. Scoops has got it. We got to get that in.
Yeah, give me Troy Franklin. Man, talk about pairing teammates up. Kenny, I know you're a big fan of this. Troy Franklin, I think that Denver, that's Denver's guy. You got to be aggressive and whip and get him. It's a wide receiver room that you have to get younger in. And this is Troy Franklin in this pick. Tomorrow, I would be aggressive to get him just in case. He's already got that chemistry with Bo Nix already from college. I mean, talk about making your quarterback happy. What about getting one of his teammates that he loved to throw to at college in Oregon? So give me Troy Franklin tomorrow for Denver.
Kurt, I'll get that to it in a second. He wants to know who won the giveaways. You and Jen, unfortunately, didn't win anything, but we'll get you something, Kurt. You got all those Bronco cards I gave you a couple months ago, the Russell Wilson crunch time. But Scoops, we held off on Graham. Graham, sorry. Just want to get these other questions in. I apologize, Graham. But Scoops, go ahead and answer his question that he's been asking about edge.
Okay. So Ellis needs to add some strength and add his weight, but also try and not lose flexibility, fluidity, and quickness in his game. He's got more likely to translate well as a pass rusher than a run stopper, just based on how he was graded in college. Some of his highest marks are flexibility, hand speed, and as I mentioned, his pass rush ability. He could stand to improve his balance and his play strength. That's probably going to be one of his biggest areas to overcome, one of his biggest hurdles to overcome to hit his ceiling in the NFL. But really solid pick here out of Utah, particularly to affect the passing game against some of those other QBs in the AFC West.
Awesome. Keith, I'm going to pass it back to you because we officially made it, guys. Second and third round is over.
Wow.
Keith, back to you, my friend.
Yeah. Oh, well, another fantastic night. Obviously as Broncos, Giants, Eagles fans and fans across the NFL, you guys have been tuning in and being a part of this. Some of our picks we wanted, some of the picks we didn't get. Some of the picks might still be out there and waiting as we continue to build these rosters. But I got to give a big thank you to everybody who joined us this evening. A big shout out to Roy, who won that Terrell Davis autographed football. Congratulations to you, Roy Osborne. Congratulations to Aussie. We'll be sending some gifts all the way across the pond there, across the short side from my side, over to Australia, and getting them all taken care of with some Super Bowl turf, Eli Manning card. You guys have been an amazing group that have just been with us day one, day two, and it doesn't stop. We go on to day 3 again tomorrow. This is for the Broncos. They're going to be really big picks because we didn't have a whole lot near the top. So see what we can fill in. I got to give it up to everybody who's on the screen right now too. Here's a panel that is put in the work. Albert Mile High Dutchy, the Rocket Man Trevor Salzman, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick, the stepfather himself, and Mr. Scoops, Mr.
Give yourself
Ryan.
a bow, everybody.
Yeah.
And Mr. Brugman, you as well, my friend. Give you guys yourself a bow. Serious.
Absolutely, man. Got to give a couple of other shout outs. Morgan Trinkets, our fantastic sponsor. Again, Southwest Jewelry, Pottery, and Estate Gold at wholesale prices. Check out Morgan Trinkets on Facebook today. They have been wonderful taking care of all of us on this end. Patrick Wiltsey, I got to give another shout out. LionCoffee.com has have done wonders for us. Phil, that's done stars for us. Michael Ronquillo started us off with 5,000 stars this evening. Got to give a big shout out to him, man. And guys, it doesn't stop here. It's tomorrow night, man. Tomorrow day. Tomorrow day. I'm used to all these night shows I've been doing. Tomorrow day, we'll be right back here for day 3, man. And that's all I really got to say, Kenny. But you really helped put this together. I know that we're hosting a little bit tonight. I'll let you get in a few words as well, and then we should go around the panel. And let everybody say a few words before we get out.
I want to do this as first giveaway tomorrow. Once we see a lot of our listeners in, we said we were going to do it tonight. It slipped all of our minds. We're giving away a chance for one of our audience members to do a live show with Scoops, either on What's the Scoop or What's the Settle the Scores over on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. They'll have their choice. Spend the time with Scoops. He'll come up with an agenda for you, and you'll have a nice, fun hour show with Scoops live on the air. So we're going to give that away tomorrow, along with many other giveaways. I'm running out of Broncos stuff, guys. Broncos have been hot in the prizes, so I got some nice surprises tomorrow, Keith. I want to show. I might do this tomorrow. So those longtime fans, I know Ernie's out there, Roy. I know you guys will appreciate some of these players I'm going to put up here. I'm going to give away flag, Denver Bronco flan. We're going to give away a Joe Namath card tomorrow.
Wow.
Give away something. Joe Namath, 1972. I may throw in, we got a Bart Starr. We're going to throw away some legends, some Hall of Famers tomorrow. So I'm running out of Broncos stuff, but that doesn't mean I'm running out of stuff, guys. So we're going to have fun. I got a ton of Giant stuff, so I want to start giving away some Giant stuff tomorrow for my Giant fans. And anybody else. I may throw a star player out here and there. I got some good players that I may throw out there in the meantime. So we're gonna have fun tomorrow. Come hang out with us day 3. I'm gonna give away a lot of fun stuff for our audience members. So we appreciate you. You guys have been supportive of us for 2 full straight days. Congratulations again to all the winners so far. Keith, Dutchy, Trevor, Scoops, again, give yourselves a bow. The show would not be what it is without the hard work you guys have put in for these 2 days, and I can't wait to see what we got in store tomorrow for everybody. Tomorrow's a huge day for the Broncos. Scoops, you and I have a big day as well, but tomorrow's going to be about the Broncos. Tomorrow's a very important day for you guys, and I wish you guys the best of luck, and the posse as well.
Absolutely. Let's keep it around. Albert, let's get a few final words as we're getting out of here on day 2, and we got to get prepared for day 3.
It was a blast again as usual, and really looking forward to tomorrow too. And so and the posse was excellent again, and congratulations to all the winners: Michelle, Pearl, Mark, Michelle, Aussie, Bill, Clayton, Roy. Those are the winners so far, and congratulations. But you only could become a winner because you were participants in what? In the chat. So here are the thank yous for all the people who were in the chat today. And it's a long list. Michael, Roy, Kurt, Dale, Jeremy, Bill, Jen, Aussie, Judy, Ed, Murphy. I'm getting there. Matt, Pearl, Ed, Michelle, Mark, Bear, Dan Martinez, Ernie, Joe, Carson, Victor, Graham, Jimmy, Lawrence, Patrick, Clayton, almost, Jay, Nicole, and JC Weaver. Thank you guys for being there.
We'll give you the K Denver Bronco claps, Denver Bronco Roundup, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, K&K Sports Show. What's the scoops? We're gonna give you all the claps every show that we got. We're gonna give you claps for all of you.
Trevor, I want to let you go next. We'll let Scoops round it out. How's that?
Sounds great. No, just want to thank everybody in the posse for joining us again. I mean, a lot of work goes into this, but you guys are worth doing it for, and love sharing all the information we possibly can with you guys, and love interacting with you guys and giving out prizes for you guys. This is our Super Bowl of the podcast, kind of our podcast group here. I mean, 3 straight days of draft coverage. A lot of work goes into it. I mean, again, I have to give a huge shout out to all of my guys on here. I mean, just do a lot of great work and a lot of great job, with everything they do and all the information you guys do out, throw out there and different opinions. It really makes this podcast so great and these 3 days so great. And I'm lucky to be able to spend each and every one of these minutes with you guys. And I really appreciate everybody in the posse and as well. And can't wait for day 3, guys. We got Broncos have 6 picks tomorrow. So be ready. I mean, we've got at least 6 players to possibly be thrown out to you guys and introducing into Broncos country. So can't wait to get started, guys. And it's going to be a busy day tomorrow, but going to be a great day for giveaways and everything like that. So come hang out with us. Come join us. Early start tomorrow. So be there, guys. And we can't wait to see you guys and interact with you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for being awesome. Amazing guys, amazing fans, and amazing cast that we have here. Such a lot of great work being brought into this. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Go Broncos.
Absolutely, man. Great show all the way around. Doesn't matter if you're talking about the posse, the group chat. Doesn't matter if you talk about the guys on the screen. And just absolutely stellar, kind of like Aussie Wombat's amazing picture. I love that picture. Absolutely amazing picture and an absolutely amazing co-host on the show tonight. Scoops, why don't you go ahead and finish us off here?
Sounds great. Guys, thanks again for another really exciting and fun day 2. Like you guys said, still a lot of exciting picks to be made. Still a lot of big days for our teams tomorrow. My Eagles were supposed to start off day 3 with 5 picks. We have 7. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Shout out to, someone mentioned earlier, about Brandon Graham being an exciting choice to announce the picks earlier. Shout out to him for the iconic announcement of the selection with the phrase "Dallas sucks." Always a great way to get some love from Eagles fans. So, but in all seriousness, congrats again on another great day. It seems like for y'all's teams. Hope that continues again tomorrow. And then after that, it's all about who wins on Sunday.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, man? I tell you what, it's been a fantastic show. Like I said. Fantastic comments, fantastic participation. You guys have been absolutely amazing. We're gonna go home or go to our beds, I guess. Try to get a few hours worth of sleep. Wake up with our Lion coffee tomorrow morning. Get all powered up and be ready for day 3, man. It's gonna be fantastic. You talked about Scoops and all of his picks. The Broncos have a ton of picks as well. Giants aren't done. and all 32 teams will be picking over multiple rounds tomorrow. We're going to be there for every bit of it. This has been the Pick Is In podcast, guys. I don't have a great outro. I just realized that. So you're going to get an intro as the outro.
Let's put Aussie's comment up as the outro. That picture.
Oh, there you go.
He's
There you
giving us
go.
where
What do you
that's
got here,
from.
bud?
That pick is about 100 kilometers from my place called the Pinnacles.
Nice. Nice.
Above that, Aussie Wombat. Above
Right
Albert. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful, Aussie.
I love it, buddy. A place I'd always love to get to. Maybe I'll have that opportunity to be down there in the Southlands, visit a little Australia, maybe a little New Zealand too. But guys, I do have our intro. I'll go ahead and I'll play that as our outro for this evening. It'll tell you everything that we've been doing over here for the Pick Is In podcast. The only thing that'll be wrong is it's not tonight. It's going to be tomorrow that we'll see you next. So before we get out of here, you're going to do this Denver Bronco roundup style, guys. Make sure. Keep your feet in the stirrups. Make sure keep your guns in your holsters, and make sure you keep the Broncos, Giants, and Philadelphia Eagles in your hearts, guys. We appreciate you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. There you go. Chest bump.